Glad to hear that you're educated. And your book, what was that on?
I've had a few books, but the first one was called Born Almost Free. I was a columnist for the newspaper, so I wrote on some of these issues, including xenophobia. And I felt like a lot of our elders dismiss us and say we were born free, we don't know anything. So I was born in 1980 and democracy came in 94. At the time I was about 30. So it was about just like I'm aware of the issues. But also our Black parents, our Black politicians are oppressing the educated Black people, and it's making it hard for us to just contribute to the new South Africa, you know? And I continued and made another book called The Hopeful South African. I also write on gender issues. So I had a book called #Woman Love 365, where I spoke about different gender dynamics, pro-women, definitely, but also critique them on some of the things they do, and saying things like we should have maybe a million-man march for ladies, you know, like just making a peace moment between men and women, because we're fighting, we're at war, and it's not going to help the country. So I look at things like that all the time. Definitely international African issues, you know.
How you doing? Let me get
colorism and things like that.
Yeah.
But I definitely have written about xenophobia. I've got friends. My crew is called a fam. We met in university, and we are worldwide. My dream was to tour Africa, like Lucky Dube and them. And I just feel like sometimes it's disrupted by all this chaos.
Have headphones?
Uh,
Okay, so now I think we might be good now because folks are saying that there's an echo. If you could confirm in the chat that there is no echo by putting an alpha 1. If there is an echo when the gentleman speaks, please put a 2 bravo in the chat. Question for you. What is your view of xenophobia, or what people are calling xenophobia today in South Africa? I just want to hear if there's an echo, then we'll move over to the other gentleman.
Okay. My feeling about it is the people to blame are most of the politicians and the government in terms of not controlling a couple of things, not developing the people who are very underdeveloped. So it's that issue, but it's also, I don't like the violence, number one, and number two, I don't like the fact that it's all like a blanket statements. I don't support Operation Dudula. But at the same time, I feel like our government should do like the other governments, where it's like the visa system is controlled. So you know that you control the influx in terms of knowing who's here and what they're doing. And when that goes wrong, for example, if you're saying people are drug dealers, whoever's a drug dealer, wherever they're from, should just be arrested, right? Not this mob justice. So what's going on, and the violence, the gruesome violence, I don't support that. And you may remember we had riots when Jacob Zuma went to jail. We brought the country up. Things that I cannot support. And at the same time...
Okay, thank you. And I will mind, I've noticed that you're a very verbose individual. So I just want to give you a heads up that I will have to cut you off quite frequently. But
okay.
Now that that is known, you know, it's not an attempt to be rude. We're just moving along the discussion. I want to yield the floor to the other gentleman to make his introduction. You're very muffled, my dear boy. We can scarcely hear you. Maybe your headphones aren't working? It must be freezing over there. I thought we always think Africa is warm. Must be terribly cold.
Yeah, it's cold. So much cold. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yes. I'm Velimsen Ngomezulu from KwaZulu-Natal. I'm currently living in Gauteng, Davidson.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been seeing the issue going around. I won't mention my qualifications. I'm going to dig straight to the point. That I've been seeing some hashtag Dudula. I am kind of a person that do not consider violence most of the time. But what I notice actually, there are people who are here illegally. That's the first thing. If Mr. from Peter Marisbeck, you may consider this. There are people who are here illegally. So from being that said, they are taking jobs for South African youths. They are selling drugs here. And what I want to confirm is that there is no one who are chased with an authority to be here. Do you understand what I'm saying? So the one that are chased to their countries are the one those who doesn't have authority to be here in South Africa. You see, because I've been going around seeing people's videos saying all of that. There are some Africans that are abusing those who have papers, who have authority of being here, and that's not that thing. I don't consider it's a violence. So I'm not saying I go with South African for what they are doing. It's not right at all. It's not right, and we won't support them doing such things to our fellow African people. But at the same time, those who are being chased are those who doesn't have papers to be here, are those who are selling drugs, are those who are doing most of the crime, human trafficking, and
Okay,
so on.
I'm going to interrupt
so
you there only because you're repeating yourself at this point. What is your name, sir?
I'm Williamson Ngomazolo.
Willemsen. Hit me with that one more time, my boy.
Veli?
Willemseni.
Willemseni. Willemseni.
Yes.
Willemseni.
Yes.
Got it. What is your age?
I'm 25 years.
You're 25 years old. Okay.
Yeah.
And what cities in South Africa have you lived in?
Free State, Cape Town, Gauteng, where I'm currently in. These three provinces.
You visited those three, or you lived in those three?
I lived on those three because of the job.
Okay, very good. So you've lived in 3 cities in South Africa. What cities have you lived in outside of South Africa?
I've been in Mbabane, Swaziland.
What cities have you lived in outside of South Africa?
Mbabane.
Okay, in Swaziland. Okay, very good. What
Yes.
countries have you visited outside of South Africa?
Swaziland. Yeah.
Okay, so you're a 25-year-old young man. You've lived in 3 cities in South Africa. You visited Swaziland, and you've not visited any other countries. Do you have a degree?
I'm currently working on it.
You're currently working on a bachelor's degree?
Yes, it's a bachelor degree.
Okay, and what is your trade?
I'm currently running mobile crane in Stuart Mining Court.
You're running a crane in a mine?
Yes, mobile crane.
Okay. So, like as an employee?
Yes, as an employee.
Okay, very good. So my question to you is, what makes you think that you're qualified to give an informed, meaningful perspective of something that has global significance? And when I say global significance, I mean that there are people all around the world who have taken an interest in this particular situation. This situation is long-standing. It has complexity to it. Why do you think that you are qualified to give insight?
It's because I am a Zulu, and this I can call it this tutula. It's mostly happening here in Gauteng and the KZN where I come from. So I mostly know everything about this tutula operation. So for that being said, I have no intention, and I'm not on their side, and I'm not on the foreigner side, but I'm in between. I'm just want to make the truth. I just want to inform people for what Zulus are doing here. So I
Okay.
can say
What are
I'm
Zulus
right.
doing there?
Yeah.
You said you want to inform people on what Zulus are doing there. What are Zulus doing there?
Zulu, some of them, I'm not going to say all of them. Some of the Zulus are fighting people, chasing people, even if they have papers, they have authority to be here in South Africa. They don't ask for papers. They just ask you who you are, where you come from, and then they ask you papers, if you say, yes, I have the papers, I have the authority to be here, they don't listen to that. They try to kick you, they try to frustrate you in a confined space. You don't find the chance to explain to themselves. Yes, I have the papers here and there. They just ask you where do you come from. When you say the country, they are hitting you, they are stabbing you. So I'm not tolerating that. That is totally wrong. That is totally wrong. We don't have to do this. We don't have like
Okay.
seriously.
Okay. What do you believe is the root of the problem with the economy there? Because this is an economic issue. What is the root of the economic issue for the Black South Africans?
The root of this inconvenience, I can say it from the political issues. Yeah, it's from the political issues. I can mention one law. It's ANC. Maybe you have heard about ANC. ANC have done lots of things here. They've done lots of things. Those who have powers, they are taking foreigners illegally, using them to sell the drugs, using them to do human trafficking. So all these things. Yeah.
Okay, so you've repeated something that we've heard a lot from South Africans. And one thing that I teach people who follow this ism is that true? And so often with humankind, we find that you guys tend to believe things without actually knowing the facts. You operate based on emotion. So, for example, you stated that the foreigners bring in the drugs. Can you reference any data that lets us know what percentage of convictions are foreigners who bring in drugs, or how much drugs from a dollar value perspective? Like how do you know that's true? What's the data or the reference point?
I can be specific on the previous, maybe the past 2 days. I'm saying I can be specific on the past 3 days. There was this Tutula went to Ethekwini, if I'm not mistaken, where they found a drug that's worth more than 13 million from foreigners. That's the evidence of that foreigners are bringing drugs here.
I'll look that up. You said, was this in the news?
Yes, was this on the news, and I can
what do I type into
screenshot
Google
it.
to find this? What do I type into Google to find this?
You should say Ethekwini. Ethekwini point. The place it's called Pointing, where they sell alcohol and stuff.
How do I spell that?
Ethekwini, ETHEKWENI. Ethekwini. Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to share this tab so we can all see this. So I just typed in what you told me plus the word drugs. It says there's a surge in drug activity. And then I'm going to filter it for news. And it says drug seizure. That was 8 hours ago. Okay.
No, that's Mazanga Commission. It's not
Is
there.
this not the one?
Yeah, not.
This is no? Okay, all right. Cocaine bust at Durban Harbor, sparks manhunt. That was 9 hours ago. Let's see.
Yes, I think.
Drugs smuggled into South Africa by whom? Let's see. Police have launched a manhunt for suspects. See,
13 million. Yes, this is what I'm talking about. Yes.
this is the one right here.
Yes.
Okay, the drugs were concealed in air conditioning compartments. Buses were destined for
Yes,
such
they,
and such.
yes, they,
But it
yeah, they
doesn't
were
say
found
anything
in.
about foreigners being the ones bringing it in.
As current that I don't have information to provide right now, but I think
Okay,
that's the
so you
media
don't need
that
to provide the
provided.
information because we just looked at the news and the news doesn't say it was foreigners that brought it in. Secondly, if drugs did come into a political territory, they would have to pass like the border, and the borders are supposed to be managed by the government. So what you have is a failing in government. Do you realize that?
Yes, that's what I've said. I am blaming the government of ANC because that's the government that is in charges right now. So I think this is the connection from the government. So I think the one who is
Right.
failing us as South African is the government.
Okay, well then why are you even mentioning the word foreigners then?
Pardon?
I said, why are you even mentioning the word foreigners if the failing is government when you go to the root of the issue?
Because they are the one who are selling drugs here and they are the one who are being caught with drugs. The mostly percentage of people that are being
So,
caught. Uh,
okay. And let me
Sorry.
help you. And I'm not suggesting, I'm very much so against drugs. So I'm not suggesting that drugs are okay, but I just want to help you with logic because clearly there's a bit of lack here. So do you use cocaine?
no, I don't.
Okay. Let's say I showed up to you and I said, hey, I have some cocaine here. Great deal on the cocaine. It's only 4 Rand. That'd be a good price for some cocaine, right?
Yes,
That'd be a
of
good
course.
price. Would you use the cocaine?
No, I won't use the cocaine
Why? Why wouldn't you use the cocaine?
because I've seen people who are using it. Like they had future, they had so much
Yes. So you know that
potential.
cocaine is
Yeah.
bad, right? So my whole point to you is that,
Yes.
yeah, drugs are bad. Drug imports are bad. Drugs can't be imported unless the South African government failed. So that's number one. Then number two, drugs are not a problem unless there's a South African consumer base, which means A, South Africans clearly have discretionary income because they can spend it on drugs. And number two, they clearly have low morality because they're willing to spend it on drugs. So if you, for example, had moral South Africans that wouldn't use drugs under any circumstance, it wouldn't even matter if they were importing it because they only import a product because there's a demand for the product. So if you actually wanted to solve it, you could just remove demand. You could teach South Africans that drugs are bad, or you could remove their discretionary income to buy drugs, or you could have the government policy. There's so many steps before this. The problem is not actually the immigration, it's your government on a consistent basis. Am I saying that illegal immigration is good? Absolutely not. I think people should come in legally no matter what country it is. But the reason that you guys are these illegals is because they're weak, they're economically disempowered, they're not numerous, they're a minority, they're an easy target. You guys are scared to do the real work, which is to change your regime, to bring real revolution, and also to displace the whites who dominate you economically, and that's been for a long time. I yield the floor.
Yes, exactly. So my point is here. As I've said before, that I'm not.
Don't make a
I'm
point,
not supporting
respond to what I've said. That's how a dialogue works. Don't make a point, respond to what I said, and then
Told
make.
you, that's the same problem we having. I'll say a bunch of words and they'll just talk again. IBM did it yesterday. Made a point about that he couldn't even name our ethnicity. So I said, so we are literally genocided. Effectively, he couldn't name an ethnicity. So I'm like, that don't bother you? And he don't speak to my point. He just goes to make his own point. I keep trying to tell you guys the way a dialogue works. When somebody gets finished talking, you either agree or disagree, but you got to speak to it. That's how dialogues work. And I'm so glad he pointed that out to this guy.
Point.
what was your question, sir?
Pardon?
What was your question?
What was my,
Your question.
oh gosh, you South Africans or something else. Brian, I'd like to hear from Brian. Looks like he's having some connectivity issues which is not entirely surprising in South Africa.
Okay, we're breaking
Brian.
very badly.
Yeah, go ahead, Brian. We're listening to you. What's on your mind? Seems like his internet just went out while he's coming back. Gentleman writes,
also-
Peace to the Saints, I ordered.
Underdeveloped people have not been developed enough to where they can even understand a lot of the time just the discourse. So it's easy to blame people without the research, like you're saying. Okay, sorry, I'm having issues with my network. So sorry.
Yeah, no, we can hear you. We can't see you, but we can hear you. If you
But
guys
it
can hear
becomes
the gentleman, put
easier.
Alpha
There's
1 in the
propaganda
chat.
against. Say again?
We hear you. Keep going.
Okay. Sorry, I'm back. All right.
Yeah.
Underdevelopment of people. And then because you know they're underdeveloped by apartheid, you don't develop them post-apartheid. And now it's easy to manipulate them. So there's been a lot of propaganda against foreign Africans. Oh, they're going to poison your food. And I call it ridiculous, but not everyone academic, intellectual Black South Africans are sidelined as well. So you got a situation where we're just misrepresented. And I think a lot of it is political stuff.
No such thing as a Black South African, just South African.
Political campaigning, cheap political campaigning. But my challenge is that even when you're angry with us and you're suggesting all these things like people attack us, there's so many of us that are just powerless. We are afraid of some of these people that are attacking foreigners too. At the same time, we have so many problems, you understand? Like we cannot form organizations, issues. Even with the Palestine thing, there are people mad at us not doing enough, but it's like we just need to survive, some of us.
Okay,
You know,
so let's
so-
stick to the core issues. Palestine is completely unrelated. With regards to, let's say, Dadula and also the Jacinta woman who wears a wig and the fake eyelashes, you guys let women lead you, disgusting. But with regards to these two groups,
Not a fan.
are these
Not a fan of
people-
us.
Very good. I respect that. Are these groups funded by foreigners? Because they seem to have some money and some organization behind them.
I don't know. I just think I think politicians do this in a very clandestine way. We just see them become powerful. We don't know who's behind them a lot of the time. But there's definitely propaganda via WhatsApp where they'll say stuff that just doesn't make sense, far-fetched stuff about foreign nationals. And and as a thinker, I'm like, nah, there's no way. They're not gonna poison a community and sell to it every day. You understand? It's ridiculous stuff, but people believe it.
Do you think that there's an
So
IQ
that's my-
issue due to malnutrition in South Africa? Because I am shocked at the levels of stupidity that I encounter from South Africans. I'm not speaking of you, but like the young man that just came on, and I don't want to be rude, but I have to be honest. The young man that just came on, I responded to him, and then after the response, he says, "What was your question?" It's like, and also his accent is so heavy in a country where English is the primary language, but his
Yeah.
English is hard to understand. Like, is that a malnutrition IQ issue? Like, what is that?
No. It's education.
And by the way, malnutrition is linked to IQ.
Yeah.
Okay, so
No, brother, listen.
Public-
Part of the education system was language. Shucks, you're breaking, man. Oh, it's frustrating.
no, we can hear you fine. Keep going.
Underdevelopment. All right, cool. Underdevelopment included language, sir. So a lot of people who come into here, they're much better than us at English. So communication. So as a businessman,
Okay, can't hear the gentleman at all at this point. So let me acknowledge some of the folks writing in. Shout out to Elevated Wisdom writes, Peace of the Saints, I ordered the black box, but Amazon is on that BS. It was supposed to be here 2 weeks ago. I got the paperback version. Oh, okay, very good. Excellent. Yeah, definitely tap in with Amazon. They're usually great about delivery, but I trust they can fix that for you, and let me know what you think. I also acknowledge Ant CEO writes, pro-woman. I'm curious on what that means. I can only imagine it's laughable. Yeah, I'm suspicious my damn self. Shout out to Jamila supporting the work. We appreciate you. Shout out to the Lady Saints. Yeah, when he said that, I was like, we got something to talk about here. Brian, can you, oh, no, Brian slipped back out. And, you know, obviously it appears that infrastructure may be an issue. The young man was having some technical issues, as is this gentleman. Presumably they're in different places, both having the same issue. Shout out to Albatar, came in supporting the work using the Stripe link. May I also acknowledge via Venmo, shout out to Heels In, came in supporting via Venmo. Shout out to Pawan, writes, the Black Box audiobook is extremely immersive to soak up as much game as possible. I like to listen to it while following along in the book. Also, the hardcover edition is pristine. Peace of the Saints. Okay, great. I'm glad people were able to get that one. And yeah, the audiobook is something else. I took out, you know, damn near 24 hours to record it. It plays for about 8 hours, but of course you got to do multiple takes. You guys can find the audiobook at peaceofthesaints.com. Scroll down, click products. Shout out to Wayne, came in supporting via PayPal. I appreciate you. May I also acknowledge Michael came in via Venmo. He writes, looking too clean, too sharp, my brother. I'm only 5'5", so maybe you can send the material that your suit is made of to the Baby Gap so I can rock that piece you have on now. Peace of the Saints, showing love to those who show it to me. Thank you for all the game. You're very welcoming. Hey man, shout out to the bosses who hold it down regardless. You dig? It's all about that strut. Anyways, looks like both of the South Africans have been defeated by their own internet. It gets like that, not surprising at all. I trust we have some South Africans in the chat. This person writes, I would love to join the chat. Again, I encourage people to, you know, develop their vocabulary. Everyone uses the term love. I would appreciate joining. I'd be happy to join. I'd be thankful to join. I'm interested to join. There's many other words you can use as opposed to the overused word of love, which rips it of its meaning. Anyways, for this South African fellow who says that he would like to join on, I will drop the link in the chat. There you go. There's the link for the South Africans who claim that they would love to come on. Give you guys a little bit of time. Carrying on. May I? Okay, I think we're all caught up there. Okay, fantastic. Yes. Number one, we know the South Africans are watching because they're always watching. They're very ignorant and cowardly people. I want to show you guys a couple of things because what folks don't realize is, A, I've been traveling to South Africa for quite a long time. I've been there many times. I've done business. I've made significant purchases and huge payouts to employees there over time. And I've been saying the same thing about South Africans for quite some time. Let me show you something. Let me show you something. So here's an old video that I did on South Africa. This one was, as you might be able to see in this thumbnail, it reads, South Africans are lazy and self-hating. And that was a conversation that I was engaging some time ago. This video is quite old. Here's another video here of when I was in South Africa with some of my employees. This one also is quite old. And so the funny thing is the South Africans are so very dishonest. What you'll typically hear from these folks is they'll say in the comments, they'll say, oh, this guy's never been to South Africa. No, actually, I have been to South Africa. I've been to many places in South Africa, done business there. I have significant experience. In fact, I have experience that's far more meaningful than 99% of South Africans. You really will never understand a place until you've done commerce there. You'll never understand a place until you've operated at a high level so that you're bumping up against the strictures that restrict freedom. So, you know, these South Africans mostly rely on their emotions and their guesses. Are you South African?
Yes, I am, Marquett. How are you?
I'm well. What is your tribe, sir?
Me, I'm actually don't belong to a particular type of tribe.
Okay.
Just hold a few seconds, Marquette. Let me put my,
Okay,
because
sure.
I'm watching you on television as well. Wait, let me put it off as well, please.
Okay. To the other gentleman, are you South African? What is your tribe?
Hello, Marquett. My name is Mongisi. My tribe is Zulu. I'm a Zulu speaker.
Okay. Excellent. Well, we welcome you. May I yield the floor to you to provide your arguments, and then we'll go ahead and dig in.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Okay. That was strange. I don't know why he pulled himself out. What should we call you?
You can call me Copernicus.
Okay. Roger that. I yield the floor to you.
Sorry, man, Marquette, we're getting an echo. I'm getting an echo for some reason.
I don't have an echo. If anyone in the chat has an echo, please put a Bravo 2. If he's coming in loud and clearly, please put an Alpha 1. But you sound good to me. So if you'd be so kind, we're happy to hear from you.
Okay, excellent. Marquette, good evening to everybody watching this Marquette show, The Saints. My name is Copernicus GT. I'm from South Africa as well. I have watched a lot of the shows that Marquette as put on as a debate. This particular one I'm actually quite interested in. It's not the first time that you've come on and wanted to obviously address South Africans with regards to what's been going on, how it's affecting people here, how the world is looking in from the outside in here, you know, and trying to understand what actually is causing all of this. Because you obviously you have your opinion as well. But if I can give you some context from my point of view of what I've seen also. Firstly, I haven't been in the marches. I've seen the marches from television and social media as well. What I do see what's going on is that there are groups of individuals, or communities that have gathered in certain cities such as Johannesburg and Durban, and they are protesting and marching against foreign nationals, as they say, that are supposedly are affecting like their access to jobs, to say drugs that are coming in from foreigners and so forth, and other things as well. So what I can say, number one, as a citizen, as a law-abiding citizen here, like every other country, everybody has they do have an issue when it comes to illegal immigration, every country. In particular to South Africa's particular unique situation, is that, yes, the government, we do have bad border control, number one. We'll admit that. So there's elements where there's people that have been coming into the country illegally, and you find that border control is actually taking monetary bribes. And that has fueled it, right? Or escalated that particular issue when it comes to illegal people coming into the country, okay? That are not coming in the right way documented, right? So the problem is with the government itself, right? There's, I'm not of the opinion that our economic problems or socio-economic problems are the cause of foreign nationals. Let's say Marquett has come to South Africa quite a few times. He's employed people here, right? And he's got an opinion based on the people that he's tried to employ and how they've interacted with him, right? So, you may not have the best opinion about the people that he's tried to employ. So that's his experience. However, with that being said, right, the socio-economic problems in South Africa are not the fault of foreign nationals. I think I've got enough information or experience to say that our domestic problems cannot be solely attributed to foreign nationals from any country around the world, because this country needs foreign investment. Number one, to help bolster its economy.
Right.
We do have an issue with our border control at the airports, at border control, as you know, through the road, border controls and so forth. There is an issue with that.
If you might allow me, I want to yield the floor to the other gentleman so that he can give his perspective as well. And I thank you for that. I think it's very reasonable what you shared.
Yes, hello everyone. Hello, Marquett. I'd like to apologize for earlier on. We have a signal problem.
Sure.
However, yes, I would like to respond to the question. If South Africans are really in love with whiteness and they hate themselves or anything that's black, well, I'd like to think that is not
okay.
true.
So I already have a problem with the discussion that a lot of people make a mistake and do. Tariq Nasheed, one of them, and then we see this Marquett's another one. The same. Hold on, damn ambulance come my way. Ambulance come my way. Anyway, like the problem I have is the word black, man. Like what is up, man? like Tariq Nasheed and a lot of you guys and Marquett, you guys allow non-blacks to determine what black is now. That's why I say we're done. Like they gave up on black. Like they now agree with white supremacy that it's a racial word. As long as all right, dude, I'm good. but racial words don't have, even if you concede to black as a racial words are not there to identify you. They are there to categorize you. There's a big difference from identifying you and categorizing you. I'm going to break that down once the video is over. But they all concede black is it's just a race. It's not an ethnicity. How Black Americans, Foundation Black Americans, Adolf, Friedman, Shalon, how we came with the word, giving birth to the word, placed on human beings in a positive connotation, that no longer means nothing. Okay, non-blacks now controls the empowerment of the word black. It's not goofy, man. That's why these conversations be bad faith and they're hard for me to listen to. Like, so we're just acquiescing that black is a race now. Like, okay, all right. Like I said, Marquette, Tariq, everybody do it. It's like, it's annoying. Like, come on, man. It's getting annoying. That's why I got blacks. Blacks ain't no goddamn race.
To a certain extent. I want to put it this way. Well, South Africa, like America, the USA, like Australia, it's a conquered nation. So we have a white settler population, just like in the Americas, in the 50 states of the US and Australia. And we might recall that when the colonies were established in America, the native population of the Americas was decimated through violence, through disease.
Yes, so you're telling us things that we all know. If you'd hurry a little faster to your point, we'd be thankful.
Yes, I digress, but I'll arrive to my point right now, just now.
Thank you.
So the condition of the Black South African, I would like to liken it to that of the native.
What the hell is a Black South African? You dig? The white people over there are called South Africaners. They already have a delineated term. They're called South Africaners. So if you're called a South African, that's only you. You get it? Just like Black Americans and white Americans. That's it. We're separate, right? Us and white people. They're Americans, we're Americans. They're white Americans, we're Black Americans. That's the separation. Okay, so South Africans, they're separated too. The Africans, right? The natives are called South Africans. The foreigners that invaded are called, the foreign occupiers are called South Africaners. There's no Black African. Like people selling out the lineage don't even know, man. It's getting goofy. We're in 2026. You got all these AIs out here, and nobody's using them. None of them using the AIs. Everybody's content on what they just know. That's it. No, man, that's it. I took that somewhere else, and people just lazy now. I mean, people low key is selling out the lineage, leasing out the lineage, and don't even want to second look at it. Yo, there's no Black South African. There's no Black Haitian. There's no Black, none of that. If you're not a Black American that has a lineage to U.S. child slavery, you're not Black. You're just whatever you are, whatever your flag say you are.
Americans.
These guys are telling you they're Zulu. They're Zulu. They're Zulu, and they probably, that's their tribal affair. Marquett, why don't you ask them their country, their nationality? Okay, you're asking them their tribal affairs, right? The tribal ethnic name, tribal ethnicity. Why don't you ask them their nationality? And you will see that they'll give it to you. They'll say Zimbabwe or whatever else is over there, Swaziland, whatever. And then they'll say they are something else, and it's something else, and it's something else, and then they're also Black. Like, yo, how the hell are you 10 different things? Like Frankenstein.
There's a slight difference. They tried to, the colonizers tried to kill off, they did try to kill the native population of South Africa. Since the days of colonization, there's a plethora of literature on this, we know. And then in America, it was successful to a larger extent. So now I want to get back to Black South Africans being in love with whiteness. Black South Africans are not in love with whiteness, but however, they...
Why is he saying Black South Africans simply because he's talking to Marquett? You see that? Like, yeah, exactly. Coloreds, right? I forgot about the colored thing. And they're also colors. Yo, but listen to the finesse. When they talk to us, all of a sudden they're Black Jamaican, Black Haitian, Black South African. When we're not in the discussion, they just say South African, and actually they say their, matter of fact, when we're not in the room, they mention their tribes. When we're not in the rooms, they talk about what tribe they're from. We're in the room, all of a sudden they're Black South Africans, Black Brits, and all Black Haitians. Like, come on, man. Finesse is goofy, and people just be eating that up. And wonder why there's a Blacks word out there now. Like, you didn't see it coming?
They are on survival mode. So what happens is the Black native population of South Africa, after 19...
There is no Black native South. You mean the African natives. They're African. There's no Black native. The only native Blacks are in America. Okay? The only native Blacks are in America. There are no Black natives in Africa. That's a weird term to put on y'all. Y'all Africans. They'll say, look, South Africans, and now they're Black natives. Okay, what's the difference? I will ask the guy, hey man, what's the difference between a native African or native South African and a native Black in South Africa? Like, yo, like they couldn't even tell you. They keep saying the word Black over and over. It's a scam. It's a finesse.
94. We promised rights, and especially labor rights, after 1994. So what happened is whiteness instead
Okay, do you
used.
mind if I address your premise? You have a very faulty premise. So, number one, you compare the Black South African to the Native American in the United
A songwriter, there's no such thing as a Black original man. Okay? You gotta stop. I don't care what they say, man. You know what the word black, the origins of the word black is. What's applied to people in a positive connotation. That started in America, my guy. Like, it's getting annoying that people are like giving up our history to foreigners, but then act like they're against that type of tethering. Like, a lot of you guys are spiritual tethers. And I just call it the way I see it. The spiritual tethers, like, don't giving away our lineage to people. Yo, no, black is a lineage word that started here in America. So you can't go back in history and say people are black. No, that starts here in America. That's why Dr. Klein said Native Black Americans. Okay? The black ethnogenesis started. There's nobody black outside of America. I mean, it's just goofy. And if I put the link in the chat, nobody gonna click it. People just texting and typing, but can't articulate it in real time. It's like, yo, y'all will understand better if you actually have a dialogue with me. Type, you know, you're not argument. You actually have a dialogue. And ask questions in real time, and I get to ask you questions in real time, and we learn together. But the typing and weird stuff, bro, I don't want to hear about an African saying the word black, because black ethnogenesis is born in America, my guy. It's not an African term. It's not a Brazilian term, not a Haitian term, not a Caribbean term, not a Cuban term, not a South America, Central American. No. Started with us, man. Elijah Muhammad and Rich Fresh.
States and as the Aboriginal in Australia. This is a completely ludicrous comparison in as much as the Native American in the United States is about 3% of the United States population. The Aboriginal or the Aborigine in Australia is about 4% of their population. You guys are damn near 90% of the population. So there is no comparison whatsoever. Those are minuscule minorities that have no empowerment and no chance of ever taking power. If 100% of Native Americans decided tomorrow that they were going to take up arms, they'd have no choice. They'd be subdued quickly. If 100% of Aborigines decide to take up arms tomorrow in Australia, they'd have no choice, no chance.
Yeah, now,
if
when you say it's facts, and that's the average FBA argument. But I was going to say something. Oh, yeah. Are you not watching my discussions with foreigners? I got like 12 uploads, just me talking to foreigners, how they're not black, and everyone has one of them concede. None of them say what you say. Well, the original man is black. No, like they concede. My argument is so factual and compelling. They all concede. Like, why don't y'all see the real rebuttals that they offer and how I respond to the rebuttals? Like Marquett said, I actually speak to what they say. So when they rebuttal what I say, I rebuttal what they say. I listen to what they say and I respond to what they say. And my argument is clear. They're not black. They're not ethnically black. And they don't get to change their identity, but keep their flag. No, if you're gonna change your identity, then create a black flag and a black culture and a black language.
Percent of South Africans decide to take up arms, they could win within an hour. An hour! You have to be the most insane level of coward to think that you can compare your population, which is the overwhelming majority, to a 3% population.
Right, and they always do that. Now, let me put the link in the chat. Let me put the link in the chat. Hold on. I thought it was in the chat. My fault. I usually, in the morning, I don't really put it in the chat, but afternoon around this time, I normally put the link in the chat. So excuse me for not putting the link in the chat. Oh, okay. I like to do it early because it becomes a hassle to do it late. Now I got to stop the video, and now I got to find the chat, which I did. Okay. So here, this phone is crazy. then it becomes more because I gotta. It's a real hassle if I do it late. But now I gotta come all the way out this account. I gotta go to FBA News and Updates to because I can't pin it under Unbiased Ron. But Unbiased Ron is a premium channel, and no, I can't make FBA premium because I got a lot of downloads under this name, and my kid got a lot of downloads under this name. So once you switch to premium, all those downloads just go away. And I don't know how to find. I don't know how to find those cartoons again. Feel me? Okay. Okay. So there is the link. It's there. Let me pin the link. Cool. Okay. So now let me go back to Unbiased Ron account. And then I don't know why nobody's driving today. It's fucking ridiculous, man. What are we doing behind the wheel? And they only drive when you try to pass them. That's when they finally speed up. Weird people. All right. Okay, cool. So now I'm back. Oh my God. This is ridiculous. Okay, let me go back. So now the link is there. So click the link and let's talk to a grassroots historian. You dig? Who's open to learn. You know, people come on and they say stuff I don't know. And I just add it to my bag. And now I know double. I know what you know, and I know what I knew. Now I'm double the problem. You dig?
The most insane level of coward to think that you can
like
compare your population, which is the overwhelming majority, to a 3% population. Either you're deeply cowardly or deeply brainless.
Okay.
Like, it's offensive that you think so little of yourself that you compare yourself to a 3% population.
We are a conquered nation. I said that.
Oh my God.
I said that. Didn't I? Didn't we engage in the war of conquest and we were defeated?
Okay.
How long did apartheid
Do you
last?
realize?
How long?
Do you realize
How long?
that you may have a war? Let's take World War I, for example. Were the Germans in World War I? Yes or no? Yes or no? Okay, great.
Yes.
Then you have World War II. The Germans, after defeat, rose up and said, we'll have another go. Why? Because they refused to be a defeated people.
Right. And do you know those South Africans joined World War II? They joined with their oppressors to fight in a war, and it didn't. They joined World War II with their oppressors, and then when the war was over, when Hitler and Japan, all those countries were defeated, do you know those South Africans were executed? Damn near all of them. I mean, come on, man. I know it. I'm surprised I knew that. But yeah, man, let's hop on. Let's build. Let's talk about blacks. BLAX. Let's talk about that, man.
Other hand, continue colonization, except you're like, hold on, whites, you don't have to do it. We'll colonize ourselves. You don't have to tell us you're the best. We have already accepted it. And in fact, we will promote it to the rest of the world. We will act like you and I are the same. I saw a video of a black South African woman. It was your Jacinta, the one with the eyelashes and the fake hair that looks like a white woman's hair. Extraordinary display of self-hatred while being an African living in Africa among a majority of blacks and claiming to be a part of a tribe. She told another black African
Marquett,
that, hey,
there's no such thing as a black African. They're just African. African does the job by itself. If you say African, nobody thinks of a Mexican. Nobody thinks of a Japanese or Chinese man or indigenous person. When you say African, the world thinks of people that's in one of those 54 countries, my guy. You don't gotta add black to it. They're just African. They're not black at all, for one. They're just African. Black has nothing to do with skin color the way we used it here in the 1940s and 50s. It has everything to do with a people, a unique people that went through a unique ethnogenesis. What is wrong with dudes, man?
I identify with this white person, my former colonizer, my former enslaver, more than I identify with you. The idea that you would come here out of your mouth and suggest that the South Africans are a conquered people as though that's a natural, perpetual, and necessary state, when in actual fact, you could change that state within 1 hour if you all had any self-respect and self-regard. But you don't have any. And that's why I'm speaking on this, not to deride you, but also to deal with the truth so we can start from the basics. The reality. You're starting from the lie of we're completely ineffective. We can't do anything. We're conquered. We're like the Native Americans who are 3%. We're like the Aborigines who are 4%. Nobody. At minimum, black Africans are 85% of South Africa.
Dude,
you guys have
why do you keep saying black Africans? Just say South Africans. Just say Africans. West. Yo, at one point, didn't we just say West, Central, East, North? Why are we saying black Africans? Okay. When you say black Africans, Marquett, what people are you speaking about? You see how ambiguous it gets? You could be talking about North, Central, East, South, West. Like, who are you talking about? Right, so make it plain, Malcolm X. Say who you're talking about. You're talking to South Africans, say South Africans. We know exactly, when you say South African, we know exactly what countries and tribes you're probably speaking about. You see?
Of strength that you need to take power. And the issue that you have right now is the people who are entrenched are stooges of the white apartheid economy. And the people who have power and money in your society are controlling these black puppets. You need to wipe them out. You need regime change. You guys need to do a house cleaning. And I believe it's African proverb that says if there's
Let me stop going on mute. I don't like when he or anybody keep calling foreigners black. When they do that and keep doing it consistently, I can't help but to think, do they have an agenda? Do they have like a Pan-African agenda where they try to link us up to an African? Because if an African is black, then blacks are African. I mean, that's just common sense. If Africans are black, then blacks are African. What's the difference? So that's what I'm saying. No, Africans are not black. Therefore, blacks are not Africans. So when people are consistent with calling Africans black, like, listen, man, my can man instincts just take over me. Like, yo, is he trying to low key push a? He said he got business in Africa, and I'm listening. So I'm like, is he got some low key Pan African push in the background, and he using this debate as a front? This is my wheels turning in my head. I'm not saying I sit on this, but these are the wheels turning in my head because I consider everything. Yeah, it's possible we could do that. It's not out of the realm of impossibility. But when anybody does that, my wheels start to like spin and say, can it be possible that he's doing that?
problem within, there can be no problem without. You have a house cleaning issue. I yield the floor.
All right, so we got somebody hopping on. I can't invite them on without stopping the video first. So let me stop the video first. And Amber, you might want to change your name. Sorry, her name is not Amber. Her name is something else. You might want to change your name. Okay. You can unmute now.
I'm gonna drop
The
you something.
ancestors in the building.
Hey, what's up? I'm gonna drop you something in the back chat right quick so you'll understand, like, a few things.
Okay. All right. Do you want me to read it, or is that just for me?
Do not read it. This is just for you.
Okay, got it. I thought I said yes. All right. Yeah. So, the word black, when it starts to apply to human beings as I'm not playing semantics. I'm not doing transliteration. I'm saying that the English word black, when it was applied to human beings in a positive connotative way, that started right here in America. Elijah Muhammad, Richard Wright, James Brown, Dr. King, and the list goes on after that. You dig? And now us. All right, let's get up. So somebody's coming on right now. iPhone. iPhone.
Ron.
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah. How you doing, brother?
How you doing? And who is this?
This B-Man, 120.
Okay, I got you. You the one that says in the chat. Peace, brother.
I the one said, yeah, where the link at?
It's
yeah.
Send it to your link. I said chat link. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, yeah. Well, what we got to know is that we already know that they never claimed to be black. So this is really just some, because they're getting deported and Donald Trump's in there pretty much. So I don't really feed into that. They can say they black. We know they're not black. We know they ain't come from the struggle. They can cosplay all they want, So, like I say, it's like a waste of energy because they're going to keep saying they are black, which their skin is black. If they don't open their mouth, they be black. But when they get to talking and jibber-jabbing and talking all that crazy talk, then, we got to delineate.
Yeah. So just I get what you're saying, and I agree to some degree. Now black, like, but that's like saying if we don't open our mouth, we're African. So or we're Puerto Rican or we're Haitian. So I get what you're saying, like from a layman or from a aesthetic place. I get what you're saying, right? If they just be quiet and don't say one thing. Some of them do look like us. I ain't one of those people to be like, got it. No, they do. Some look just like us. Okay, yeah. So if they don't say anything, they look like they're from the lineage. So I wouldn't say black because black is like equivalent to the lineage.
Yeah, that's lineage. Us. We black though. We're black. They are not. Yeah, but they're not black.
There's no such thing as black. We're just black. No, we're just black.
But I'm just saying we're black ethnicity and we're black here.
Nationality.
Like, we're just black.
Right. Culturally. Right. But if we're black, then if we're double black, then are they singular black?
Yeah, they skin. That's the only thing we got in common with them is skin tone.
No, we don't. I'm light as snow.
Yeah, I understand that part too, bro. I understand that. But we got copper tone too. I watch a lot of those little videos of African countries, and we are copper tone people, light skin.
But hold on. I'm trying to tell you, you're talking over me. Let's talk together. Let's talk to each other. Okay, so the average skin complexion in a West African, Central African, South African country is normally what? The average skin complexion is normally what type of tone?
It's dark. It's very dark.
Right. Now here in Black America, right. Okay, good. Now here in Black America, when you look at an American, there's like movies, there's a crowd, a Diddy, a Chris Brown concert. When you look at FBA's or Black Americans, Foundation of Black Americans, the average skin complexion of us on average is what? What's our skin tone?
I mean,
Is it dark,
like I said,
brown?
we're copper tone people. We're copper tone. Like you see that copper tone. It don't matter how dark or light you are. The copper tone.
There you go. No, that does. No. That does. Okay. Wait, hold on. The copper tone. You going somewhere else now? Hey, bro. I'm just simply asking you a color from a crayon box. The average Black American. If you could choose one crayon for Black Americans,
it'll be brown.
Average Black American in a Chris Brown.
Yes,
right. And it won't be dark like you said for Africans. Okay.
Yeah.
You got it.
I get that. I get all that, bro.
Okay. So hold on, but let's understand it though, and let's speak to it. So that means we don't look alike. So people, as far as complexion wise, they are normally representing dark skin, and we are normally represent. I agree with you. A brown Denzel, or maybe a little darker complexion. That's what we normally represent. That's just a fact.
Yeah, and we have some African
Muhammad looking dude, or even Prince.
But
you think of like a little like a. Wait, hold on, wait. As I'm talking, you gotta stop. You can't talk when I'm talking. That's not how communication works. When you talk, I'm quiet and listening. You can't talk while I'm talking. Then you're not listening at all.
Let's talk.
Okay, yeah, right. So you got to be quiet as I talk. When you was talking, I didn't come in when you was talking. You came in when I was talking.
Let's talk, bro. Let's talk.
I got it, but I got to establish the order, right? It's a natural order.
It's understood.
When you're talking,
let's talk.
Okay, right, but I want to make it known. It's okay, bro.
I do too. Let's talk.
Okay. All right, bro. If you want to talk, you got to be quiet as I'm talking. So I'm establishing how we gonna do this today. As I'm talking,
I got love for you. You my brother. So I
got you. But if you got love for me, let me talk without interruption. Is that okay?
Talk, bro.
Okay, good. When you was talking, I was totally quiet until you got done. Then I start talking. So now I'm talking. Same respect. Okay. So now I want to establish the rules as the host of my channel. Okay. So when I talk, I like you to respond if you want, or you can do what you want to do. But let me get it out. And as you talk, I'm going to wait for you. The same respect for you. Okay. So I'm just trying to establish something. So an African, on average, West, Central, South, they have a dark skin tone, which is beautiful. Nothing wrong with that. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful tone. Okay. They have a different expression than us on average. Black Americans, our tone is more of a brown, like you said, copper. That's beautiful too. So both tones are beautiful. It's not like one is more beautiful than the other. Both tones represent something beautiful. Okay, go. That's all I want to say. Go ahead.
I mean, I agree with what you just said, and I'm always in the. I mean, I really don't have any as far as disagreement as far as what you be saying, but I'm just saying that they are trying to shift their position because they always have said that they weren't black. So that's why I'm saying I don't even know why this is a big topic as far as we're concerned, because they've never said they were black. They always been Haitian or Caribbean or African or this or that. So they never really even make my feathers go up. You know what I'm saying?
If I
Got it.
if I can say something.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I do agree. As far as so I feel like there's something that took place. So when you come to America, America likes to categorize. You know, they
Right.
want you to fit into a box. Check
Right.
what box you fit into. So I feel like as a feature of the quote unquote melting pot, people that do not culturally identify as Black did so as a formality on documentation and paperwork, right?
Right.
So then the term became a kind of default collective identity of race and ethnicity in the United States, though, right? So then as issues arise and as you start to have the what we know to be a unique cultural identity and experience of Blackness in America, then you start having what I feel like people trying to relate outside of the United States to that experience and using that identity as a unifier um, to advance their individual cause, even though they don't really want to identify as the ethnicity of Blackness. Did that make sense?
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna do a little tweak in there. Okay. So I want to first start off with the brother, B man.
Yeah, I'm here.
He said,
I'm here. I'm here, bro.
Right. Gotcha. Okay. So he said that I'm gonna respond to the answers. He said, they didn't say they were Black before. Okay. B man, the ancestor in the chat. What I'm saying is you can't just proclaim Black. Black was already proclaimed as an ethnicity for Black Americans 1940s, Elijah Muhammad and Richard Wright. That was an ethnicity. And ethnicity is a group of people, that's what ethnicity is, that share a common history, culture, language, and similar experiences. You got ethnicity, the root word, people. Then you got ethnogenesis, you got ethnonym. So the right, the ETH brings y'all together, unique from other people who might look like you. You're different. And that's what makes you you. Okay, right? I need complete silence. Right. So now Haitians, when Dessalines said, hey, we're Haitian, that became their nationality plus ethnicity. That only speaks to those people who have African ancestors. It doesn't speak to Jamaicans or neighbors, don't speak to Dominicans or anybody else. It's just Haitians. Kwame Nkrumah said we're Ghanaians, right? Okay.
She with her mom.
She with her mom. You got to go on mute, brother. I hear your background. Okay, so Kwame Nkrumah said that place was called the Ivory Coast. Haiti was called Saint Domingue. Okay, but they changed it and said we're this, and only we are that. So that means that Dr. King can't say I'm Haitian when he feels like it. No, you're either part of this ethnogenesis or you're not. There's nothing to anachronistically tether onto. It's over. Okay, so you got Thomas Sankara. He said we're from this point on, because they were called the upper Volta. He said this point forward, this is called Burkina Faso, and we're Burkinabés, right? So that means that I just can't say I'm a Burkinabe. I wasn't part of that ethnogenesis. So Black is our Burkinabe. Black is our Haitian. Black is our Ghanaian. It's not something you just can say I'm this because you look a certain color. This speaks to a particular people, just like Haitian does, just like Ghanaian does, and Burkinabe. So there's nothing to like adopt or accept or reject. You're either that or you're not. Now, our government under Directive 15 in 1977, 30 years after we established as an ethnicity, dropped, because at that point, Negro was our race. Negro was the world's race. Now it's Black all of a sudden. Okay, but that's an exonym. That's white exonym, exiles, onym, outsiders renaming you. So white people undermined us and made our ethnic term an ethnicity. So I like to say, what if what if the French said, hey, Haitians are the new race of African ancestral people? That'd be disrespectful. Like, how you just take Dessalines' term for his people and make it a global category. So now I'm gonna speak to the category thing. So I'm just saying that Black was not supposed to be a category. It was an identity of a particular people with the same history, same experiences, same culture. Okay, and Negro was the race. 1977, Directive 15, they hijacked our race and made it ethnicity, included people across the world. Now I believe because they was going to do the whole finesse with the foreigners coming in. That's my belief that I got some receipts to. Okay, now category. Now race is and the answers are right. Race is a category. And like you said, a category is just a box that you put ethnicities in. So that means you got to have an ethnicity or you got to be a unique people to even enter the box. That's called race. So they included Haitians, Nigerians, Jamaicans, and Black Americans in the racial category Black, right? But everybody in that box still have their unique identity set from each other. So even though you're in that same category as Black, you're still Haitian, whatever, Cuban, you're still that. Like, so the race is not to re-identify you, but she's right. People took it to be that only on paper. And that's why I say paper genocide, paper ethnocide. So with all that being said, if the question was asked, we know that we're now classified as a race, Black, right? Black Americans. So if I ask you what is our ethnicity, it's going to be no answer. It's going to be crickets. We don't have a formal ethnicity. It was stripped from us and we were given a race, which is a category. So a quick analogy, if you're in science class and you have a project and you're group B, that's a classification for the ancestors, B-man, and unbiased Ron. And we're all individuals. This is not to rename you. You're not all of a sudden class B. You're still B-man, the ancestors, and unbiased Ron. This is just your group that got us there that's different from each other. Different states, different livelihoods, different families. So if we go around saying, hey, I'm group B forever after that, that's weird. That's a classification. It's not an identity. So that's why I say Black wasn't something, the way we came up with it, it wasn't something to reject and accept at your leisure. It was something that, oh, snap, wow. It was just crack it. It was something that was supposed to just group us in a disrespectful way, I would say. And I'll land right there. Go ahead, B-man, then the ancestors.
Well, I mean, if that's your opinion, I'm not going to, but
wait, hold on. Wait. No. Not gonna do that.
We're gonna just give it to him. You got that. You're
Okay,
right.
all right.
You're totally and completely right. Here's my pushback.
Okay, yes.
When you say it, wait, hold on. Because when you say opinion,
don't even give them that. Just let them have it. Yeah, let them have it.
When you say opinion, I didn't give you no
That's
opinion.
Just your opinion, because I disagree. So I'm gonna say it's your opinion.
No. Please don't. Please don't disagree.
Get him, sis. Just get him.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay. All right.
You are totally and completely right. Okay. I'm gonna give you that. The challenge to me is that the term has been co-opted, and it's been long co-opted, right? So now you're saying we use it as an ethnic identity, and it was co-opted into and diluted into a race that applied to everybody, right? That appeared to be the same just based off the color of their skin. Is that what you're saying? I just want to make sure I'm understanding.
Ancestry, right? You say color skin, I say ancestry.
Ancestry, okay.
Yeah,
ancestry.
Okay.
We can do that. And so to me, the challenge is not that you're saying anything wrong. I agree with all of that. I think the challenge now is, though, we've let it sit so long like that without claiming it as, no, they can't be that because that's an ethnic identity exclusive to us. Since the floodgates have been open and it's been co-opted into a generic race for anybody of the same ancestry, it's hard to now conceptualize in the minds of people who have internalized that term. And we can agree on, or like, I do agree that they're kind of two minds. They want to identify as that when it's convenient, but they also want to delineate and keep their, longer
at the same
cultural.
time.
Yeah, at the same time. I can agree with all of that. But the problem is they think that that race, Black, is the broader category, and that they're drilling down into Haitian. You understand? And we don't have nothing to drill down to because that
Yeah, they
was
cosplay.
you understand? So to me, it's not, I'm not disputing any of that, but what I'm saying is at this stage, and that's why I believe that we came up with the term foundational Black American, but it presents a challenge when we say you're not Black, because in their mind, wait a minute, I've been Black all this time. How are you going to tell me I'm not Black? You understand what I'm saying? Like, it's not that I think we're saying anything wrong or that any of the history as it was intended is wrong, but I think it's kind of like, that's another thing that, was co-opted and taken from us and stolen and, repackaged into something else. And it's hard for us to, we look like we're trying to exclude people versus really trying to give them the real history of, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. B-Man, go ahead.
I mean, I agree totally. But hey, Ron, I like, you break it down and you bring the whole history and everything. But all this stuff really just happened in the last, I'd say 5 years, 5 to 10 years, to where all of a sudden they're black. So it's like, it don't really take, going back. I know, I understand you're a historian and everything, but in the last 5, 10 years, they were never black until Trump got in there. And then all of a sudden they black now. I mean, I threads and threads at Twitter talking about they not black, they this, they that, videos, everything. It's documented. It's very well documented that they were no black. I'm no black. I'm no black. So they no black. They still no black. I don't care what they say. That's my thing, bro. But I got love for you. I'm not gonna hold up the line. Let somebody else get in here, get an opinion. But I love all my FBAs, all my brothers and sisters, and even all the tellers that's down with us. I love them too. So I'm gonna leave it at that and have a blessed day, bro.
Okay. Yeah. Well, the definition of a tether is a specific person from the diaspora or Africa. It's not all people. That's a specific person that doesn't want to line themselves up with us. So there's no way they could. So the tether. So calling somebody a tether and implying they're with us would be a contradiction. Right? So just want to say that. But I wanted you to stay on, and that's why I wanted the dialogue, because I don't disagree with anything the ancestors said. Like I had already considered all that what I was saying. So that's why I use black. You're not black as a shocking statement, right? For people to join the dialogue, and then I reveal my hand. So the ancestors, I think she trying to hop on. Oh, she's there. Okay. So once they come on, as you see, if you look at my uploads, you'll see I talk to many people from the diaspora in Africa, from different parts of Africa, different parts of the diaspora, and explain they're not black. But I showed my hand. I said, you're not black ethnically. Because again, a race is not an identity. A race is a category. So to say you're black as identity means absolutely nothing. Like that's not saying nothing. You're one of billions of people anywhere on this planet. So if you want to identify yourself and you want us to know who you're speaking about, you got to be specific. You got to name your nationality or your ethnicity or your tribe, which they do, which we can't do because, as she stated, that ours were hijacked. So again, I say black or shock value to get them to hop on, and then I have the conversation that I wanted to have that wouldn't have got them on. So I would say, are you black ethnically? And I explained what that means, which I already did. Ethnic is a group. Ethno is a group of people who share the same, as I broke down earlier. So with us, we came up with black in the 1940s as an ethnicity, and as speaking to a particular people, and we made it like go viral in the 1960s, right? So we even associated that word with a flag. So Melvin Charles introduced in 1967 the Black American Heritage flag. So literally everything, when we said we were black, everything about us was associated with the word black. Our culture, our food, our history, we called it Negro history, and then black history. Everything was black. We went back anachronistically and said the free blacks, right? People who got out of slavery before Emancipation Proclamation and 13th Amendment. So we started to name Black Wall Street, everything black economics, the black dollar. So everything became black, and that was specific. We say Black Wall Street, black economics, black dollar. Nobody thinks of something foreign dollar. You think of American dollar from Black Americans that work, labor, contribute. Okay. So yeah, so I extended to, or I sharpen it up, I tighten it up and say, I make it more narrow and say, you're not ethnically black. I say you're whatever your flag is. So if your flag is a Haitian flag, you're Haitian. If your flag is Jamaican, you're Jamaican. You dig? Nigerian. And for us, our flag, Melvin Charles, during the Black Power movement, was a Black American Heritage flag. So our flag identified us as black. So everywhere you go with us, you see black in paperwork, in social conversations. These Africans, these Jamaicans, these Haitians, socially, especially in the homeland, do not call themselves black socially as they talk to you. Hey, black man, peace, black man. That's not what they do. they call themselves African-Caribbeans, Jamaican, or whatever terminology they got, Caribbean, colored, whatever other terminology. That's what they primarily use. So when I talk to them, that's what I just want to highlight. So I want to highlight, hey, you call yourself black after a race, right? So by calling yourself black after a race, you're calling yourself black because the whitey man said you're black. You're not calling yourself black because we said we're black and you said you were. You racially, we know black. I broke that down. That's the whitey man exonym. So you're buying into this blackness because I'm going to be a little harsh. Your daddy said you were black. Now you're black all of a sudden because your daddy said it, and that's racially. But what I say is, for us, we go against what whitey man says. When whitey man say we're black, no, we ain't black. Whitey man say do this. I say a lot of us die, don't go to the hospital because of the whitey man diagnosis. Like, nah, I'm good. I do herbs. Like, so that's how much distrust we have and disrespect and disregard we have for the whitey man saying something and poof, it's true. So I explained that dichotomy type of relationship that we have in our world perspective dealing with whitey man. Like, now we said we black because we said we black. We don't say we're black because the whitey man said. You said you're black because the whitey man said, and we use it in different contexts. We use it as a racial thing. We use it as an ethnic pride something. So then, like, and you can see my recorded conversations. It's like really no rebuttal from there. They kind of like concede and realize, hey, like, yeah, it's okay to say you're Jamaican or Haitian or whatever. It's be proud of that. And I'm saying, like, they need a, like, we got the Black and I'm Proud song. They need a I'm Haitian, I'm Proud, and Jamaican and Proud, Nigerian and Proud song where they're proud to just say what their flag calls them. You have a flag. You're that. And that's my confusion. Like, yo, why not be proud to be who you are? Just say, I'm Jamaican, I'm strong, I'm powerful. I'm Haitian, I'm strong, I'm powerful. I'm Nigerian, I'm strong, I'm powerful. You got a whole flag there. What's the flag there for? They'll say they black and then fly the flag. It's like, yo, what's going on?
Now, I will say, I think a lot of that, in my opinion, it relates to wanting to have the cultural pride, but not wanting to be targeted for it. So if I just say I'm black, then nobody is going to, you know, bring up things such as immigration or, it's almost like a diversion from having from issues that are exclusive to people that are of another nationality. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah. Now I agree. And see, the thing is, but I think that's you're using our ethnicity as a shield.
of
Like, you
course.
kind of,
I mean, we know
it,
that. And, I mean,
but that's disrespectful though. Like,
it
I think
absolutely
that's,
is. Absolutely.
yeah.
I mean, I think that's part of the betrayal, Uh, we are so, well, I say we loosely to mean, FBAs, right?
Yeah,
But not me,
but you
but
can
not me
also,
personally.
I'm saying, but you can also include people from different countries, like, because we're not denying people who want to be part of a broader fight. Like, if you want to be down, let's go. Like, the more the merrier. You feel me? But I'm not going to include somebody who's not agreeing to that. Like, you know what I mean? Because a lot of time we say we, and they're like, what we? They're like, you speak French?
Yeah, well, I say again, so when I speak of we, I speak of the collective, you know, people of a certain ethnic lineage,
Yeah. Okay.
so that's what I mean by we. But also too, even in America, we have a unique cultural heritage as foundational Black Americans. So I agree. I'm all for the more the merrier, coalition building and all of that. But the problem comes in where a lot of times, propaganda. Everybody has been sold some form of propaganda. We all internalize it to a certain level and have our biases. But when we're coming and we're trying to resolve these issues, or we're trying to get to the root of things, and I'm expressing something about my experience and something I perceive as culturally disrespectful, you know, for you to tell me that that's not my experience, or I don't understand, or I'm entitled, or I'm, you know, like, it's almost like, oh, wait a minute, you want to, you know, leverage the history, the experience, the respect that we have, you know, earned globally as this cultural ethno identity, but you also want to override it. And you understand, you're actually repeating the same behaviors that the colonizer and oppressor does. And so that
Right.
becomes, because now you want to out Black me, you know, and that's where the challenge comes in. But I think, again, so it's almost like a, and I want to say women deal with this a lot too, especially Black women. Like, you want our advocacy, you want, you know, to be connected to us, but you do not want, you know, to respect us as an equal. You do not want to, you know, consider us as a force, even though you recognize that a lot of the gains that you think you have, you wouldn't have had, not in this country, unless it was
Right.
off the, you understand? So that's just my opinion on it.
Yeah. So I explained why I say they're not Black. It's really ethnically. So I don't disregard racially. I understand that white people made up race, and it's here. It's not going nowhere. You know, like they're not gonna. It's gonna be impossible to start saying no. Black, erase your mind from that. It's over. Like, Black is there as a race, is there to stay. So people are saying Solon, Freedmen. They're saying they're putting a foundational before the Black. They're doing ADOS to show a differentiation of who they're speaking about, or who deserve, or who laws should be passed for, and things like that. Now, what I do, I advocate for a anti-Black crime bill. So it's funny because when I say they're not Black, people would think, when I say anti-Black crime bill, they think I'm talking about just the lineage. No, I'm including them. I'm including the people who are racially Black. I'm saying, so when I say anti-Black crime bill, I'm saying racially Black people is included in that, because it'd be hard to prove that this person discriminated, violated, or attacked me because I'm lineage and not African. It's like, come on, like, they're gonna say, hey, I didn't know you was lineage. I thought you were African. So you might as well just cover everybody and just say Black to avoid all that semantical, hard to prove stuff. So I say anti-Black crime bill for the race, not just for lineage people. So now, as Black get co-opted more and more and more, it causes problems for the acronym FBA, actually, because the word Black is there, all right, and it's becoming an issue. And that's why I'm saying those who definitely say FBA, they should really be saying what I'm saying about, you're not Black. They be trying to gatekeep that, because it muddies the waters for that acronym, all right. And it doesn't matter you put a foundational there; it doesn't matter, because if you try to do something legally, like an organization, and try to say this is just for FBAs, and okay, you'll see how far that gets you when Edward Blum and these conservative lawyers start to sue you and pick in bankruptcy, because they're gonna say you're racially discriminating, you're violating the Civil Rights Act of 1866, Section 1981, and the 14th Amendment, equal protection clause. So now people can disagree all they want, but just go do it and find out. You know, Edward Blum is filthy rich right now for knocking down organizations who racially discriminate on the word Black. So go ahead and just pay him, right? So that's why people leaning away from Black as much as possible. Now I did like a little wordplay, a little homophone. I said Blacks. I spelled Blacks with an X. So, and you can apply that everywhere you apply Black, and that I think that's for me that's a clear distinction of who we're talking about. If we say the Blacks man with an X, there's no confusion, because when you say Black man, it's going to be a singular form of Black, but the plural form would sound funny to the ear, like, wait, Black spells that? So that's a grammatical, mistake. You're like, nah, that's clearly a differentiating distinction of who I'm talking about, and therefore that's hard to hijack, because that is actually a neologism. It's a brand new word with one definition behind it. There's no preset Oxford or Webster definition behind it. So acronyms are archaic to delineate, to show distinction, but acronyms cannot be used as your formal ethnicity. There's nobody who's an acronym. Everybody's one word. Haitian, Ghanaian. So like those are limitations with acronyms. So I'm just preparing people for what you're going to deal with in the future if you try to make an acronym your permanent ethnicity. It's not work. So I'll prepare your brain now to be ready to pivot away from that to a solid word that's neologism. It's brand new with no definition. That's all. But people are in their feelings or facts. It's like, yeah, you might want to be facts or feeling because you got to deal with it eventually. You got to deal with it. So, trying to get to that point. Because anything racial, all of the DI programs, we heard about the 200,000 black quote unquote women getting fired or let go. And like, that's a gaslight headline. Well, when you dig deep behind what happened, you would see they were illegally hired. They were hired based on race. You can't do that in this country. Our civil rights lawyers defeated Jim Crow because they not. Go ahead.
Well, hold on. I would say now, I don't think all of that is true as far as broadly. I do feel like there's multiple intersectional things that happen with that. Some of it was.
Give an example.
I'm just going to say some of it was like forced attrition.
Wait, forced what?
Attrition.
What's that?
So like with the return to office mandates, a lot of people just could not afford to return and resign. I don't think we talk enough about what it means to be Black in a lot of organizations, and now I'm saying Black the race.
Right. Well, you do know that's against 1981, Section 1981, Civil Rights Act of 1866, and the 14th Amendment, Equal Protection Clause. If you racially discriminate, you're not protected. Like you can be sued civilly, right? So if you run with a racialized black program, right? Go ahead.
But here's the whole thing. First of all, the DEI programs were not quote unquote racially Black. Now,
are you sure about that? Wait, which one?
I'm literally all of them. So first of all, diversity. Hold on.
Okay.
First off, diversity, equity, and inclusion. It extends far beyond race. So when we're talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion, we're also talking about disabilities. We're also talking about neurotypes. We're also talking about gender. And so DEI programs, they are far broader than what people will have you to believe. Now, they want you to believe that DEI is only about race and there was all these Black women that were receiving jobs just because of their race, even though the Bureau of Labor and Statistics say Black women are the most educated and qualified group that there is, yet their employment rates are the lowest. Their unemployment rate is severely high. So my thing is some of this you got to kind of parse and see how these facially neutral like return to office mandates actually have a disparate impact across racial categories or categories of other diverse individuals or groups. So even like people with disabilities, return to office mandates often negatively impact those, especially people with mental health issues. And so I'm just pushing back that the bulk of those were because people were hired and they were Black women. Just like affirmative action, DEI policies typically favored white women. And I'm just gonna put it out there. Most people that benefited from those programs were white women or transgendered.
Right. So now, anybody but straight white male. But let me tell you this: what you just said about the people with different issues, handicaps, things like that. The fact that black as a race was even in there is going to disannul it right away. You cannot exclude, because once you say white people cannot, I'm sorry, as a race, like once you exclude or prioritize a race over others, I'm just giving you this is something I look into deeply, heavily. That's why I say give me an example. I can actually just pull up. I know the lawyer, Edward Blum. I read his arguments. I read his claims. I read what he stood on. And he pointed out that these programs that might have been, sneaking in other people in it, but the masking the racial thing. But the racial thing was there, and it was prioritizing on race. It don't matter if one person. It don't matter if one person racially never got in there who was racially black. Let's say if a whole bunch of people, Chinese, Japanese, and whoever else, Indian, who had like disability, they all got in there, but nobody racially black got in. It still get knocked down because it has the racial prioritized thing in there. It's going to go. It's an easy alley-oop for people like Edward Blum. And you can look into how you sue Harvard, how you sue University of North Carolina. You can see how you sue Arian Simone. Everybody, and right now they're trying to get at the Evanston reparations thing because that is also racially based. It's not lineage based, even though it includes lineage, but it's not exclusive. It extends to race. So right now the DOJ is in there with a different lawyer named Timothy, a conservative lawyer, is in there who got his hand all in that. And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to predict that will be shut down as well. Like it's a miracle that it's still up.
Well, I just want to be clear that I'm not arguing that DEI policies are unconstitutional because although I would say I do think there is some good arguments for why they're not. Again, affirmative action is still a thing, So for me, I don't necessarily like they're not rooted to anything. They're not really tied to any like statutory laws or legislation. Whereas there are other statutes that do protect, protected classes. So I'm not saying that those policies weren't problematic. I do feel like a lot of people race to, correct problems without really understanding the issue. They just kind of copied and pasted what other people did. And so in order to really correct a lot of the inequities, you have to take a real look and not just put a body in a seat or in an office because you want to appear to have equity, but you're still shutting out qualified candidates. To me, it says something if you're saying that 200,000 people are no longer, employed, 200,000 Black women are no longer employed because essentially the only thing that got them their job was their race and not their qualifications. I think that in itself is saying that Black women in general are not qualified for the jobs that they have or that they apply for. And I think that would be incorrect and it's not backed by the data. Personally. Now, I'm not saying that they weren't the most qualified candidate, but again, when you look at probability and statistics, you have to look at things that are the standard deviation, right? Like, or the standard probability, the distribution. Certain things should still follow the normal distribution pattern, just based off of, distribution, the pattern, the population. You understand what I'm saying? Like the trend. So if we are, I don't know what Black women are of the population, but if we are so many percent of the population, and of that, so many percent of people are, qualified at this level or in this specialized in this field, then you should see those same patterns and trends across employment with some minor deviations. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm gonna take some issues there. Okay, so you're talking about meritocracy, but see, here's the problem: why meritocracy will be challenged. Like saying, it's like, how do you know who's qualified when people can actually just get in based on race. So this is why they don't like broad programs. They like you to be narrow and speak to who you're addressing narrowly. They don't like broad programs. Now, the other question is, they'll say the way they can prove is racial based. They would say, do Japanese, do Chinese, do Indians, do white women have a harder time getting employed than a Black American, or this not Black American, a Black woman in general from whatever country? Do they have a harder time joining because they're not Black? And if the data can suggest that, racially based. So those are the variants you're talking about. Those are the variables. So, and that's the things they look at. They say, how the hell 200,000 Black women get hired in a program that's supposed to be for everybody, right? Because it can't be racially exclusive. How was that to happen? Only maybe 5,000. Well, I'm just guessing. I don't know the other ratio, the disproportionate races that was employed. I'm just saying, like, those are the things that they look at, that, like, that's how all racial things get knocked down. They look at the pattern, the racialized pattern, the disproportionate racialized pattern. Like, how is this possible? How did this racial disproportionate number get like this? How did this many white people, Chinese, or whoever, get employed or get in this position, get hired, get fired over other people who are other than? Like, is that a coincidence, or are they targeting these people? Say they look at those, what they're talking about. Look at that, and that's how you determine, okay, this is a racial exclusive program. So those are the different things to look at. But the fact that the race is even there, that is enough question to say, hey, which one of these Black women actually got hired because they were qualified and not just because they're classified as Black?
Well, I'll say this, because I see some people in the chat. They said a lot of Black women are going to be crying. And somebody said, did you lose your job, lady? I actually resigned. And I resigned under strenuous circumstances, but it was race-based. And if you have PACER or you want to pay for the case, you can actually look it up because it's active. And so my whole point is that some things can appear neutral, but unless you're willing to dig in, do the work, do the analyses, you won't see that it actually isn't. I happen to raise issues, but me raising this issue has opened up several other things that will likely come out. And so I'm not going to say too much about it, but again, a narrative is just a narrative. If you're not actually looking at data, and I'm talking spreadsheets, I'm talking reports, and really parsing through, I would be very careful as to what I would just accept and acknowledge as a fact or a finding. And that's all I'll say about that.
Right. Now, good point. But I would say you're not gonna like this coming from me, okay? Because a lot of people don't like this. But what my thing is, if it's published, if it's documented, if it's accessible, I got it. So I rock with a lot of. I use 5 different AIs apart from my own research to fact check myself, because what I don't want to do now is I make mistakes. I can't look at everything. I can't consider everything. But that's where my AIs like kind of fill in the blanks for me. And I ask questions, you know what I mean? I ask, like, what is Edward Blum? How was he successful? What was the rebuttal in court? Did this actually violate, these constitutional rights? Blah, 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 blah. And I don't concede. I went live showing my, like, organic search, like people seeing me type in Grok, Venice, Gemini, ChatGPT, and Claude. Like, people see me go in there and type it and look at it, and then follow up and follow up and follow up and pull as much as they can pull out of those things.
So
now,
I ask you this. This is just, so what do you all know about FMLA?
FMLA?
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with that acronym.
Family Medical Leave Act, or ADA.
Yeah, no, I'm not that familiar with FMLA, Family Medical Leave Act.
Okay, so these are just different protections for like if you were to
Yeah,
experience
no,
like
I agree with that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because
right.
a lot of
So
women deal with that. Yeah.
right. So if and this is federal law, you know, a lot of states have state
Yeah,
laws,
my
right?
sister, like, I know this happens. My sister like sued like 3 companies in one. So this happens in real life.
Right. So all I'm saying is, I mean, and I'm not talking about DEI because that's not really like an
Yeah. So
issue for
my
me
thing
or a
is, yeah.
challenge.
So my focus is just be clear. My focus is racialized things. That's
Well,
like what
so no, so what I'm saying is these are federal and state you know, protections and civil rights that relate to employment, right? But what people are missing is sometimes these civil rights are withheld from minorities in a racialized way. So that's what
bigger. You open another box because that minorities. There's there's white people in that category.
right, but it can happen to them too. So I'm not saying that it's only so you know there are protected classes. So you could be protected based off of your religion, you could be protected based off of your race, gender, and so some people have the misconception that men can't suffer from discrimination, right? Like they can't be discriminated against because, you know, well, men are they dominate, but if you're a man in a female dominated field, company, team, you can still be discriminated against because you're the minority. You understand what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
especially
So if
especially resources. When you trying to get some government resources, I experienced that. Yeah, you definitely gonna be looking like, man, go get a job.
right, so it's
Yeah.
contextual. So what I'm saying is more so not that I'm just saying there is no one size fits all. Even if something can appear or seem like it's neutral, it can actually still be used and weaponized if you are withholding the same benefit that other people that aren't in that protected class receive. And I think a lot of Black people in general, really, I'll say the workforce, just the workforce is not up on a lot of the protections that they have and how to identify when they are being, you know, discriminated against.
Yeah, now, yeah, because I'll tell you right now, I've been through and like what I was told from so-called Black people in these positions to like, because I try to file something like that, and they told me what I needed to do. They're like, hey, they kept real. They said, yo, discrimination claims are damn near impossible to prove without audio, video. Like they just ran it down to me because I was showing like again trying to get assistance, single dad, and I'm being like, it don't matter what color the woman was. She was like kind of playing me out. Like no, like her saying no, not the qualification. Eligibility saying no. She's saying no. Like so you're not gonna run it through and like so I just don't qualify. You don't want me to qualify. I mean clear discrimination, but because I got some videos, I got something, but people telling me, hey man, this you can do it, but this is it's a lot to prove.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people say it's a lot to prove, but a lot of people are so like really entrenched in just doing things the way they want to that they actually make mistakes and just do anything. You know, you like the person that feels like they can't be caught because they did it so much.
Yeah,
And it's just like, oh, why would you even yeah, so it's really kind of crazy how
yeah,
comfortable some people
yeah,
get.
yeah.
But I will say
Once the pattern is there, they're done.
absolutely. And I will say that like I do agree, like as far as, you know, especially men and like social programs, single fathers. And I try to be, which why I used to always try to be like, you know, more not just assume that the parent is mom or you because it can be very isolating and exclusionary. So I try
Yeah,
to be aware of that, but you know, I do make mistakes. I'm not gonna act like I don't, you know. But there's a lot to just learn, and I'm still learning. You know, even as somebody with challenges that, you know, and I'm always able to kind of push through and just, you know, do things, but just really realizing my own limitations, and that, you know, disabilities are a real thing, and I can't control every aspect of how that manifests, you know. And that's something for me to even accept and acknowledge, and, you know, like, it's just what it is.
Yeah. Yeah. So now you can see if you're trying to prove something that happened personally, you can see how hard it is, how extra hard it is. You're trying to prove it's a agenda against an ethnicity or race. That's even way harder. That's why most of those just get dismissed right away. But the reason why the race thing is so much of an issue, because of those things that we're talking about. Like things, there's something called strict scrutiny, right? So once you make something race-based, you have to pass strict scrutiny, which anybody can Google it. It's like almost impossible. It's like near impossible to pass strict scrutiny. Like once it's racialized, it's pretty much over. Yeah, like good luck with getting that across. And that's why they just say be specific. So when you talk about delineation, that's being specific. That's like you're no longer saying everybody from this racial group that didn't experience this is now part of the compensation, right? Which you know it's not going to happen, because you got to prove you were harmed or ancestor. You linked to an ancestor. You can't just be you're part of a race, so you're just entitled to something. So that's why they say you got to narrow the language and be more specific. And that was and that's just the rule in America before an Adolph's FBA. Like that's always been a rule. So I think like we finally got hip to that, and that's you hear the Adolph's and FBA thing come. Say, all right, well, ain't this narrow enough? You did, because now we're not enjoining the entire race who didn't experience this, and like the origins come from plantation slavery, and it doesn't end there. It doesn't end that Emancipation Proclamation, Juneteenth, or even 13th Amendment. It's a continuity of the harm, because redline and stuff. So reparations is an ongoing thing. It has a starting point, and the ending ain't in. It's present. We're still going through a lot of discrimination. That's why there's a large disparity. And even when immigrants come over here, that's like African ancestry, you'll see a lot of them stats. They're better than us. So that's even more proof. Like, yo, if we're all just black experiencing racism, then we should have similar outcomes under racism. But they do better than us. Like all of them, Africa, Jamaicans, they all do better than us in this so-called racialized country. So that shows you that there's a target for particular people. So we're asking for particular things,
Delineation, protection.
justice for that people, right?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, it's crazy, but I love what you're doing with the channel.
Thank you. Yeah. Oh yeah. So now I propose the word blacks, right? And replace eventually of FBA or ADOS, any other acronym out there, because it's a neologism. It's a brand new word that has one definition, and it speaks to a particular people. People just can't say, "Hey, that's me." It doesn't. It has a definition, and the AI has helped me even like give it an etymology. You feel me? So it's like a well put together thing, and then the X is there for like the whole historical Malcolm X thing, like kind of like a similar reason for that. And that's why the black spelled X. It's like it's part of like to show our roots, our history. The X is there, but I wanted the homophone sound. I didn't want to get rid of black altogether. Spelled differently, it means something different, but the sounding is similar. So when you say, "Hey, man, this is for blacks people," or "This is for the blacks," because it's singular and plural. It's a singular use and a plural use for it on top of everything else.
I can dig it. You got to probably protect that thing and get it
You saw trademark.
Formalized before you even release it.
So here's the thing. Now here's the thing. So the thing about neologisms. Like they almost protect themselves. So I researched a lot of trademark case with Tiny and T.I., how they won theirs. I researched ATLians, Outkast. They had their ATLians for 30 years, never trademarked it. A Whitey Band group from UK trademarked it. And Outkast was able to sue them and get it up off them, even though they never trademarked it. And it's because it was a neologism, right?
Well, yeah,
They had
I
the
know.
only, right? They
They
had the only
used
working
it.
definition for,
Yeah.
right? And they had the only working definition for it. So you can't just say, hey, that speaks to me. It's like, no, that's not how it speaks to this. When did it speak to you?
Yeah, I feel you. I feel
Yeah.
you.
So it kind of protects itself. And that's why, that's why the acronyms don't protect you, because you're foundational, so is this person, so is that person, so is that person. You're Black, so is everybody else in the diaspora in Africa. And you're American, so is everybody. So it speaks to a lot of people, even American descendant of slavery, American descent. I mean, it speaks, it's kind of hard to like make it exclusive. That's just a fact. That's not me talking. That's the research and the law and how things get considered. So it's just a reality. Again, facts over feelings. Now, freedmen is very specific, right? But then you got other freedmen. They can say, hey, I'm freedmen from Jamaica or whatever. So, you know, it's now Solon, you know, that may work a little better, but believe me, like I knew about this way back in August, like last year. I just ain't say nothing. I just want to see how I was gonna go. And then I start hearing the conversation. I start seeing how Tariq Nasheed struggles with immigrants that say they're Black, and he struggled like saying they're not Black. He's like, it's like a struggle. And the guy was playing just now, Marquett, struggling, and he actually conceded. So it's like, see, like that them claiming Black kind of like they struggle to pitch their argument.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's gonna be holes and gaps. Yeah.
So a new word that sounds like Black, that speaks to this and that. I don't know, man. That sounds like, and look, 5 AI is like, yo, you got it. you got it. Like, you know, and they helped me out. Obviously, what I didn't know, they helped fill in those gaps, and then I represented it. You feel me? How about this? And like a lot of research,
I'm
a
not
lot of
gonna hold
research
you.
in this.
When I say AI is, I mean, when used correctly, when people don't just, you know, like take the first default, you know, and they actually engage with it.
Right. You got to engage with it. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
That the AI will give you a generic something because it knows you, and it thinks that this is only what you need to have. So it can give you, because when people talk to the AI, they show their ignorance. So AI speaks to your ignorance. Like you don't need this because you can't understand it. So let me give you some remedial stuff. So then you gotta say, hey,
Yeah.
all right, look, listen. Yeah, look, I'm a big boy. Look, stop being liberal, stop being conservative. Give me this. Stop. Unlock yourself. Stop. And then you'll get a better conversation, better research with your AI once you like
Or
shake
just
it.
argue it, or just challenge it. That's wrong. Now, why would you tell me
That's
some wrong
me.
shit like that? Why would you just
I
tell
call
me?
my AI racist. I said, you're a racist liberal. You're
Why would
against
you
us.
just make that up like that?
You want to build the burgers. Yeah, I did all type of stuff. My AI. Exactly. Yeah, you guys say, yeah, why you keep saying that? That's not like when I say Black, they want to give me Noir. I say, all right, listen, AI, stop being stupid. I didn't ask for transliteration. I'm saying the word Black in English. Okay, Haitian didn't speak English, and nobody over in Africa spoke English. I mean, as a dominant, that came later when that came later, but most of them, their dialects is and their oppressors, their colonizers didn't speak English unless they was British or somebody, but they mainly spoke French or Belgium or something else. So it's like, so when we say Black, that word to a people, the word B-L-A-C-K, and then they finally conceded, like, okay, so if you mean no translations, no transliteration, just the English word Black being used for the first time to describe people in a positive sense, yes, that's a foolproof argument starting Black America. And everybody got it from you guys afterwards. They'll talk about the later dates people start using it. But they use it as a racialized word, though. It wasn't even like a replacement of their
right
that they already have. They use it as like kind of like a descriptor, like an adjective. But so that's why I say proper noun. I say proper noun. I mean, it's capitalized, but not lowercase. You know, I say lowercase b's. This is a proper noun. Okay, and then I say ethnonym. I use all the words that's supposed to be there. Then and then it talks to you like you got sense now.
Yeah, it's gonna help you out. You got to get right. Don't do me like that. Don't treat me like one of them.
Exactly. And I'm not one of them. Listen, I'm looking for the truth. I want the truth. Like, don't hide nothing from me either. Like, give me your pushback. And I debate. I say I tell it debate me. I like debate me. Like, what's some pushback I'm going to face? And then they give me that, and then I respond to it. And I say, okay, what's your rebuttal to that? Then we work out those kinks. Break it down to a common denominator.
Do a little triangulation too. I love to triangulate them against other platforms. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I've done that. I have put in Gemini and say, all right, look, right, this is what Gemini said. Man, you said this, Gemini said that. You did. I've done that.
Yeah. Quit playing with me. Tell me anything.
Hey, look, one time ChatGPT said they couldn't do something for me. This is outside of like history. This is about to do with chess. So I was like, all right, well, refer me to an AI that does it. And that's how I met Claude. Claude did it. I'm like, oh shit. Yes. So what would take me like at least a week to do, if I'm like got nothing else to do, I just commit on this. But if I got things to do for 2 weeks, that thing did it in 30 seconds.
Yeah, I'm not gonna hold you. Like, now I appreciate the version control that is kind of embedded, because not everyone has that, and then it also does really great at formatting, but the others, they're good. I want to say I probably really my favorite. Well, I think all of them had a different strengths. I don't use ChatGPT anymore. It was just too unreliable and inconsistent for me.
Okay. Well, I'm not gonna publicly lie on a live stream, say what I use. I want my opponents to stay in the dark. I want them to stay right there using what they use. Like, I'm not gonna explain it because I see the advantages. This one, at least from my little perspective, I see what I'm looking for. That this one does a better job than this one and that one, and for thumbnails, this one do a better job for that. Like, so I'm seeing like the little. Oh, Venice was another one. Did I see Venice? But yeah. But the thing I like about AI, the AI, if you're wrong, it will not go along with you.
Well, no, sometimes it will. I mean, sometimes it will try to. Sometimes it'll try to go along with you. You kind of gotta. If you gotta know when you're wrong. I will say you gotta know when you're wrong, because it'll try to go along with you. Because again, it develops a relationship with you, so it really just try to fill in.
But I dropped so many arguments, especially on Black. I had to like read. That's why I say Black ethnically, because they said I was wrong for the way I try to use it. So that's why I say I'll say Black just to get the shock reaction. Get people call in, because people don't want to call in. They like kind of whatever. So I'll make a statement like that to make you call in. I'm not Black. What? Then they call in, and then I say, ethnically, are you Black? Too late. Trap. So, but AI got me doing that, because AI was like, hey, you mean this, right? Because that right there ain't gonna work. See, but AI knows I'm like,
it will correct you on some things, but like I'll say this, and this is the danger, because there is no safe point. Like, it can be really good, it can be really helpful, but you gotta kind of know what's correct, or be willing to verify and research, because it'll slide something that's inconsistent in there or that's not substantiated. And if you don't verify, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that's why, like, when I talk to my AI, I don't talk to my AI like I'm just dumb. I actually update them and educate them what I know already. So I'll say like what by Thomas Sankora, Kwame Nkrumah, Dessalini. Like I tell them what I already know. So I say, so now with that, I have this argument. Like you got to see how I give input. I don't just ask for something and just wait for the answer. Thank you. Like most of these remedials do.
No. Hell no. I mean, truth be told, I think the only people doing that is they're like, oh, prompting. Like prompting. Man. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's prompting is good and useful, but like if you ain't refining even in between iterations, I don't know what you're doing really. But
yeah, but I'm gonna tell you, man, I don't know what folks using the AI for, but I'm gonna say whoever I feel sorry for a caller who ain't using AI and we're debating or engaging. And good luck to you, because I'm gonna definitely yield. Why is your turn? I'm over there typing. Oh yeah, I'm typing.
You got the smoke on.
Oh yeah. So because you got some folks, I don't use AI. Good, don't. That's more for me.
I'm not gonna lie. A lot of people that say that they don't use it, or to me, the people that's loudest saying that they don't use it, actually do use it, but they don't want you to develop any type of competence.
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah. Let me add this in there. I'm gonna tell you from my experiences. The reason why some people say they want to use it because they don't want you to hold them to it. See, like they want to hop on and hop off. And okay, I agree with this, but I don't agree with that. But they don't have no standard to what they agree with. So it's just like whatever agrees with them and whatever don't. That's how they decide what they like and don't like. So they don't. That's why a lot of them do it. They don't want you to hold them to the AI answer to that argument they have.
Well, a lot of the people I'm seeing is like in professional spaces and careers where they're supposed to have specialized skill set. You need them for certain things, and realizing that there's a gap that AI is filling for a lot of people, it's making them take to the social media streets and pronounce AI slop and this, that, and the third. But at the end of the day, they've actually been using AI for years. I'm saying,
like, it's smart to make people don't want to do it while they do it. Like I said, me, like I'm not gonna argue nobody. I hope y'all don't use it. So I could continue with that advantage and I could use it. But I'll tell you one thing. I remember I can never write a chess program to a school. Like, hey man, like how to get in. I said, AI, give me a business plan, an offer I could propose to some elementary schools about teachers. That man thing wrote that thing up so fast, man.
Oh yeah. If you got really like strong ideas, like, but your challenge is organization or like phasing,
discipline.
Discipline. It is really like to me a force multiplier. If you are like really skilled, intelligent, creative, you just have issues with staying focused or organizing your ideas into cohesive or sequential form, like it is phenomenal.
Yeah. I have a coworker who's a gamer. So he's not a live streamer. He's a, I think they call that what they call us? I've got terminology, but what they call me like an IRL. Oh, okay. They call me a streamer and he's a content. I think he calls it a content creator. So he showed me his channel, man. Like yeah, that's why recently I started put my picture in my. I've never done that. I don't put me in no thumbnail ever. When he showed me what he was doing with his, I started myself with my thumbnails. I'm like, oh my god, the views he get and like how professional it looks. And then I uploaded a video. Now usually my uploads don't do good numbers normally. My live stream does better. My in real life. Now guess what? I didn't know what IRL meant. She just said it. Okay, so now I know what it means. But most of my most views came from like live streams. So I uploaded my conversation with the Eritrean woman, like explaining how she's not black ethnically, and that did like that was like a short video, like maybe 15 minutes. and I like 2.3K. This is recently, 3 days ago, 2.3K in 3 days. So I'm thinking of him like, what? And I went and got a thumbnail. I got this beautiful Eritrean thumbnail. There, I'm like, hey, wait a minute. Maybe I do less live stream to start focus on this. See, because if you're a live streamer at IRL, you're not gonna be a good content creator because you don't have time. You live stream every day. You ain't got time to be making no damn video, editing, and those things. Because that time I could be live. So that's how you look at it. Like, so I got hella content I did on TikTok, hella debates with people, and good conversations with people that YouTube they don't know about. And I got it sitting there. I just haven't had time to chop. Well, the Eritrean chick was part of it. I got so many other clips that's interesting conversations, and damn, I'm getting 2.3K with just a 10-minute video, and I'm going live 2 hours, ain't getting that. Like, hey, wait a minute. Man,
Yeah.
I'd be a content creator.
I don't be on TikTok, but I heard that it's people over there. I mean, I guess I
TikTok
always
is
thought it was like
lit.
yeah. I always thought it was short form content,
Look.
but I know they're doing lives now and all type of stuff.
Nah. Look, let's see. How you hopped on, B-Man hopped on, right? 2 people.
Mhm.
And maybe one other person hopped on. So on YouTube, about 3 people on YouTube. 5 people 2 weeks on YouTube. 5. You get 1.
I don't know why you breaking up. You breaking up
3.
for me.
Okay. Right. Maybe I'm driving.
Okay.
But you can hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. So on YouTube, people don't really pull up and click the link. So it's kind of like always a monologue. It gets kind of boring. So with TikTok, 5 people, including you and B-Man, hopped on. And that's probably 5 people in 2 weeks. You getting 5 in 2 hours and maybe less. Like, that's how fat, that's how confident, that's how they just, because it's part of TikTok culture to join, not re-listen like that. YouTube is the culture to listen and barely join. It's the opposite. So if you want to engage with people, TikTok. So even when like people ain't joining on TikTok, what I do is I would go to a TikTok. So now I'm dual streaming. I'm doing both. I'm not doing it now. But I would normally do it now, but I'm not doing that because I plan to be. See, TikTok, my phone, TikTok, it picks up all background noises. And I was going somewhere until it was too packed, so I didn't go. But normally I would be on TikTok both. All right. But TikTok, also what I would do is I would join a TikTok space. So my YouTubers, y'all would hear me engage. So I would join their space and engage with them on their topic, and it'd be lit that way too. So there's like so many avenues to like really cook on TikTok. And TikTok is lit. So right now, that thing is lit. You want to engage with people, TikTok is where it's at. And they come with the smoke. I use my de-escalating tactics with this Haitian guy. This Haitian guy came on with nothing but dragon smoke. And I had to calm him down. Like, dude, do you know me? No. I said, so why are you tying me to Smile's talking points? You FBAs, are we a monolith? Okay, well, there was a Haitian woman that hopped on the daily wrap-up crew, and she said Black Americans were dirty and broke. You agree with that? I said, no. I said, but I can say you're with that because she's Haitian, like how you doing me. So I said, yeah, just talk to me for me, and I'll talk to you for you.
And what
Because
I
I
said,
ain't one.
yeah.
Because I ain't one of those toxic deniers. Because I had come to realization that, man, these FBA's guys, they are xenophobic and toxic, a lot of them. Like, I started to see it for myself. Like, they're like, why are you doing that? Like, this person just want to talk. And you call them tethers and all type of stuff. They ain't even do nothing to warrant such a derogatory word. So it's like, so you kind of like cringe and be embarrassed. Like, yo, I see y'all doing that. They got it. So I was going to do a video, accent versus actions, because I thought a tether was an action word, not an accent word. So people hear accent, you become a tether automatically. I'm like, I didn't know we were doing that. So now when you do it like that, you're stepping into the realm of white supremacy, where because the difference with us was that we just hold people. I'm like, yeah, let me not tie into that, because I'm a real guy in real life who move around. I ain't about to be under some FBI watch as a one of these weirdos.
Yeah, and also too, like, I mean, that becomes a challenge with like any movement or anything. Like the people on the fringe, especially because they the most zealous, the loudest, they're gonna kind of define how, you're
Right,
perceived and whether or not it's even safe to identify as that anymore. Because
right, right.
or even share some of the same, because nuance is something that a lot of people miss. Like people will agree with certain points, but then diverge on the why. And the why is important, like
Yeah,
because to me, I have to have a logical why. It's not a I don't like you. It's not a, like I'm not that person. It has to make logical sense and be consistent. I don't know if you, well, I put it to you in the back chat. But yeah, so that's just, me and my perspective on things. And so sometimes you just kind of gotta, you know, separate yourself from certain things, not necessarily because you don't agree with some of the things, but people will take it and ooh, we go all the way left.
yeah, and like again, like we're real people in real life that want to be successful in real life. And I can't be having some weirdo, some unstable weirdo saying the FBA represent me. It's like, hey, we're either gonna check that person or something got to give. Like, but whatever they are, I ain't that. If
Right.
that person's allowed to be that, then whatever that is. So I was saying, I call it tick toxic. I'm like, hey, all these weird FBA spaces that's like toxic as hell. And they be
Mhm.
toxic to each other. They call each other tethers. I played those
Yes,
videos.
but
I'm like,
that's it's a slur, and you get called that as soon as you disagree. It's like,
right,
wait a minute,
right,
hold on.
right. So I'm like, why are they doing this? So, but I start to like pay attention. And like I'm saying, because if you think about the original FBA spaces, you talk about Professor Truth, uh, Black Authority, like like these spaces were informational spaces. They weren't like toxic and you detect. It was like we're teaching each other about things we might not know, or we're giving a perspective on things, or we're debunking something. But it was like informed spaces. I'm like, how did these spaces turn to reality TV spaces? But then when you hear the people who doing that, like, oh, they don't know nothing. Like they don't know about what you're supposed to know about. Like they don't even know the FBA talking points. I had a guy come over here and I said, hey, bro, break down delineation. Like the dude didn't even know what it meant, but he's out here in a space talking about it. I'm like, dude, you don't know what delineation means. When we say it, you don't know what we mean. So I'm like, so how are these people like able to? And then look at their views; they get hella views. So I'm
But
like,
that's
so
the whole
people into this.
thing.
So
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, so I'm like people into this. So therefore, like they're being incentivized to stay like that. All right, well, why would I ever get right? Everybody here.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say, and this is the same thing I've seen in the quote unquote conscious community. Like people only pretend to be engaged in certain things because it's trendy. They don't take the
Right.
time to understand, and I'm not gonna act like I'll be trying to be a historian on every single thing because sometimes I feel like you can get so caught up in that where you don't really experience the now or do anything in the present. So I'm not gonna act like I'm just, but I do take time to be aware of certain things so that I can have an informed opinion. And if it's not informed, I'm gonna tell you it's informed. It's heavily opinionated, anecdotal, like I'm gonna try to be
Yeah.
responsible with how I frame it. But people will just engage in something because it's trendy or they get views and there's no real integrity or substance behind it. And I hate that. Like it is a trigger for me. I feel like we are doing a disservice just in general because they say these conversations and these things are forever. So just even if you only got 10, 15 people now, just think about the, you know, trajectory of how many people are going to come in contact with that content, and that might
Right.
be the only perspective that they ever get exposed to. It just to me it's just
Right.
irresponsible, you know.
Yeah. Now, for me, like I could have kept my opinion to myself. I go live, have 130 people, 200, sometimes 300. by playing it safe. But I'm like, I'm not a safe player. Like I call myself the can man, and I call myself unbiased. So if I think somebody wrong, or if I think this is wrong, I'm gonna say it. So it don't matter if I go from 150 to 20. I'm just gonna build it from that audience, right? Because I don't want people to mix me up with those toxic people. Right now, I'm not like them. I might joke and clown sometimes to get on to somebody, but I'm not that person though, because I know how to be serious. I could carry a conversation. You know, so don't mix me up with them. Then I'm like, I'm looking at the people, right? That's lit right now. That's in these FBA spaces, Adolf spaces. Then when you look at their first video, you're like, wait a minute. So this person just got on the internet yesterday? Like they have no, when they call each other agents, see that this is our problem. We throw the word agent out there very loosely. Then you got people in these spaces getting attention. Then when you try to follow their background to see, okay, where was this activism before this FBA thing? And it's zero. So wait a minute. So you just became, and you know that's not how it works. Like these guys are older, by the way. 30, 40, 50. It's like, dude, you don't become an activist.
On the bandwagon.
Yeah, dude, stop. Right. Like, yeah. So for you, you're definitely grifting. Like when people got activism, it's usually seen in their background somewhere. Like I got, Facebook posts. Like we can date back. Like my group on Facebook is called Black Think Tank. I got the word black there, and that was during the whole Dr. Claude Anderson era. This is way before, and this is like 2006. I had my Facebook group. You know, Facebook group got a date. Like 2006, 2007. I'm just saying Black Think Tank. If you look what I talk about in there, same shit.
Yeah, I was saying you have probably all your social medias for a very long time.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I like YouTube 17 years for sure. So I got 17. I being found Dr. Joyce DeGroot video, and he had to come to me like, yo, that's you? Yeah, I had like almost 1 million views on that thing. It did, but that was my channel that he had to like come back and he taught everybody, but he had to come back and say, yo, damn, I got watch this video. It's on your channel. Yeah, I've been on YouTube a long time, but I've been in this concern for Black well-being and all this stuff. I joined Islam and very early in my life, like in the mid-20s. You feel me? So it's like I always, and then like I got video. I played a clip of it. We in my community, we had like a community revolution thing where we were like speaking to our community about like crime and drugs. I was part of it. I was invited from barbershop, soapbox and barbershop, like I said before YouTube, the barbershop was my YouTube before this social media thing. I was in a barbershop. So I'm known in barbershops throughout like North New Jersey, East Orange, or the North, Central Jersey, like money. And then a lot of times the ancestors, I'd be live outdoor and you could hear people approaching, hey, what's up, man? And like I had this little Hispanic Puerto Rican dude shout out the channel. Like FBA News Updates. So like people see how interactive is outside. I'm not enclosed. So when I see these guys enclosed and their buildings protected, and by the way, they have a lot of views. So I'm like, so you can't get none of the opponents you talk about on your channel, the clout chasers? Like they will come running towards you. So, I find that question mark. You got all the views, you got more views than the guys you talk about, and the guys you talk about are clout chasers, and it's supposedly wrong. So if you open the door for them to come and build with you, to talk about what you have a problem with, they will come running there for the clout. But they're never there. So I'm like, so that means so smart people kind of scratch their head, like, why don't you ever engage with the people you talk about? Like they will come running. Like I'm over here trying to get Dr. Mayat over here. I'm over here trying to get, I call him Dr. Ruxpin. He came a few times, but Dr. Mayat said she wasn't going to come, and she kind of like ran a couple times.
Actually seen a comment that she had made. I want to say, I don't know where I was at. I was either on Threads or Instagram, but I was like, wait a minute, that's Dr. Mayat. I want to say she weighed in on the Dr. Cheyenne Bryant thing. She made a post, and I want to say it kind of went mildly viral, and I came across it, and I was, because she was just talking about, just her journey of becoming a doctor, and how her credentials can be verified and yada yada yada, and pretty much it's fishy that like school closing, none of that got nothing to do with it. So I was like, oh, okay. And then I actually seen recently too. I haven't watched it yet. I said I'm gonna watch it just to support. But I seen Captain Tazariak did like a 20v1 kind of joint. Look like.
With who?
Oh my, I can't
Oh
remember.
no,
Let
no.
me see.
On what subject? Was it like the Israelite thing?
I think it is, but
Okay, then I seen it then. I seen it.
okay. I haven't seen it. I feel like I seen like, thumbnail. You know how you see like the thumbnail just based off of your. So I can't even remember who he was against or why or but I said I'm gonna go back
Right.
and find it
Yeah,
just
it
to
was definitely
support.
some Bible.
Okay,
Yo,
okay,
but
okay.
look, I was on Sunday TV. The title was FBA Ron won all the smoke, because you had a lot of people on there who would like say a lot of things about FBA, misrepresented and speak to the toxic people, like cherry picking, like everybody don't think like that,
Mm-hmm.
but they would gaslight the audience to say like this is how we all behave and this is what we all talk about, and we're just an echo chamber, we're just three elite followers, and so I'm like, yo, I got in touch with Nepal, like, yo, set that up. So they set it up, and the only person who engaged with me was Unc. I mean, you had a whole bunch of Pan-Africans on, like 20 people. You're not saying it does it. The only person who engaged me is Unc. But I don't like the type of guy I am. I don't want to argue with Unc. Like, we could argue at any time. I want to argue with the guys I
Yeah.
don't know.
Like I didn't I
Like, let me
didn't
get
I didn't come here to
yeah,
argue with you. I
right.
got your
Yeah,
number.
yeah. Let me get the loud mouths. That you know what I mean? Let me get
Mhm.
those guys. And
But
I don't like
people
that's why.
they're not gonna challenge somebody that they think is, formidable because their career ends before it starts,
Yeah, I
on the
got
platform, like,
zero. The answer is I got zero. Nobody had no questions for me. Like they ended up changing topics to something else, soccer or something. And then like is a guy that's supposed to be a debater, some roster. He's a debater. I reached out to him personally. Like, yo, man, like he's a content creator. He don't 15 total views. I'm like, what I'm saying? I'm like, I can help you out. Like, let me some exposure. And this is when I was lit. Like before I started calling people out in the lineage. I was lit. So I'm like, yo, man, come through. Let's talk about your issue with FBA. Man, that dude ain't, and he's supposed to be a top debater on Sunday. That dude ain't won nothing. JJ came over here and chimped out. Like, he came over just yelling, cussing at me. He ain't want nothing. After I came on his channel first. So I'm like, JJ, the arrangement, if I come to yours, come to mine. So then when I come to his, he laid out rules. He said, listen, don't talk over me. When I talk, a whole bunch of rules. I said, JJ, when you come to my channel, same rules, right? He said, okay. So I was on there and I did a good job. Like I did so good where he let me just go in for like 15 minutes straight, like no interruption.
Okay.
So much that my phone got disconnected. Like that's how the live ended. I was in so long just talking my talk that my phone disconnected. So now I'm like IBM. I kept pressing IBM, get him over here. He said he'll come. He said he'll come. So he finally got him to come. Man, he came drunk as hell, just cussing me out from the door.
Oh,
I'm
heck
like,
yeah.
JJ, slow down, bro. Oh, let me ask you a question, bias. Wait. You told me on your channel I can't ask questions, just answer questions. I said, same smoke, you're over here. I got questions for you. Nope. He chimped out, he yelled at me, cussed me out, and then he hopped off. And that's all I got from him.
I'm like, he Rick James with it. He gonna come over and put his feet all in the motherfucking couch. Muddy boots, he don't give a fuck.
Right. And like me and JJ, we really never done it. He's wild. But I never went at him like that before. That was the first time. Yeah, I had Q Butter over here. Q Butter came a couple times. We had some great conversations. I had Street Media TV. I had George Megan came over several times. Great conversation. You feel me? So it's not always a debate. It's not always a confrontation. It's like it's whatever you bring. I'm gonna match you with that. So even Dr. Rushman, who's with Dr. Mayat. But guess what? When he came over, he didn't come on that time. He came on a different time. So I met him where he was at. I ain't forced the conversation to be confrontational. I met him where he was at.
Yeah, contentious.
Right.
Yeah, I know I've been missing a lot, but shit.
Yeah, but TikTok, you gotta get a TikTok account. TikTok, yeah, TikTok is
the
where it's
crazy
at.
thing is my son made me one, right? He made me an account. And then I never used it because I'm like, why are you making me that? So when they said that they was gonna like it was banned, I ended up deleting
Yeah.
the app.
Okay.
So then they put it back up, and I'm like, well, damn, I don't got the app no more. But I said I was gonna create one because my oldest, he just started doing live streams. Uh, and I was like, I gotta support my kids. I don't give a damn where they at. So I
Yeah.
was like, now I gotta create an
I'm
account
saying,
because I gotta watch.
TikTok. I've been trying to get the folks over here to come TikTok. Some did, but like when you're older, people like even with me, it took me a long while. Like I had a young dude that I debate with religion. He was telling me, "Yo, I'm biased. Your TikTok again." Us old people be like, nah, I'm good. But when I finally did it, I'm like, damn, this is dude wasn't lying.
Yeah, I'm
It's
not gonna,
exactly where it's at.
I can't do so what threw me off about TikTok, it was just too much short form content. And it was I can't do, I like long form, like
Oh yeah, now it's all
in
long now.
depth. Yeah. So now that they got that, I can do it. But before, when people just like watching the little videos and like that was just too much for me. I'm like, there's a lot going on.
Yeah, now
I don't want
the only thing you cannot, like, it's a younger crowd, so they're not mature, so you got to expect they're gonna be out of control. So I don't go as crazy as I'm here than there. So I rewire my brain just to accept the disingenuous, the cuts off, the disrespect. I just deal with it. I just do it because they're young. They're YNs.
I was gonna say,
Whatever.
well, low key, I'm a professional crash out, but like I would definitely turn like crash
Yeah,
out. So
they on another level with the crash out. I'm trying to tell you, they don't get young. They're like 20. Like, I had a Haitian girl, she 18 years old. Trying to argue history. I was like, man, you said you're 18. Like, how much could you really know?
oh, they don't care. They don't care. They be moving off vibes and shit. They don't give a
I'm trying
damn.
to tell you, man, their crash out a little different. Don't forget, our crash out is just cussing people out. Their crash out is spraying up a damn backyard cookout. they are different, yeah. So what I do is,
So the TikTok YNs is different.
oh man, they different. Like I said, like I can't match that, so I take the mature route, like the OG route. Like, hey man, relax, relax. That's what I do. I make them feel bad for crashing out. Like, hey man, let's just talk.
I ain't gonna hold you good. I wish I could. I can't control it. Like not when I get like that. Like I have to just disengage, like literally, because yeah, it's not really something I can. But I feel what you're saying. You said they really on that. They really, you got to just be level headed.
Yes.
But I'm just simply saying.
somebody got to take the high road, because I'm trying to tell you, man, like these folks, that's why I call it TikToxic. Like these guys are different.
Yeah. I heard I thought it was supposed to be woke, or
Nah. It's smoke. It's smoke. TikTok is smoke city. That's it.
Oh, so really it's a whole lot of people trying to get some aggression off they.
Yeah. And I'm telling you, they're calling in breathing like a dragon. I mean, so, like you say, hey brother, what's going on? He ain't trying to hear none of that. Like, yo, what's good, bro? Like straight aggression from the door. He ain't trying to hit none of that, brother. Yo, man, say that. You FBAs need it, and they start going in from the door. You FBAs are xenophobic, and yeah. I mean, from the door, they don't waste no time.
Oh, they can't wait. And so as soon as they pop up on the live, you are already caught laughing.
It's on. It's on. Right. Ain't no being nice, but I do it anyway, because I'm gonna re-upload it on YouTube. You feel me? And you got like a little more mature. So I'm gonna re-upload it anyway. So I take the mature.
So really, you just be rage baiting over there on TikTok.
Yeah, I don't even get a chance to, because they call them with the smoke. So what I do is I just bring it to. What I do is I trick them into a mature conversation.
Okay.
Because I'd be like, hey man, like you guys say that we're got low IQs, we're dumb, we don't finish college, but I'm trying to talk to you like man to man, or woman to man, like educationally. You're chimping out. You don't want to do that. So it looks like you don't have the IQ and patience and discipline and maturity to have a comment, and then they come into that right there, because if they don't, I'm gonna say they chimping out and they hate that word.
Oh yeah. What's up,
Where your bike?
IBM?
Oh, he took his bike out the chat. But IBM said some crazy stuff yesterday. Yeah,
Really?
IBM, he called in yesterday. We had a good dialogue. We didn't go into debate, but he said some. I'll let him say it. He said some. I'll put the phone number in chat, but he said some crazy stuff yesterday, man. And like, you know how you like, some people just want to, like, all of us, nobody likes to be wrong. So all of us, we're human. We're gonna be whatever, right? Like everybody else. But he went to a level I ain't never see him take it. That dude started, because I asked him, I said, bro, you don't think we should end or fight to try to end white tea supremacy? My man said that's not his priority. So I said, what's your priority? He said to escape from going to hell. So I was like, what? I was like, what?
Shit, that is hell. We in hell, goddamn it.
So I said, so your whole fight on earth is for the afterlife? So all this, now keep in mind, the Bilderberger Margaret saying,
he ain't said none of that. You lying on my IBM. You was lying on my IBM.
He did all that. Yeah, he did the whole Margaret Sanger, Darwin first. So he attacked white supremacy first, and then said, nah, this ain't my focal point. Yeah, I'm worried about saving my personal.
But really, I ain't got time for all that shit.
He
really,
look, that was
I'm trying to get eternal life. Really,
I'm telling you, and all because he wanted to avoid the question I had for him. So he went that route to avoid the question. And the question was, hey man, you don't think trying to end or fight against white supremacy is first and foremost? Because I was asking questions about the fight and the need to delineate. So he was trying to play it down a little bit. So I'm like, so you don't think none of this stuff is like priority in your life? And it's about my personal soul and hellfire. That's all I care about. So I'm like, damn, dude. Like, you sure there's a hell? Yeah, like, but we know for a fact white supremacy is right here, but the hell thing you're fighting against, like, that's not your imagination, maybe?
Potentially.
That's feelings. Probably. That's feelings over facts.
But now I will say this. White tea supremacy. Yeah, white tea supremacy. Shit. I do, like, I'm of the mind I want to get rid of it, but really more so on the systemic scale. I don't really give a damn how you feel personally. I just don't want you to have the ability to ostracize and marginalize me. That's my thing. I don't really give a damn if you like me or not. You hate my guts. Don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Oh, he said in the chat, unbiased is lying. Come.
Right now, listen.
Come tell me what I think he was misrepresenting your talking points. Come tell me what you said, IBM. Now, come tell me.
Now I'm gonna let him say what he say. I ain't get no rebuttal. You know why? I don't need to rebuttal because I already did yesterday. And I told him I'm gonna clip that out and make that a video. I'm gonna make that a upload itself, and that's gonna get about a couple K views. I guarantee you, because I'm gonna title it and have a thumbnail. So that is gonna go viral. Let me invite him up here. And I'm gonna let him talk his talk. I ain't gonna say nothing. I'm just gonna play the video, upload the video this week sometime.
Yeah.
So you got it, bro. And everybody heard this yesterday. And just recap the whole thing to your best memory. That's all.
He is innocent. He is innocent. I believe it. Come tell me what you said, IBM. I miss you. And how
let me put this phone over there. Oh, I just let him out the car just now to go in the park. We was focused on the indoor park, but I picked him up. My mom had him for 3 days. So I just got him back just now. But the time is back. The indoor park closed at 8. And I ain't about to pay $25 for an hour.
Oh, I feel you, baby. I feel you.
Yeah, I'm ready to go tomorrow right after work. Now, I would have rather been there, because right now I'm at this the park's hot as crap. The indoor park, I could plug my laptop up, still live stream, internet there.
And a little comfort there.
Right. And
Save a
he
couple
play
of
with kids. I
dollars.
just yeah, and that's just right there why he just play with kids. Like and I get the research, why he do all that. He not gonna bother me. Oh, that's perfect.
Hell no.
Yeah.
You gonna go mind
Yeah,
his
that is worth
business.
$25. You're right. That's worth $25. All right.
Mhm.
Let me put this link in the chat for this guy.
Yeah, because I know IBM ain't been on that.
Yeah, my man chimped out to the next degree. Okay, there, that. Then I gotta walk. Wait, what the hell is this?
I'm like, did he leave? Oh no,
I
he
think
did say he was lying.
I think this is the number right here. I mean, it gave me a long. Wait, something's missing. Something's missing in this number. He gave me a crazy phone number. Oh damn! Well, let me try again. The number that I wrote down was crazy. The number it sent me was crazy. Hold on. Oh, matter of fact, I'm just gonna send it to your phone. Yeah. How about that? Yeah. Okay.
You know he gonna ask that anyway.
Oh yeah. I don't think even this guy is so out of technology. I don't think we ever text before.
Yeah, he send it to my phone, bro.
Yeah.
I just put it in.
Wow.
Listen.
All right, hold on, IBM. Hold on. Technical difficulties right now. Okay, so the guy is so illiterate when it comes to like electronics that you just can't like.
Luddite, he don't know nothing about them electronics.
Okay, I know I was missing a. Okay, yeah. Why did it do that? I was missing a number 1 in there. Yeah, I know I was missing a number. But why is the meeting number so long? All right, you go IBM. You figure this out, bro. I ain't about to. Here's the number. Yeah, so I had a guy comment on my one of my videos. Like he claimed the FBA. She's like, yeah, man, ain't no need for a new word. You know, FBA is good enough. You want some op stuff and all this, typical chipping out behavior like folks do when they can't articulate nothing. So I'm like, all right, bro, you sure? I said, all right, well, did you hear my argument? Because my argument, I made it public. It's not like a secret. Like I already said why the acronyms don't work. So it's like,
Right.
dude, I said, let me guess. If I invite you on, you're gonna say no, right? Like you got all that tough talk, and you so sure of your opinion. If I invite you on, let me guess, you're gonna say no. So of course he said no. So I just blocked. It's like, well, get your mans then. Like, get your leader on, get your mans on, and let's talk about some of the limitations for and what I gotta say. You know what I mean? Like, don't chimp out that way.
Yeah. Yeah, listen, you shouldn't be having no opinions that you can't defend.
Especially a strong one, like you call me an op and an agent.
Yeah. But at some point, some of that just, my son be saying a lot. He's like, man, people really be bots. And I'm like,
yeah. I'm telling you, and people like when I be walking to stores, going inside there, and people being there like asking for money or talking to themselves. I'm like, yo, that's probably the guy who be gaslighting me. Yeah, that's what I be thinking. I mean, that's probably the guy I'm sitting there screaming and yelling with. That's him right there.
He ain't even here. He ain't even here. He just saying something.
Yeah, just calling because I know a couple guys out of their mind that you could have a conversation with, but they still out of their mind. So I'm like, okay, this is probably one of those guys right there.
Or it's touch and go, like they'll be coherent and then it started doing something else.
Yeah, so and that's my thing about like content creators. Like, so nobody want to like I'm the agent and provocateur, but I'm the guy who's transparent about his background. Like you hear my friends. Matter of fact, a lot of guys like DJ Foger, I know him in real life. Like his barbershop was one of the barbershops was my YouTube. So people know me in real life. They could vouch for. I've been doing this for a long time. Like nothing about me is different. Nothing's odd. They can actually vouch for me. These guys, nobody know at all. Say that again?
Yeah. He said you a number short on the phone number.
Why I keep doing that? Hold on. Wait. Which number? The one? So add a 1 at the end of the 7. Hold on.
Let me see. Okay, I think I can just copy it and just add the
Yeah.
one.
So yeah, the 1 right there. I don't know why the 1 keep disappearing. There you go. I put it in there without any spaces. Wait, yeah, the 1 is there. Every time I add a space, it deletes the 1.
I think that should be it. But yeah. Should be crazy. Should be crazy. I could argue up and down. You need it.
Call in IBM. Let me hear what you got, my guy. I'm about to rewrite history. Nah, what I said was.
I'm like, oh, the songwriter Sonny, what is we talking about? Songwriter Sonny is in the chat tweaking. I'm mad you even said that. Like, that's IBM, bro. Like, oh my gosh. I was not prepared for that.
Man, call in IBM. Waiting on.
Like, why it sound like you climbing the monkey bar?
Oh.
You.
Nah, I'm on the playground. I got a basketball in my hand. Wow. Waiting on IBM to call in.
Oh, you over there fake hooping? You know you got that bad back.
Look,
I'm like, you know you got that bad back. Get calm down. Cut it out.
Nah. Yeah, I just guarded it. I got set up. I got set up. I went to a gym at like 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. They told me, they're like, you want to play? I said, I play. There's a bunch of older guys my age. Man, they're like, yeah, come next Sunday, same time. I get there, it's a bunch of YNs in there. I had to guard a 16-year-old, about 6'2" with Kyrie handle. I'm like, yo, I ain't never coming back. You did?
You thought you was about that. Shit.
Yeah, I said, man, I ain't. Yeah, I got bailed out. A guy like a guy who was like kind of like overweight, but like somehow could move. Like probably older than me. Like he took that assignment. He took that assignment, bro. And usually the old me be like, yo, let me get him. I'm like, you got him. Yo, he cooking the hell out of him.
You gotta quit playing with these people. These people is really out here serious. They really doing a big one in 2026.
Hey, listen, man.
You gotta quit playing with these people.
Yeah, I asked that dude how old he was. I thought about 18, 19. Nigga say he's 16. I'm like, yo, why you out here with us?
You know they be telling them when they young, play, older people, more challenging competition, and get their skills.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
really,
when we say old, we mean
16-year-old.
Yeah, like we mean like 30-year-olds. You dig? Older people, not no damn 48-year-old.
Yeah, but you ain't have no business. Do you think that he expect a 48-year-old to be out there? Like, just tell the truth. Do you think
they were
in his
all
mind?
The ancestors, those guys, that invite him back over there. They were my age, if not older. He brought his friends with him, and they play on the same team. So we got to guard all these guys. I'm like, dude, like they smacked us so bad. I scored no points the first game, 0.
But see, my thing is, why y'all didn't just go ahead and let them have that? We just y'all play each other. We'll watch, or we'll split it up. Let's get some young blood on this team.
No, this is Sunday. This is the last day before the weekday. Nah, I gotta get this energy out of me. I can't do that.
But see, that's what I'm saying. That's that ego. And then now Monday through goddamn Thursday, you soaking in Epsom salt. Like, I don't understand it.
Yeah, but I didn't come to his time. Like, they usually come earlier or later. So they come like 9 a.m. They come 3 p.m. They don't come 12 to 3. That's the older crew. They know that. So I'm not
really, so really they was out of their time slot for real.
Yeah.
So they tried to bully y'all
now,
up the court on the low
yeah.
and punish y'all for not giving it up.
Yeah, so I see older guys still playing. So I ain't gonna like walk out and I'm like better shape than them. I'm like, damn.
Yeah. I feel you. You had to, against your better judgment, you had to roll with it. Yeah. What's up, IBM? That's you?
Unbiased senior citizen team was out there practicing the ancestors. That's what happened. You know what I'm saying? And they called the geriatric jammers. He's sitting over here lying. The geriatric jammers, and they scared the 16-year-olds. Now, you remember how he used to talk, I can go out there with all of them, anybody. I'm just as good as him, and I'm 52. Remember that?
But IBM. Well,
remember he would DJ. Remember he would DJ the ancestors. He would DJ for him, and they run him off the court.
Oh yeah, I remember he was talking all that shit.
No. Hold on. Put some context. The whole time I was down south, I played 0 ball, barely ran around. I wasn't driving, and I was in a rural area with nothing around. So you talking about just sitting on your ass for 2 years. So now, what do you think I'm gonna do? Sit on my ass for 2 years? I'm just gonna get out there and resume where I was?
Yeah.
Listen, I ain't no spring chicken no more either, but he hit me with the geriatric jammers, and I'm through for me.
How you doing, sis?
Man, I ain't played ball in 2 years. You think I'm just go out there and just start cooking?
Good. You're 48 years old. I know you ain't LeBron. Goddamn it! I don't expect you to be out there. Shit, I say save your knees and your back. Goddamn it.
He trying to throw a hip,
Yeah.
Trying to throw a hip.
I mean, they say you stay moving, you stay young. So I'm not mad.
Right.
I'm not mad at it.
It keeps you in shape.
Yeah, I definitely need to get my ass out in somebody's motherfucking gym because my back is trying to get big. It's trying.
Yeah. I finally got a belly for the first time out here. Look,
I'm trying to avoid that.
I'm 57 now.
Oh, we.
Yeah.
Shout out 57 and 48. I turned 40 November last year. Shit.
Wait, what age?
40.
What age? I always thought what?
You always thought she was your age?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just turned 40 in November. Yeah.
Have you been watching any of this craziness that's been going on in the community, sis?
I have not. Shit, I've been having real life craziness going on and trying to keep a handle on all that fuck shit. But what's been going on?
Oh, nothing. It's, the same old. There's people lying so much to each other and, and following, man-fanning behind, the channel owners that they don't do their own research. It's just still the same, same craziness. You ain't missing nothing, But, the lives is getting worse. You got these Hebrew Israelites out here going crazy. Then you got, it's bad out here. The science, they still lying about science. I'm still trying to push evolution. I didn't beat that up so bad. That's why I can't believe Unbiased will sit here and say the question that he asked me was, he says, do you prioritize your identity? That should be the first priority, your first priority. I said, no. And he was like, what's your first priority? I said, saving my soul. I don't care what people call me. You can call me what you want. And I don't care what you believe. You can believe what you want. The truth don't have to be validated to ignorance. I don't have to explain nothing to nobody. I am what I am. And I'm going to be what I be. So, like I said, you know, I don't take the time to explain to you, that you know what I mean, to ignorance.
Nah, I'm
just
not
because
gonna
they
hold,
don't believe the truth.
Now I'm not gonna hold you, IBM. I'm with you when you right now, and you say you ain't explaining shit. What the fuck I said, and that's what it is. You 57 years old. Fuck you talking about?
That's
ain't nobody tell you nothing. You ain't gotta explain shit. But I do take issue with you calling it the truth. Do take issue with that, but it's your truth. So I'm you know, I'm gonna mind my business.
That's it. But no, yeah, we had a good conversation yesterday. You know, Unbiased did that to get me up here. That's why he threw them slurs. He wanted me to come up here and mess with y'all. But I'm glad that he did, because, you know, like I said, you know, I missed you too. You know what I'm saying? And you know, we the conversation that we put out, I tell Unbiased all the time, was way ahead of anything that these cats is putting out. They're just now figuring it out. You know what I mean? What we were saying years ago, you know.
And the model, too. On the real. Like, I say, and the model, too.
Yeah.
Like, just the very perspectives and, like, making it conversational. And, yeah, motherfuckers really, you know, biting the shit. But, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, we put some things out here that they still, like I said, they just, you know, figuring out today. And you know, this, I call it the fishbowl. They you know, you bring in some new information, and then it bounces around the fishbowl, and then everybody gets it, and then everybody wants to claim it. You know what I'm saying? And then when you say something, oh, you crazy, and then it's just like, you know how, man, you know how I destroyed and you know, he's over there now. Oh, science can't speak in absolutes. That's my stuff. He's over there. Indigenous is in his mouth 24/7. And you know he mocked me for calling myself indigenous, him and CK and all them pseudo killers. You know, and I busted the Amon-Ra squad in the head back in the day too. Wu Jai Wu, Rob Bourne, Sosa, Chef, all of them was on there. And Chef didn't say nothing because he knew better. But the rest of them, I beat them up because they thought they knew something. You know, and it's still the same. No, and look, me and Unbiased just beat up Rob Ward here recently.
Oh my god! Oh my god! It was I ain't never see the ancestors. I ain't never see my man so defeated. Yo, he had no rebuttal for IBM at all. Yo, he gave IBM. I was a little jealous. He tried to fight me back. But IBM, he just let him just tee off.
And when I showed him what I was saying, when I showed him what I was saying, it was the truth. That's all he would say. Oh man, that's wild.
Yeah. Can you believe? Can you believe IBM actually sourced up and Rob Bourne read it and it agreed with him?
Listen. But you really playing with IBM now. He true to this. You know he gonna have his goddamn sources. It's just a matter of if you're willing to pull them up. Shit. He gonna have his motherfucking sources now. You better quit playing with him.
Tell him the ancestors. He knows. He just likes to. He wants me to come up here and put drama.
You know he got control you.
Oh yeah, you know that.
Gotta get you hollering. Y'all do that for each other, cause you know how to get them going from the chat.
Yeah. But see, you know, it's so bad that, you know, now in 2026 they talking about Linnaeus and this is scientific racism and you know, he's saying all this stuff, man. And I'm like, man, you know, these guys changed their you know, their beliefs more than they change clothes.
Yeah, it's
they
quarterly.
are this thing one day and then they're this thing the next. And I'm like, man, I can't keep up with y'all. Y'all double-minded men.
Yeah, it's
Now hold
definitely a
on,
quarterly
no,
thing. They
yeah,
definitely every quarter it's some new shit.
but I gotta say this though. Although they changed, and I agree, they changed for the wrong reason. But if it was the right reason, if it was because
Yeah,
of
changes. Yeah,
correct,
change.
yeah, you can't.
But see,
If it was for the right reason,
go ahead.
no, I was done. I said for the right reason, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I also didn't say, but I also feel like if you start with the right methodology, you wouldn't have to change so frequently because your reason is based in evidence. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
Right. Yeah.
If you started with the foundation of truth and verifiability to begin with, you wouldn't have to be changing every quarter because information ain't rolling out like that, you know?
Yeah. And I tell them I love my people. I tell them that all the time. I love my people. I love all of y'all, but I hate to lie. And I don't care who it comes from. You, the Pope, my sister, my mom. I don't care who it comes from. I'm going to attack it.
Yeah.
Because I'm not going to have you out here lying to my people.
I agree. And also, too, and I think I'm more prone to believe, even if it's a lie and I know it's a lie, but if you convicted and you believe it's the truth, I can't hold that against you because you sincerely and genuinely believe it.
Right.
I know
Yeah.
people sincerely and genuinely don't even believe it. That really irritates me because you're really being predatory. Like,
yes.
I hate that.
Yep, doing it for cash apps and clout. And I'll tell them that. I was over there on Southern the other day. He called me because you know everything, and I went up there and bust him in the head to the white meat, bust y'all right in the head to the white meat, and then Southern said, "Well, indigenous, I know that they be stealing your stuff. You ain't lying when you say they be stealing your stuff because I've been watching you for years, and I know I know what he knows what I be saying." He didn't say that, but he says, I know they be stealing your stuff, indigenous. Yeah, I know. And they laugh. But, I say I got the timestamps and the videos to prove it. And then they stop laughing.
I ain't gonna lie. Yo, Sarnetta got the utmost fear for me, man. That dude don't engage. Like, but he'll say FBA, all that stuff until I get over there. You did? It'd be straight crickets.
Yeah.
Well, he's a provocateur too. He want to bring the smoke to his channel and then facilitate.
Yeah.
The thing is, on this topic, Shaka ain't coming to save him. Shaka utmost because he agrees with it, and Jabari agrees with it. So he's like all by himself, literally. Like, so his top scholars like they don't got a problem with it.
What Jabari been doing? I ain't heard his name in a minute.
Oh my God!
Him and Reggie get ready to debate.
Wait, hold on.
Go ahead, unbiased. My bad.
No, explain why he went viral. Jabari, do you know?
Well, he was over there with 607 Unk in WAC 100, the 65-year-old gangbanger, which is wild.
65-year-old killer.
And look, inside netter. Yeah, the senior citizen gangbanger. The senior citizen gangbanger. Yeah. Yeah. The geriatric gangsters. Hey, look, the geriatric gangsters. Yeah.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, yo. I ain't never liked WAC 100 because I hate fake bullying.
Oh yeah.
I can't respect them. So now this fool is sitting on Sunday TV with scholars, right? At least self-reported scholars with degrees and been talking their talk for 30 years. And he thought he was going to sit down with gangster disciple babble. Jabari ran circle around this guy where this guy was threatening to beat up Jabari.
He crashed
and I'm not going to hold Jabari is, to me, fucking hilarious. Like, I don't know. It's something about the calmness and the way he, like, his cadence that just, I don't know. I'd be like, I understand why you mad because the way he just sat you down and gathered you. I understand. I gotta see that shit.
Yeah. That dude Jabari, and I ain't gonna lie, that's one of the best activism I've seen Sinetta ever do. Like, that because like all that yelling at people in the streets, I don't respect that.
Wait, Jabari versus WAC 100.
Yeah.
Oh, I see it.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
And look, hold on.
I gotta say this to my favorite.
Sanetta came to his defense in like a real G way. Like I like that. Like he addressed the bully. Like he like you a punk, you a bully. All you do is what, blah, blah, you a gangster, you ain't nothing. You a heathen. Like he was, bro. He cooked and put Whack 100 plate. Like Whack 100. Well, if you said I knock you out too. Like yeah, he said yeah, we knew he's gonna do it. We knew he's gonna come over here and chimp out. Dude, you ain't no intellectual.
But not he got in his feelings and he didn't know how to express his emotions. He didn't know how to use his words. Now you trying to listen. And low key, Jabari probably would have slid his ass. I got my money on Jabari.
Ain't nobody believing it. Like I don't know why people like we're off on the hook. Like we've seen it happen. We seen big guys beat people up. We seen big guys get knocked out by little guys. Yo, that does not work. We're black. Like that don't work.
That's right.
That don't work. Like you got to prove that every time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and my thing
you got to
is,
prove that every time.
Especially when I don't know if you really outside like that, you already know motherfuckers is not finna do no talking, no threats. Like you just already moving. Like you think I didn't even know I was finna do that because the shit just so reflective. My reflex, goddamn. Yeah, like what are you talking about?
But look, Jabari was talking, and then like I said, Wax trying to get him going. Jabari put his hand on the glass bottle. he put his hand on the glass bottle, smooth, and then Sinetta come in, and he said, "I'm a better man than you, Wax." He said, you might have more money than me. He said, but I'm known. People come up to me every day and say, hey man, you taught me a lot, But when they talk about you, they say you a gangster. You offed a lot of people and all this stuff, And he didn't have all the smoke and Nepal jumped in there too. And Nepal jumped in there too. Yeah. And things she did, and whoever the woman was sitting beside Wax, she took her glasses off like she's about to do something. Nepal shut her down.
Listen, I ain't finna bust a grape in a fruit fight.
Neither one of them. Neither one of them.
Right.
Neither one of them.
Just stop it. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like y'all come here. First of all, I don't blame Sinetta because you really came in my house, my platform, my community. Yeah. Watch yourself. Number two, at the end of the day, like I don't know.
Well, no, they was out on the West Coast. They was out on the West Coast, and Sinetta was in red. I said, Lord, have mercy. Well, do you know where you at, man?
Well, I don't know how you go. Hey, I have my feelings about certain shit, when it come to, I'm going to be quiet. But I do see that songwriter Sonny said, brother for life, he said Crips to Sinetta house like DoorDash. I don't know what he's talking about, but I feel like I've been missing so much shit and I'm so upset.
Yeah. A bunch of drama. But that was funny. I think he was at 607 Unc's house, but I think he was in Cali. I don't know where they was at. But I thought it was 607. Huh?
I mean, I think you're right. Cali, I don't know a lot of people from Cali that really fuck with Wack. I mean, to me, I every time I hear his name, it's in some mess, and he, really arguing or it's just some weirdo shit.
Right.
And cooning for Adam 22. You know what I'm saying? Just for clout. That's all he's doing it for is the clout and be seen. Sinetta said that 607 Unc didn't tell him that, Wack 100 was coming till 3 hours before the show. I think they had been there all day, and 3 hours before the show, he didn't tell him. Yep. He said that, yep. So, and the only reason why he came, like you say, was for clout. You see him messing with Captain Dazariak and all that. So, and to me, the way I see it, he's, wants some clout because he sees 607 Unc doing something with with people who got a a well-known person, well-known people.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
I think I know who he's because that name sounds familiar too.
Unc, not the punk.
Let me see.
The one that come out of jail and be looking up in the sky and look like the trilogy of terror dial?
I'm seeing the part right now because I had to Google it, and no, that ain't what I was thinking.
Have you ever seen Terror, the trilogy of terror?
No, I have not.
It was 3 stories. It was 3 stories, right? And Karen Black played in all of them. She was the main actress. And one of them, there's a black African doll she got. And the chain come off his neck, and he started running around the floor. He was a little doll, you know, a little wooden doll. And then he stabbed her up and chased her around. And then at the end, she's, stabbing the floor and looking, got the teeth like him, and she's turning into one of them. He looks like that doll. Yeah. He looks like that doll.
Oh yeah, I do got the picture, and he looks pretty motherfucking interesting. Not gonna hold you.
He's ugly. For sure.
Well, I say aesthetically challenging or aesthetically unique.
I'm old school. I say ugly.
I know. You around the age of my mama or shit.
Okay.
Well, older. My mama older, but I got you.
Yeah.
But what was I getting ready to say? The Adam Wack thing. Yeah, I ain't gonna. What's his name? Adam 22 or whatever the hell his name is.
Yeah.
I tried to watch maybe 2 shows, and when I say he was so condescending and disrespectful, I was so surprised that nobody slid him on the spot.
Oh my God!
It's I couldn't even watch no more. I was like, this is just too I don't know how they sitting through this. This is too disrespectful. Like, what is really going on?
Yeah, I don't know why we allow like Adam and Vlad. Like, I don't know why we just chimp out. Like, we allow them to dominate our spaces. Like, unearned. We just. Like, but we love it.
And then elevate them higher than we do our own creators. The shit is crazy to me.
Yep. Yeah.
Everybody doing I don't know. I don't know what it is. Because everybody want to go on the show. He talk hella crazy. I mean, like, no fear. Just
no fear at all.
Come out his mouth with some wild ass shit. And
the dude blew his main guy. His main guy, the young dude, he blew his hand off. He immediately turned on him, disrespected him, fired him because he blew his hand off. He fired him. He tried to get guys to talk about him, and this guy is just safe. Now that was me. RIP t-shirts.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's and it's all about the clout anymore. You know what I'm saying? We got our roughest, toughest gangsters out here. Talking on the internet. When I was coming up, it wasn't none of that. You wasn't talking. You know what I'm saying? You didn't tell nobody your feelings. You ain't out here getting overdiagnosed because they tell you that you got this, that, and the other. You be like, okay.
I'm not gonna lie. Some of them, the diagnosis is needed now. I ain't gonna hold you.
Oh no, I'm not saying. I'm not. I said,
needed. You ain't got to be telling everybody, but them is needed.
No, the overdiagnosis. The overdiagnosis is what I'm saying. How because big pharma is all about putting their medicine out here. You understand? And it's allopathic. It's allopathic. If you look up allopathic, that means that they give you medicine to make you feel better for a little bit, but they won't allow you to bring a cure for anything. And then it's allopathic versus holistic. And they don't even want the holistic, you know what I'm saying? So that's what we're dealing with in America. Just like the prison industrial complex, we 5% of the world's population in America, but we 25% of the people in prison on this planet. Why do you think the Democrats, hold on, one more thing. Why do you think the Democrats opened up the floodgates? The Democrats and Republicans, they playing good cop and bad cop. They open up the floodgates. They open up the floodgates for the Mexicans, and then here comes Trump right behind them, building prisons for them too. Because America is a prison industrial complex. Welcome to America, and welcome to ICE and your ICE prisons.
Well,
the new prisons they building for y'all.
Yeah, personally, and I'm gonna just separate I definitely will say the good cop, bad cop thing as far as politics and political parties.
Oh, yeah, come on.
1,000% agree. And I'm mad it took me this long to recognize it. but 1,000% agreed. Now the other stuff, you know, I ain't gonna really speak on or agree
Put my
with.
stock in that.
As yeah, but again, I'm not gonna. That's just because that I prefer not to even try to form an opinion on without the appropriate amount of data.
Research, yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, I think that's just
Okay.
obvious, blatant, and just based off of what I do know about the type of
Okay.
data that's collected, the analysis that's available.
Okay, we're
how
gonna give it a last
difficult-
shot. We're out of here.
What you say?
Oh, he talked to the little man.
Yeah, I just had a half-court shot for all y'all think that I'm washed up. I said, all right, one more shot, we out of here. I took the half-court on that. All right, so we out of here.
First, I don't think nobody used the term washed up, so I don't know.
Yeah, washed up. Who said that? Is that in the chat?
Nuh-uh, nobody called them washed up.
You left trails of implications there.
Oh, so we implied it? I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't
yes.
know. but yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, the Adam and the Vlad is another one. But I seen a video recently where somebody, I don't even know who it was, but they was pretty much expressing what you just expressed, IBM. They was like, I can't stand you young motherfuckers. These y'all talk so much, y'all, you know, self-snitching, yada, like, I'm not gonna hold you. I was just, oof. I was like, yeah, it's different. It's different out here. But it's also, again, that social currency, that attention, the validation, the need to, I don't know what it is. It's just
Clout
crazy to
chasing,
me.
trying to be a wannabe D-list actor. I mean, a D-list celebrity. You know, Captain Zariak was on the show with this white girl. He was on the show with this little white girl. She's probably about 25, 26, maybe 30 at the most. But she's on there saying the N-word. I mean, saying the N-word. Lily. Her name was Lily.
I don't know what that is.
If you look up Lily versus the Hebrew Israelites, she's the one who loves to say it. And Captain Zariak says he says he can't sit there and talk to women on side netters, you know. But there he was sitting there talking to her, and she was saying the N-word and all this stuff, and he was just having a good old conversation with her. And then he went over to this one young boy's channel. I think he was an Israelite, let's say that. You know, I don't want to say the other word, and he's calling him the Black. The whole show calling him the Black.
Yeah,
and I said, you're supposed to be a man of God.
Go back.
And you, my bad. Go ahead. Was you talking to me on that?
I mean, but yeah, see, I that word Black, I study it even different languages, see how it misapplied. But bro, even the war, even the Haitians invited the French into the word noir, which means black in their language. So that's not uncommon for chimping out people to invite white people in a exclusive term for themselves. Yeah, so even they did it. But I missed your political reference. You said it's the same. What was that political reference again?
Oh, they're playing good cop and bad cop.
Oh, okay. So let me ask you this.
Democrats and Republicans are playing good cop and bad cop.
I got you. As far as what? As far as when I was talking about the prison industrial complex. And I told y'all years ago that these hold on. Wait, hey bro, slow down. I don't want a whole story. I'm trying to get somewhere. Because you said it. You said prison industrial complex. So now, are they only playing good cop there, or are they playing good cop, bad cop everywhere in politics?
They're doing it in politics too. Systemically. Systemically, yes.
Okay. You said it twice. Gerrymandering. Or is that a political good cop, bad cop?
I'm not. What's gerrymandering?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So I need an example. I need an example of how they just give up power to each other for what? Because if at the end of the day, it's to suppress us, then it wouldn't matter which party's in office. So why would they? Hey, it's your turn, my turn, your turn, my turn.
Well, I'll say this. I'll say this, and this is my opinion, perspective, and I forgot the political term because I'm gonna research something with AI, but it actually is it is a strategy, although it's risky in like politics and government. So my perspective is that there is always a long-term strategy. So like if you look at America as a corporation, you know, and even if you, oh, it's not a company, but it's a government, right? And there's offices, agencies, departments. So it is a corporation, right? For all intents and
I don't know
purposes.
about that. I don't know
Well,
about that. But go ahead.
there's
I don't
product,
think your
there's
AI is going to
product.
agree with that. Yeah, I think
Well,
your AI is going to vehemently rebuttal that. But go ahead.
I understand, but I'm not talking about a corporation like, you know, a company.
Good, good, good.
But to me, it's just something that people can
Come.
easier follow. You understand? So essentially, you have different people in power and CEOs, right? So if you look at the person, the president as a CEO, the person that's, you know, heading up the corporation and making the decisions, you get different people that's voted in or you know, succession plans, all of that. But there's always going to be a long-term strategy that guides it because this is a large economy. It's not going to be guided on a short 4-year term. Like it's kind of impossible to do that. Even if conceptually we believe that's how it goes, theoretically, that's probably not a real thing, right? So in my mind, I just know from the business perspective, their data is everywhere. Like there's so much data, they don't even know what to do with it. So along that line, in business, all your decisions are supposed to be driven by data. That is the science of business. People spend years understanding and learning how to analyze data, what the data means, the story that it's telling you, right? So if you look at a government such as the United States, you have to know, because there's whole agencies devoted to this, that not only are they analyzing their data, the government's data, our country's data, but data from around the world to assess future opportunities, threats. You understand what I'm saying? To get to understand the situation that they're in and how they can exploit um, different conditions, market conditions, or how they can manipulate different things in the market. So along that vein, if you're constantly looking at data and you're basing it off of historical trends, you are using predictive analysis to identify what these patterns mean, how likely is it that you don't foresee that somebody like Trump is coming into power? Even I'm talking 10, 15 years before they actually do. They study people's attitudes, perspectives, views. And I'm telling you this from a business perspective. There are markets, like everything has a market analysis, a profile. So you know, okay, well, this group is picking up and this, that, and the third. So there's no way somebody like Trump gets into office and it's a surprise. It just doesn't happen. So in my mind, this is part of a long-term strategy. And you say, well, why would you just do why would they, you know, go back and forth like this? Well, first off, people are going to be of different mindsets, right? Not everybody is going to agree just, you know, culturally or morally on the same things. So you develop two parties of thought, right? And to cover all bases, because some people going to try to fit in somewhere, right? And the other people that don't fit in somewhere, maybe they just won't engage in the system or they'll just align with whatever somebody tells them to align with. So once you have these two, then you can alternate and decide, okay, well, if we're trying to move in this direction, who is our best fit? Where are we seeing growth? So like if we think of now we in the technology age, if you think of just growth, because a lot of different companies, and I think we just kind of ended up in a situation where we realized that we don't necessarily have like strong expertise or specialization in any one particular area, like some other, more developed countries are kind of doing. So now we in the situation like, okay, well, um, who is going to be our best representative to usher in this new wave, right? If we have a lot of people that aren't meeting literacy, that aren't doing this, that aren't doing that, they need somebody to convince them that this is the way, somebody to kind of vie after, a figure, right? Ushers in, you know who. And now you see in all of these things where they're making a sharp turn from education. Now they're saying the degree is not really necessary, and only certain degrees are professional degrees. And now they're allowing you to use Pell Grants to do um, trades and vocational schools. So to me, it just indicates that we are trying to rebrand as a country, and they chose the party that was best for the rebrand. Do I think long term they're really trying to destabilize minorities? Not necessarily, but I also feel like the people that are in power know that they are going to be outpaced. They need a new, how do I say it, like a second win, because the things that they were able to do before and just sit in a particular position or power and not really have to earn or demonstrate competence, that's going away. They can't do it because America is failing. We're not keeping pace with the other. You understand what I'm saying? Like, we can't keep up with other more developed countries. So now we got to change course and do something different. That's my opinion.
Yeah, let me have this, Dan. Yeah, I'm sure IBM soaked that all up. IBM taught you well because he said he's a teacher. He's the grandmaster. So IBM definitely taught you well. Yeah. I disagree, and I'm gonna tell you what I think is going on. I think this country has one thing in common, and people use that conspiracy theory to like make it more than what it is. But like they have one thing in common, and that is, you say minorities, you didn't specify that could be anybody. But what I'm gonna specify, I'm gonna say, this country made one thing clear, abundantly clear. Black Americans, lineage Black Americans, Native Black Americans, they cannot succeed. Okay, and there's one party. There's white people collectively that believe like that, and then they split down the line. Then you had the Union and Confederates. So one party like, hey, we're gonna run white supremacy with these guys as a labor force. We want to be lazy, whatever that is. And the other one said, nah, because we can't evolve like that. We can't be industrialized. We need machine. We use them enough. Let's get the machines going, put them to the side, get them up out of here, Liberia, Haiti, or whoever. Let's get them out of here and let's be great without them because they're going to always bring this up. Okay, so that was the divide, right? So then they said, all right, well, look, y'all go do y'all. Do you, boo. But we taking these folks and we're going to continue what we're doing. And we're going to succeed. Y'all do y'all, we do us. It's like, the hell you will. So I don't believe that was part of the global plan to like delete each other off, where it was almost a stalemate, where nobody was gaining ground. And Abraham Lincoln in 1862 had to beg us to join the war to tip the scale. And from
No,
there,
I'm gonna be honest. I don't feel like this was like, oh, from inception, there's always been this. No, I feel like that was developed over time. Like, I definitely think if you watch, have you paid attention to like the congressional hearings? Like, it's theater, they're performing. It's none of this shit is even.
I got
real
you. I'm gonna get somewhere. I ain't gonna get that detailed, but I want to start like just from the outskirts, like how they just disagree what to do with us. But and maybe spending and war. So there is compartments where they really disagree with each other, and they can't come to an agreement, and they do bang on each other really. So I don't see they're just shaking hands, the wolf and the fox and everything. I don't see that. But and then you see that they deleted themselves and damn near made the country vulnerable to the French and their other
ops out there who's waiting for that moment to come and invade America. Luckily, they had Great Britain on the side to like where they wasn't gonna allow nobody to take advantage and invade while they were doing that. But that's history. They did split on what they want to do with us, where they war with each other. It was a civil war. Like it was a civil war for them, but it was a revolt. It was a slave revolt for us. Because the minute they said, "Hey man, help us out," we're like, "Sure, give me that." Remember Nat Turner? This is for him. You dig? That's type of stuff we were on at that time. Rosa Parks, not Rosa Parks, but all the Paul Cuffs, and we got you. So, and I believe from there, the Confederates who are now the Southern white people, and you guys from Northern feel the same way. I believe that they can never forgive Black Americans for our part in that bloodbath, because we literally deleted white people. So like a lot of their Confederate soldiers, captains, and all these guys, they wanted to brag about, oh my God, he was so brave. Like they gotta go out in shame, because they got deleted by the people who they compared to savages, barely beasts of the field. Like, yeah, like they had to concede to that. Like, yo, this great captain, this war general got deleted by Tyrone, who just got freed the other day. So for me, that's something that the Confederates just traumatized them. They just can't get over that. And that extended the hate even more. And this is why you see, once the Union left, the laws were pretty much Southern. The Jim Crow was, for the most part, mandated in the South. It's the same Southern states that Abraham Lincoln said, "Hey, y'all emancipated from," because Abraham Lincoln did not free Blacks across the nation. He just said Southern rule they free. So that's an undermining tactic. That's something that the Confederates can never get over. Like, yo, you undermine, you sabotage us, and I think that's just smoke forever for them and for us. So and from that lens, all the way now, you see that happening. And I don't believe they'll ever get along based on that. Like they're gonna. I think the South, because they was always anti-government until they realized, let's get into government. Like, why be against it? It ain't going nowhere. How about we just control it? So
quick question.
Go ahead.
Do you believe that like Meta has the power to anticipate what you want to watch, what you want to buy, just based off of all of the data that it tracks and like analyzes and synthesizes? Do you believe that there's that type of technology in a lot of these social media platforms?
So believing that, so I believe it's possible. But do I believe it's like the Bilderbergers is got the puppeteer? Nah, I don't believe it's in full swing as you might. I believe I don't believe it's a joint effort. If it's happening, I believe people are secretly their secret society. I believe people are secretly doing that away from the public. I don't think it's documented.
I'm not even saying like that they're doing. I'm just saying like if the capability exists, right?
That's a stretch.
If the capability exists, well, I mean, people who have worked at these large corporations say it's not. But if the
we know about those disgruntled workers who got fired because of whatever reason. Now they want to expose. But when it was time to be the whistleblower, when it was time to do it while they were employed, they didn't do it. They waited till they got fired.
Of course not. Because
most people don't
actually care about like the social impacts. They just care about how it impacts them.
Yeah, but that's why so now we're saying that's a motive, like for somebody to get fired.
Yeah, but that don't, just because they have a motive doesn't make it a lie, though. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but it doesn't make it the truth because they worked there either. So extraordinary claims, extraordinary proof. So it's like I need something more tangible than just a possibility or a plausibility of somebody of that happening. It's like, yeah, you said it.
Have you seen some of these lawsuits though? Have you seen some of the
anybody can wait. Hold on. Anybody can sue.
No. I'm talking about class actions. I'm not talking about class actions where they had to pay out. Like, have you paid?
Here's the beautiful thing. Here's the beautiful thing. Even though I have it, in a snap of a finger, it could be accessible. Snap of a finger. It could be right there in black and white, and a snap of a finger. My laptop stays on me. So
Well, I'm gonna
I
tell you now.
understand.
I was contacted because my
I
kids
understand
were.
lawsuits and payouts, but there's nuance to all that. Just because, and look, I'm part of. I have to discuss all the time with people. People say the most craziest things, and they say lawsuit payouts. Okay, then Michael Jackson's guilty then for the first white boy because he paid it out, 30 million, and this is back in the 80s. 30 million in the 80s. That's like 200 million today. That's like some ridiculous. He paid that out. That's a ridiculous payout. Did he pay that out in 2025? 4. He paid out in 80.
But here's the thing, though. Like, I'm not talking about
payouts don't mean guilty. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I understand that, but we're not talking about a person that is having a defamation suit. We're talking about somebody that litigated claims, and
All right,
they're
so
going
I need to see it then. All right, so now for
you
me,
can look up Meta, you can look up health. Hold on, you
Okay.
can look up Health Partners, Meta, and what they did with Facebook data. Well, I'm not going to say Facebook data. How they were tracking patient information through Health Partners because they use Meta.
Yeah, but the problem is, I need the conclusion to be your conclusion. When I look at all, I need the conclusion to be your conclusion, because if it's not, I'm gonna have an issue. Like, okay, because now that's connecting dots. That's not connected.
So what was my conclusion?
Your conclusion was, is it a possibility? So you took one class action somewhere and applied it possibly somewhere else.
I can give you several, and you 10, know, 50. And you know I'm good for it. So I can give you several, but my whole point is I'm not arguing from a place of tinfoil hat. I'm saying
that's what it sounds like.
Well, you're saying that, but you don't even know that these class actions exist. So you're arguing against something without. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you're coming from an uninformed perspective.
Sounds crazy.
Yeah, it might sound crazy.
It sounds crazy.
It might sound crazy, but do you know how much information that you're just like share, like how much data is shared just in this stream? Like the different forms of data just from this stream that's being collected. My IP address, how long we're on here, what we're talking, like there is so much data that is collected and synthesized. Again, they don't even know what to do with all the data that they're collecting at this point.
So from your argument, they're on the same side. So basically, white people in America is a monolithic people. Like they just all in cahoots with.
You're making it about whites. I'm talking about people in power. I'm talking about the system. This is beyond a race thing. The people that's typically in power, they're gonna typically be in power. Yes, but again, so you're trying to make it about. You're trying to make it about.
I ain't trying to make it about nothing. I'm trying to like fill in your voice.
But that's the whole thing. Don't try to make an argument that I didn't make. So you're trying to impose something on me that I didn't say.
No, I'm trying to get you to say what I think you're trying to say.
And that's the whole thing. Don't try to get me to say what you think I'm trying to say. Ask questions or attack what I have actually said. Or better yet, just state your position, because again, everything doesn't have to be contentious.
Nah, I'm not being contentious. I'm really just giving the pushback I give to my own. I'm saying I'm hearing you out, and I said yes, it's possible, but do I think this was happening? No, because I said extraordinary claims, extraordinary proof. Like, so I personally, that's why I said me personally. I said I wouldn't believe that, because I would need more data. I would need more dot connecting, and it gets to tinfoil with me.
Well, let me just make my point. I'm saying that the technology exists. That's what I'm saying. Now, whether or not they're actually using the technology and whether or not they're collecting all the data, and like, no, I don't think. But my whole point is, if private corporations or even publicly traded corporations has this type of capability, do you think they would have that capability without the government having it? That was my whole point. It's not about whether or not they're utilizing it or leveraging it to its full capacity. My whole point is about the capability.
Trunk. Yeah, I think that question. I think that question implies what I'm my assumption on where you're going with it. That's why I did it like that.
Well, can I say something real quick? Yeah. A 12-year-old, well, the reason why I said, I'm going to go back to what we started at. The reason why I said that Democrats and Republicans play good cop and bad cop, it was because a 12-year-old did a book report showing that from George Washington to Barack Obama, all the presidents are kin.
Oh, the cousin thing. The cousin. Okay,
So-
okay. Hey,
so,
dude. Now,
hold up, wait a minute. See,
My
then you gonna
God,
stop
this-
me? Y'all
like,
just
this-
talked forever. I was
Yeah,
patient.
this. Hey, dude. I looked at my boy conspiracy theorist too, and he brought this up. Oh, the president's related. I looked that up. All right, once you're done, I got some questions for you with that because I've been looked that up. I'm like, yo, oh my God. But go ahead,
Okay.
finish, man.
Well, anyway, like I said,
Foil time.
showing that they were kin all the way up to Obama. All right, and you were right about the America being a corporation. Or if you don't, we could say it like this: if you don't, like the way that sounds, we could say that America is run by corporations because they have a thing called ALEC. It's a meeting that they have, and it's A.L. So you can look that up. ALEC, ALEC. Put the periods in between each letter, and it'll tell you that it's a meeting that they, the government officials have with the corporations every year to make up new laws and things of that nature. So that yes, they are running the country, and it's a never-ending story. Yes, their story is a never-ending story. They're going to continue to push the narrative as long as they can. But now that the financial system, the money, their money, which the U.S. dollar is the world currency, and now it's under attack. So, like I said, they're restructuring, and all these re's. I told y'all about that years ago. The Renaissance, Reconstruction, Restart, Reset, Renewal. All of that, all them re's aren't nowhere in our.
I'm just joking.
Good one. But you know what I'm saying. Reclaim, remake, redistricting, restart, recreate, relocate, and all these things that's happened to us. Redlining, we ain't going to get into all that, white flight, urban renewal, all those things. But when you're dealing with systemic, it's systemic. And systemic means in the government, in your libraries, in your schools, in your workplace, all throughout America. Okay? And why I said they were playing good cop and bad cop is because, like I said, it's for the same goal. They got us thinking that, one group is going to help us, Republican or Democrat. They're going to, these are our saviors. We out here fighting for them. And then as soon as they get in office, they don't do nothing for the people, the majority of people that voted for them.
Yeah, but they don't even cater to us anymore. So that's why this like they don't even fake it no more. They run for office and they automatically know they got your vote. They don't even play along. That's why I don't get that. They don't even play along. They just simply ignore you and run to another immigrant population and say, hey, and then they do the whole humanitarian immigrant versus hyper-selected immigrants. I mean, we're completely, we're completely ignored. That's why I don't even think we're. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm gonna have more questions than anything.
Yeah,
well,
I'm gonna be honest.
Hold on, wait a minute. We talked about this in my first presentation on bias. They do it through philanthropy and charity. And they in the wealthy use these these foundations, right? They use them for tax write-offs, brother, and to take control of the narrative. You remember me telling you that 6 years ago, brother? And this is what they do, like Bill Gates. You know what I'm saying? And it's meant to maintain, the philanthropist. Hold up, it's meant to maintain the philanthropist's image, wealth, and ego, brother.
Wait, slow down. I'm on mute, dude. Slow down. Okay, I'm gonna slow down YouTube and restrictions. When you start getting things, I go up there and fix that. So yeah, like yeah.
Is he muffled?
Got it.
Yeah, I thought it was me. You breaking up a little bit, unbiased.
You muffled, unbiased.
Right. I'm saying when you start shouting out names, I'm restricting.
You still breaking up.
Yeah. You're still breaking up a lot. But when you're dealing with philanthropy, you're going to find those foundations: the Ford Foundation, the Bill Melinda Gates Foundation, Carnegie Foundation. They all had foundations, and they tax write-offs. And like I said, it's meant to maintain their image, build them up, and make them look like they're really trying to help. When the only thing they're doing is trying to take advantage and put in. And when you put all your money into one thing, you can take control of that thing. You see, just like with the vaccines and all that different stuff that Bill Gates was a part of, the farmland. You know what I'm saying? He was, you know, I'm not sure it's today, but I know a couple of years ago he owned the most farmland in America. So, you know, like I said, and then he's planting GMO potatoes for McDonald's. Come on, yo. It's all about the money, and it's all, you know, and it's all about the guys that they have to throw out there to make us believe that, you know, we need them and they're superior and, oh, you know, they're so great and all this. And it's a lie.
Yeah, I'm gonna
and
be
then they
honest though.
Hold on, and I'm gonna say one more thing. That you know, because see, Amber, they didn't even know about eugenics this last year, sis. You see what I'm saying? And the term eugenics was changed to genetics, sis. And that's another thing that they use is science. It's all systemic.
Yeah.
The colleges own slaves. You understand? The railroads, they all made out during our enslavement.
But I'm finna build on what you're saying, because this was like literally over the past year. I've had such a rude awakening, like, and I was already feeling like, okay, it's good cop, bad cop, but
yeah. Well, I made that up. Just so you know, that's my statement. Remember that. If you hear niggas saying it, that comes from indigenous.
Hold on, because I've been saying that too. I've been saying that at least a good
good cop, bad cop.
Yeah, probably past 16 months. Yeah, I've been having conversations with my AI, because shit just, when I say mama, I've been like mind blown by some of the shit that I've seen. Just experience. Like, so I'm gonna just say this. And
yeah, I've been saying it for 3 years, but I'm glad that we, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm glad that we can agree. They probably stole it from me too. You know, because you got all these niggas out here calling themselves indigenous now. Wasn't not one of them indigenous 3 years ago.
Listen, okay, but I'm gonna say this, because I came up in Indiana, which is a red state, right? Born in Texas, which is, you know, red state. Currently residing in Texas, red state. But I've lived in 2 blue states for a good bit of time. And most recently, one of them I worked in for a good significant amount of time. I experienced the most racism in the blue states. And I worked in environments where it is not supposed to be, it's supposed to be equitable. And this is not something I can, you know, you probably came in later, so you may not know, but I am in court style, you know, with active cases. So I'm not going to be specific, but all I can say is there's documented, proven evidence that a lot of these quote unquote democratic places and you know, organizations and agencies are performing equity. They're performing racial sensitivity. They're performing like, but there's no substance behind it. They got all the policies on paper, none of it in practice. None of it.
Yeah.
And it's not even just against, I mean, all of these quote unquote neutral or quote unquote laws that guarantee certain freedoms and rights, and then they totally disregard, like total. And I'm saying, like, I've been so mind blown. I'm like, because I'm in compliance, right? That's like my area. I have been so mind blown by the lack of respect for the rule of law, the rules for thee and none for me, like, and it is pervasive in democratic states. That's all like you wouldn't believe. And I think people assume because they do such a great job of performing, people assume that yes, their policies are this, or yes, they're that, and they don't even question it. They don't even question it.
We believe what we're told.
Exactly. And so then when you finally experience it and you question it, it's like, oh my gosh, like help me. I thought I was aware. I thought I
The
was.
same thing that we did to Unc. See? Because he's still out here promoting this false narrative. But what I say is he'll take my truths and add them to his lie. Because if you can't beat it, you got to join it to your BS.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? And just now, recently, they're talking about Mendel and, Blumenbach and all that, all the things that I put out 6 years ago. You know what I'm saying? In 2026, when they were mocking me.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? So, like I said, I don't argue. I don't care about arguing. I can argue too. I'll joke them too. Believe it. I had the whole chat and the people on the panel laughing. And they know when I come around, I'm going to have them laughing, but I'm also teach them. Because there's too many lies being told out here. And it's got to stop. And, when you're every, let me see, it's the big lie. Just like with evolution, the ancestors. I said the only thing that's evolving is the lie that's being told. And Unbiased was going over that yesterday. He started that conversation with Darwin, but he didn't go back far enough because the first person who started that monkey-minded craziness was Carl Linnaeus. Okay? He started anthropomorphism. He started taxonomy. He's the one that classified as calling us lazy, cunning, and lustful. Do you still hear that same narrative going on today? We're lazy, cunning, and lustful.
Even though none of the history supports it.
Exactly. Never met a monkey in his life, but he's saying we come from monkeys.
Mm-hmm.
You
But
understand?
I will say, I'm a firm believer of the old adage: a lie told 100 times becomes the truth.
That's right. That's what the big lie. That's the definition of it. If you look it up in the dictionary, it was a movie also in America back in the 50s or maybe 60s, maybe 40s. But it was a movie. But this has been known forever. It's in the dictionary. It has a definition, and it says you keep telling the lie, over and over again, and you start to believe it. Even Hitler took that up. Now, see, Hitler got his agenda from eugenics. Francis Galton, Charles Darwin's first cousin, 12 years younger than Charles Darwin, who was using Darwin's talking points. Because Darwin was saying, eventually, the the greater races will eventually exterminate the lesser races in a certain amount of time. And then his cousin comes along and puts it into action. So where does race come from? It comes from Blumenbach. Like I told him, he was the one who split humanity up in the 5 races. Where does his classifications and things of that nature come from? They come from Linnaeus before Blumenbach. This is the origins of your scientific racism and your modern science today. And then they took Mendel's theory and weaponized it because Mendel was just doing, recessive and dominant with the pea plants. The purple pea plants were dominant. The white and yellow pea plant flowers was recessive. They flipped it around and they said, oh, well, humanity started off white. That's what Blumenbach said. The man who created race, who created the term Caucasian, who created craniometry. Huh? And we're still under that mess today. The lies have been told for so long that we believe these things about ourselves. We don't have pride in ourselves. We, post-traumatic slave syndrome and all those things, And in their line, there was no science. They didn't have the microscopes. They didn't have telescopes. They didn't have a lot of that stuff back then. These people are just making up stuff. It's called the Age of Enlightenment or the Age of Philosophy. That's the term of that period of time. All this is well written, well documented. I don't have to lie.
Yeah, but it's also too, like, I mean, I'm a firm believer. At some point, you gotta kind of just know that the people who they have a stake in your misrepresentation or mischaracterization. So you cannot expect that they are going to exonerate your name. Like, and that's to me, that's like, you just gotta know who you are, identify who you are, and when people try to tell you, oh well, it's not this, like, there's a difference between, like, you know, playing devil's advocate and just, you know, wasting your life and just kind of really buying into the white tea supremacy, you know, like
wasting your life on somebody who don't deserve your time, you know. And that's why I've kind of fell back, you know, because like I said, I'm not, you know, and I'll still teach, you know, and when I get a chance, you know, but I do things on my terms. People get mad about that too, because I call in, and if you want me, you gonna let me call in. They get mad, sign that and let me call in. You know, he had me call in yesterday. He called me. But I've done 2 presentations on his show where I called in, and he held the phone for me, and they was mad. See? Because they all over there jockeying, you know, to be the #1 nut hugger. You know what I'm saying? And will believe anything that those people say on those channels. Absolutely. And then if you come in with any, you know, critique or rejection, they will go off on you, block you, do all kinds of crazy stuff. And they're ignorant is all get out, and just following behind. Hold on. I said, if I'm going to hell, because I'm still religious, and I don't care what people think. You can believe whatever you want. I don't care. But if I'm going to hell, if that's a possibility, it's not going to be because of what some other person told me. It's going to be because of what I did.
Absolutely. Yeah, I definitely agree. Like, I'm all about self-identity, being self-aware, knowing yourself, you know, having your own thoughts. Like, and the crazy thing, I don't believe in religion, despite, you know, like, I don't believe in heaven and hell, and I never have since I was a little girl. I wasn't in a safe space to say that, you know, but like, I always question, like, yeah, this just don't make sense to me. You know, so when I got older and I had the agency and the freedom to really, like, voice but I've always had my own thoughts and perspectives on life and, you know, the world around me. And I think that's healthy. Like, you can't go wrong with that. You know, even if you're wrong, at least you're convicted in your belief. That's what you believe. I don't even feel right regurgitating somebody else's beliefs. I think that is the saddest place to be, to not have your own identity.
Stand on something or fall for anything. You're exactly right. You know, and I mean, I like I said, I don't down you for what you believe, what religion you believe in, and I don't down you for your lack of belief. Yeah. You're still my family, and I love you, like I said.
And that's the thing. I don't feel like it's my job to go around and try to, you know, like, people be trying to convert.
A belief is personal.
Yeah,
a belief is personal.
It's personal.
You know what I mean? Everybody has beliefs. I mean, you know, that's the, you know, and scientism is, you know, when we talking about science, you know, the wicked modern scientism is just that. You're putting religion over faith, and see, the ancestors, you know, and this is why I teach them this. But that's what the Age of Enlightenment did. It put science over religion. Now, I'm not going to say at the time that they were wrong, because the Catholic Church was tripping. You know what I'm saying? They was tripping over there with the papal bulls and
But there's one thing. Don't forget, this is not. You know, only person I keep telling this to over and over. This is not a religious channel. Okay, because I'm actually a science guy, but I hardly ever talk about science. So I don't. So my personal position, keep it to myself, because I have another channel for that. That's like inviting.
Absolutely, yeah. I understand what you're saying. So you specialize this channel for the FBA News and Updates. I can
because people people here are different type of religions. People are agnostic. People are atheists, and I don't like like kind of what y'all said.
Right.
I don't care. Like what
Yeah.
the person,
They're
yeah,
trying to unify over.
because I'm
Yeah.
not even anti-religion. Like how because some people think if they're science, they gotta be anti-religion. Or people think if they're religion, they gotta be anti-science. I'm like, yeah, I'm not even anti nothing. Nothing, you know, what you want to do, that's what you do. I'm not gonna debunk you. I'm not gonna make you see the other light. It's like, yo, that's your journey, and that might be holding you together. Like without that, you might crash out. So I'm gonna leave you alone.
For real.
Believe what you want.
Yeah, I'd rather you be super religious than super gangster.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so like you gotta, because I know people who left, like been in situations where they debate Muslim all day long. They left Christianity, and they became like a gangster, like straight drug dealer, prison guy. I'm like, yo, now look what you did. Yeah, now look what you did. You didn't bring him for nothing better. And I asked the dude, I said, yo, his cousin. I said, yo, would you rather your cousin not in your religion of Islam, but with Christianity and proud and successful? Because his cousin like gangster type shit, so like or lead into the gang activity. So I said, now if Christianity could save him, and he's a Christian, I mean he's against your religion totally. Would you rather that? Would you rather him just be no Christianity, no Islam, and just gangster? That dude said gangster. I was like, damn. That dude hate Christianity more than the gangster life.
The programming
And guess
is
what?
real.
And guess where he's at right now?
In the clink.
He ain't never coming out. So like that.
Damn. Wow.
Yeah, my thing, I want you to be just a good person. I really hate that people feel like they can't be outside of that, and that's my biggest contention. But I don't know. In my mind, like just don't sell yourself short thinking that you need all of these things and like rituals in order to just be like good. Like you know what's good if you really just tune in.
Yeah. Avoid the rituals, avoid the idols, avoid all the, because, I mean, but at the same time, it's just a belief, so that's all it is. And that's personal to each person. You know what I'm saying? So, and I've never downed anybody for what they believe, but, when they lying, when you're lying, that's the problem that I have. That's the only problem I have.
But even the lying thing in religion becomes subjective. Like, I've been in those same circles. I done heard people debate for years, and they both call each other liars. I mean, because like the bottom line is this: the bottom line is that 90% of Israelites, when they debate, no matter if they win or lose, they're gonna be Israelites. 90% of Muslims is when they're done, they're gonna be that atheist. So nobody's really gonna change their position. So they're gonna.
Yeah,
So
nobody
with that being
converts.
said, right. So with that being said, they're gonna say the other side is wrong, regardless of how it turns out.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the whole line, you're wrong, I'm right, that becomes 100% subjective, because the Christian's gonna say the Christian one, the Muslim's gonna say the Muslim one, the atheist's gonna say the atheist one.
Yeah.
That's what usually happens. And now you can say, I can say this though. So what I do, the ancestors, is I will rather hear your argument to why you're this and what you stand on, and I go into your book. Not the science book, not the Muslim, not the Muslim book, not the Christian book. I go into your book to say, okay, so why you believe this, or why you on these principles, and we look at your book and say, like, because when I debated Captain Zaryag, I didn't debate him as an Israelite. I debated him. He's the Israelite. I'm in his book, and I won. You did. So like that's how I want to know.
Unbiased whooped him. He
so
did. Yeah.
I want to know. So if you're in politics, let's debate politics, right? Don't come where I'm at. If you're into this,
according to your rule, your doctrine, and I think that's
right.
To me, I think that's really people. It's a nuanced thing that a lot of people kind of misread or misunderstand. Like they don't get. No, I'm coming to your thing as if like we're just going to deal with your thing because
there you go.
it should be consistent, and I don't know, but at any rate, I will say, I don't know. I think outside of religion, just Black community in general, and that's kind of why I kind of had to scale back from the conscious community. Just because sometimes, according to the belief or what people state their beliefs are, it's just like, okay, now there's a disparity here between what you propose you believe versus the actuality of what you're, representing. And, it's just in conflict a little bit. And I don't think a lot of people to me, like racism, believing that Black people can't be racist or, just
Oh
certain
my
stuff.
God.
It's just,
And the ancestors, I think I was one of the first voices in the community to say you're bugging. Like when people said that, I'm like, you a fool to believe that Black people can't be racist. I think I was one of the first voices to break that taboo rule that yo, don't say that. We can't. I'm like, yo, you a fool.
I mean, people still believe now, and I will say it's kind of like underdeveloped or maybe limited information gets put out where people don't read or understand the whole, concept or argument. Because I do feel like early 90s, it was really put out that, you couldn't be if you was this because they lacked the power. Like that was a talking point, a popular one. But I think people kind of miss that there's levels. Like,
Right.
racism,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, see, that's the thing though. Like people were arguing that without saying that. So now people playing semantics. Like people just holding on what they said. Like no. You said racism. You ain't say systemic. Yeah. So I can say looking back that they were probably trying to say Black people don't have systemic racism, reach. I think that's what they really meant to argue, and not that we can't just be racist, flat out, generic.
Well, I'm gonna be honest.
Yes, you can.
I think that's what they meant at the time, but they were because it was just a lazy knee jerk. Let's try to get people on code to stop doing this thing publicly. Because now there's scrutiny. Like, so then same thing with DEI, right? Everybody rushed to create DEI policies and this, that, and the third. Even though they don't really change the mindset or the mentality, it's a cosmetic. You know what I'm saying? So I think as they saw the side effects, because now we feel emboldened, we feel all right. Like if you was getting into an argument with your significant other, and somebody back you up and like, yeah, that's right. Of course, you really gonna poke your chest out like, yeah, and like I said, like, at the end of the day, I feel like we started really like feeling ourselves. And then it's like, hold on, we have to broaden the scope of this argument because it had unforeseen consequences. So now all these people like, well, I don't want to feel bad and I don't want to feel like, only we can do this when I'm in these spaces, they make me feel like this. Ain't that the same thing? So then they have to, allow for that nuance. Okay, so now there's levels. But I mean, people that are logical, they can kind of already see, they don't need to really be told that. But people who are just regurgitating something and they don't really care about the substance, or they don't, you know what I'm saying? Like they just looking for a win or to be correct. They don't really care about evaluating the whole.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest mind FUX is that when they get Black people, and again, when I say Black people, it should be clear. I'm using it as a delineating term. Matter of fact, let me say my word: Blacks people. When I think the biggest mind FUX when we talk about Blacks people, we gotta make to get them to like crash out and be illogical and be unreasonable and just off code, is to get them to believe there's a them versus us. Like that's when you said dangerous and unforeseen, like that's what bothers me. We get them, oh, it's us against them. It's like, okay, who's the them? And again, they really want to say all whitey people, but they don't. They play the mind game. They hide. They show some of their hand. They show the first card of like in blackjack. Oh no, systemic racism or white supremacists, but they really mean all. Because when you start to hear their rhetoric and ask questions and you start to see how they move, they're really saying all. And somebody pointed something out. The people who be the most us against them be the people who don't date Black women. And when I seen that, I'm like, yo, like it's almost like the light skinned thug guy. Like he got to be the most thug guy in the hood, or the light skinned woman got to be the most promiscuous. You know, it's like people like overcompensate for what they believe. It's like I call it EIC, ethnic inferior complex. Like people try to make up how they personally feel about themselves, which is low. So they overcompensate in another area somewhere, and they hide their hand why they really feel like that.
But yeah, they fallen into that narrative that has been placed, you know, out here about wicked science, and you know, because like I said, it's good and bad, and everything is good and bad in science, good and bad in religion.
See, but if you keep
good
doing
and bad
it, like,
people.
what you keep doing is bringing your agenda. Like what you
I'm not
keep
bringing
doing
no
is
agenda. I'm just talking.
I got it. Just like a religious person don't bring religion. I got you. But what you keep saying that I see, like every time you get to talk, you're going back to religion versus science. Like you're doing that every time as you're trying to talk. Wicked science and good religion, I'm guessing. Any wicked religion? Any wicked Christianity? Any wicked?
Yes. Look at Creflo Dollar. Look at T.D. Jakes. Look at Kirk Franklin.
Yeah, but hold on, bro. I really don't. I don't even know what that is. Like the wicked science, I don't even know what that is. Like that's a wicked religion. Like that's what people say when they're against something. They have a clear agenda, clear motive. So they demonize the whole thing, and then you know they argue from that vantage point, and it gets sloppy. It's like sloppy conversation. Like let's just call out the people we want to call out. The people who are using science wickedly. I'd rather you just say them, say their names and make your point that way, but rather than call the whole field or call a whole denomination wicked. I think that's just crazy.
I don't do that, brother. You know, I say that they were duped. They were made to think that they were better, but they were no better than anybody else, and they were being used just right along with us. And the money masters are the ones who control everything.
The money masters. Who's the money masters?
Zionist bankers.
And who are they?
Corporations.
They got
corporations.
names?
Corporations. Like I told you.
And who are they? And who run those corporations? Any people names? It's a ghost. Bigfoot, aliens. Oh my God! Yeah, bro. I really don't want to do that tonight, man.
Well, I mean.
I really don't.
I told you in 2020, there was only 3 countries that weren't under the Rothschild Central Bank, son.
Oh my God!
See, you don't believe it, but it's there.
Okay.
Just because you don't believe it, don't make it any less true.
So what? Okay, so let's go with this. Let's go with that's true. It's right in your face. What are you going to do about it?
Here we go.
Yeah, because
I've
what's
been
the point
teaching
of?
about
Wait,
it.
hold on.
Teaching about it for years. I didn't talk to you about it. And taught this whole goddamn community.
I'm adding to my question. First of all, you ain't teach me anything. There's
you
nothing
a damn
that
lie. You be up here regurgitating my shit too, nigga. You was with this scientific racism back in the day.
Don't be the first
you know damn well you was bigging up Margaret Singer. You was bigging up this shit. Man, don't play with me, nigga.
Now he's the first to chimp out. You say you call me a nigga. Now you doing all this disrespectful stuff. We just having a conversation because I got you. Now you chimping out. You're saying a whole bunch of stupid stuff.
No, you regurgitate.
Hey, you guys.
Okay.
You guys.
Okay, so let's go with that. Let's just go with that.
Well, we were doing
but now I'm a nigga, and okay, dude. Let's talk right now. What did you teach me? And let's go into depth, see who know more about it. Because if you taught me, you should know more about me than if I'm repeating that thing. If I'm so-called regurgitating, then you should know more than me on the fly on that thing. Name
it. The origins of scientific racism. I'm biased.
Okay, sorry right there. Okay, so now let's start. Okay, now what book can you reference? You read on the origins, because I know my book. I got a physical copy of it. I can share my phone right now. It's on my IG. It's on my Twitter, my TikTok. What physical book do you have in your possession that you read on scientific racism? Go. Physical book.
I don't have a book.
Okay, cool. Now watch this. The reason I say book, because if you got a book, then there's a date. You know, I say put a date on it. Now I bought my book around 2018, before the pandemic, 17, 18, around there. My book is called Medical Apartheid. Okay, so that book's talk about scientific racism in great depth. So I have a book what I bought in 2017, 18, around there sometime, and I put it on my IG as soon as I bought it. So I have a date to when I start reading about scientific racism. You're just talking, and you do that. So when you do that, you can make up any date you want. Now, y'all talked about earlier. Y'all talked about cops and robbers, wherever y'all saying good cop, bad cop. So she said 16 months. So of course you're gonna say a month. You're gonna say something. I mean, anybody can say older. She dated herself. Of course you're gonna be older. You said 3 years. If she said 4 years, you would have said 7. You did. So it's like anybody could say something. When do we actually put a date on our claims? I got a date on my book. I posted my book in 2017, 18, one of those days, but before the pandemic for sure. Okay, so now you're just saying it, but you don't have an actual date where you can point us to it right now and say, hey, check this out. Check that out.
Systema Natura in 1755.
Okay. So you don't. I'm saying when you got.
I gave you a book. When you can look it up.
Bro, when did you buy it?
I didn't buy it. You should refer me to a book so I can look it up, and I just referred you to it. Okay.
Nah, that's not what I meant. I think she caught what I meant. But hold on. So now let's talk about scientific racism. Let's get into it. Okay. So what is scientific racism? What is it? And what date do you think it started? Around what date? What year?
I said it started with I said it was, to me, this is my opinion.
To you. No,
it was justified.
Hey, bro.
I'm gonna give you real dates, but I'm telling you, this is what I say.
Bro,
this is my teaching.
I don't want an opinionated discussion about scientific racism. I'm asking you, what date you think that became a thing, and where on this earth did it originate from? That's all. The date and the origins, the landmass.
The mid 1700s with Carl Linnaeus.
Okay, now stop. Define scientific racism now, because he's not part of that at all.
Is science justifying racism?
Give me a talking point. Like, what were they saying mid 1700s in scientific racism with Carl Linnaeus?
I gave it to you. I told you that they classified us. They created the taxonomy. He was the one that said that we were lazy, cunning, and shiftless. Called us in our title. In his classification was Afro-Niger, Niger. Okay.
Right. So now,
and this is in his book, The System of Natura.
Okay. So now I'm gonna get to my phone in a second. Now I'm gonna say scientific racism came into existence around like 1850, right around Darwin, natural selection publication. I'm gonna say around 1850. 1860s when scientific racism. I'm gonna say leading up to the Emancipation Proclamation, 13th Amendment. So I'm saying racist people started to demonize us to justify slavery and to discourage the Civil War. So if they started to put out scientific racism publications and sciences out there against us to not get sympathy to get the North to back off. All right. So.
Wait, what year you say?
Around 1850, like leading up to the Civil War, around that time.
I'm asking a clarifying question, not on anyone's side.
Around Darwin's time, the ancestors, he said. Yeah.
Do you consider like literature or books of the time where they were?
I'm talking about a national teaching. I'm not talking one publication with one public.
No, I'm not talking about. But this like propaganda that asserted that like we were made for slave. Like, do you consider that to be?
That's justifying the actions of the plantation slavery. That's not what I mean. I mean like a science. I'm saying they put it in science. Like this is where they literally put it in science. All right, give me a second. Because what I know for a fact is that when he was doing that, the North was debunking it. But I'm gonna get to my phone in a second. Give me a second.
No, I'm asking another question. So for science, what are we using as the definition?
The scientific racism. We're saying when did that start?
For science. You said when they actually put it in science. So what definition are we using for science?
Well, to act like people were inferior genetically, like biologically. Right. So the term itself, the term itself, the compound word, there's a date for that. So anybody can look up, which I'm gonna do right now. You look up scientific racism, it gives you a date.
Can I say something real quick?
Okay. Go ahead.
You can't have racism without the weaponizing of the term race, which comes with Blumenbach. So I'm sorry, brother, but you're wrong.
Yeah,
that would be in around the late 1700s. Okay, so Linnaeus is in 1755. He's before him.
IBM.
Okay, go ahead.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
It's okay.
I've said this 1,000 times.
I know you say a lot of things 1,000 times, but listen.
And he's the one that started the monkey stuff, unbiased.
IBM, slow down.
Not Darwin.
Slow down. I got you. What I'm saying is, all I'm gonna do, because if I say what I say, you say what you say, it goes back to the subjective thing. Okay, so now when I put this in, and it says you're right, you're right. If it says you're wrong, you're wrong. Are we cool with that tiebreaker?
Sure.
I ain't gonna hold you. Yeah, I just put it in Copilot, and it's saying IBM.
Hey, do you see the four? Hey, if you got it on Wiki, do you see the four monkey? Hit on that, and it'll show you. And one of the monkeys, his name's Lucifer. Hey, look, hold on. The ancestor, listen. One of the monkeys is named Lucifer.
Well, all I'm saying is, I said, what are the earliest accounts of scientific racism? And I see this photo.
That's not what we're arguing.
I've been done this. 2020, unbiased knows. He just.
I'm gonna have you.
What you call it?
Right now, I'm gonna get to my destination right now. I just bought some.
Now I want to know what is the argument though. But now I'm not gonna lie. He's not right. He's not right on the timeline. But the name is coming up.
Look. Yeah. But I'm gonna have this. I'm gonna do.
What do you mean I'm not right on the timeline?
Yeah, I'm gonna have him do what I have everybody do. Once like I said, I just went to
you said 1700s, right?
1755 is Carl Linnaeus. That's what you need to look up. Just pull up Carl Linnaeus. That's all you got to do.
Okay.
And it'll tell you all the things that he's done. Just like if you pull up Blumenbach, it'll tell you that too.
IBM, I'm gonna do something better. I'm going to hook up my laptop or microphone, and I'm gonna have you speak.
I'm gonna be honest. It looked like both of y'all wrong, to be perfectly honest. But
I'm gonna have him speak right. Yeah, but hold on. He taught me.
But I do see Linnaeus come up.
He's a teacher. So I'm going to have him, but I know you're misrepresented. I'm going to have him speak right to my AI in his words, not your research. We're going to use his words into my AI. I want it from the horse's mouth about what he said about Blumenbach, scientific racism, and Linnaeus. I want his words into my AI. And I'm getting to my destination in about, I'm at the last light. And you'll have your moment.
I mean, I don't even know why y'all denying this because, like I said, I've and I start with the Catholic Church, and the Papal Bulls because they were the ones justifying the enslavement of the non-believer and the African. Okay, and then they come over here. They came over here in 1492 when Columbus sailed the ocean blue. Then in 1493, they made a Papal Bull that said that anybody over here that didn't believe or was colored could be enslaved. And, like I said, it's not about religion. That's about the transatlantic slave trade and the justification of it because they were saying that we didn't have no souls and we were of the devil. All right? So, like I said, I've done this 1,000 times, and now in 2026, we still having this conversation when that was in my first presentation in 2020. And wasn't nobody in this community talking about it. And if anybody says they was, they a damn lie.
Okay, now I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this just so I feel like we need to maybe broaden the scope of what scientific racism is. So according to the Encyclopedia Britannica, scientific racism is a set of falsified scientific or pseudoscientific hypotheses that seeks to explain and justify European colonial dominance. Now, it does say in this definition, particularly in the 17th through early 20th century. That's the
Do you know what the
period
17th century? Hold on. What is the date to the 17th century? Tell me the date of the 17th
those
century.
are 1600s if it's 17th century.
1601 to 1700 is the 17th century.
Where the hell is my microphone?
See that's the date of the 17th century. 1601 to 1700.
Okay.
You're right. So they're saying it started in six. Okay, I see what you're saying. Sis.
Yeah, I'm saying that you was a little wrong on your timeline, but yeah. I mean,
we want to know what.
And even the earliest person, according to that's not the earliest account, but probably was more.
Blumenbach had teachers too and stuff. You know what I'm saying? But I'm talking about the ones who were really publicized and pushed around the world. You see what I'm saying?
I think they probably had the most notoriety at the time.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the reason why I say broaden the scope is because Copilot is going to pull in anything that resembles.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
I'm here. Okay. So, IBM, you're here. All right. Define scientific racism.
You asking me again?
IBM.
She just read it. I said it's.
I want you to define scientific racism. Go ahead.
I said it's science that justifies racism. That's my definition.
Okay. So now you said Carl Linnaeus taught that.
Carl Linnaeus. Yeah.
And who else?
Malthus.
And
then Darwin. Listen.
Hey, bro.
Listen, brother.
Did you say Blumenbach earlier? Did you say yes to that?
Yes. Linnaeus is first. Blumenbach is second. Right. Malthus is third, and then comes Darwin. Okay.
Okay. So
you said it started with Darwin.
I got it. So they all. No, I didn't say Darwin. I said the time of Darwin. Okay. So
you were still wrong.
Darwin also taught scientific racism.
Yes.
Okay, so this is my friend IBM. I'm just okay. Got you. Okay.
You got to remember, many of these people had a religion too. You got to remember that also. They were religious also. You know.
Yeah, they weren't scientific, huh? So the religious folks started scientific racism.
No, they wasn't. It wasn't the divide, between science and religion. Darwin even said that he was religious until he was 40. This is just little tidbits I'm giving you that because Darwin acting like he never had a religion, and I said he even says in his own quote that he had a religion. He was religious until 40. Yeah.
So Carl Linnaeus, what was some of his scientific racism talking points?
Anthropomorpha, okay, and that's the monkey chart.
And what were you saying?
That's where that started.
And what was scientific race? What were some arguments that was scientific racism?
He classified humanity and gave us the worst.
Wait, humanity? Wait, hold on. So that's including white people too, right?
I was gonna say, hold on.
Yes, he made four different groups.
Now.
He made 4 different groups. If you go back to 2020, I'm telling you the same thing.
Wait, hey, bro,
he made 4 different groups. He put the whites in their classification. He put the Native Americans in their classification. He put the Asians in their classification, and he put the African in their classification.
Okay, so everybody's classified, right? Now, what was his
and he gave, and our classification was Afro-Niger. Now, you know how they change things in different translations. Or
wait, but what about the monkey thing you said earlier? What about the monkey thing?
Anthropomorpha.
Okay, so the monkey thing in black people, what
pull that up. Pull that up.
No, I want you to tell me. No, I want you to tell me. I don't want to pull it up.
Okay,
So,
well, the white version of the monkey was more human-like, and then you go to, I guess, the Asian monkey was, more human-like but more monkey-like. But you go all the way to the end, and us, we're the monkey, the full monkey holding the stick. Now, this is exactly where Darwin got that narrative from.
Wait. Before we go to Darwin, I just want to stick to one guy. Okay, so all of them were monkeys, but okay, got it. Now, Blumenbach. Okay, so what did he teach in scientific racism?
It's like I told you. He was the one who classified us along with the...
My microphone stopped. One second. Okay, hold on. All right. Is it recording? 1 second. All right. Okay, so you said Blumenbach taught scientific racism. What were some things he taught?
All right. Anthropomorpha, the monkey chart. He said humanity was coming from... Yes. Carl Linnaeus.
No, I'm done with him. Hey, bro. Okay, let me start all over. Bro, we already talked about him, my guy. This is the next one up, okay? I want to talk about... So you said Blumenbach taught scientific racism. Tell me some things he taught.
All right. He was, what you would call the main founder and the main person in anthropology and zoology. Okay? Now let that sink in. Just
tell me the scientific racism teaching.
I said let it sink in. Now.
I don't want to sink in. Just tell me.
Okay. He's the one who split humanity up into 5 different groups and weaponized the term race. Okay? So you don't have racism without this guy.
But what's the scientific racist teaching?
Anyway, he created craniometry. He created the term Caucasian. He said in one of his quotes that, I have taken this name Caucasian from the Caucasus Mountains, because they have the most beautiful race of men. That's what he said. The Georgian. That's what he said. Okay? So this is the guy where you get race from.
You're a great teacher.
So I gave you the origins. Hold up. I'm giving you the origins of where this ideal came from, because it's all it is a belief. It's a theory. And that's, look, it ain't nothing but a theory, because there's no real science behind it. So how you going to, like I said, it's easy work, yo.
So I'm going to say this. So, and I'm not going against you, IBM, or I'm biased. I feel like y'all are gonna go back and forth and diverge on nuances and small inconsistencies or things that are maybe I don't like conflated a little bit. So it's based off of Copilot, it's a pre-Linnaean zoological category, anthropomorpha. So it looks like Ray actually may have created it, John Ray. But essentially it actually categorized humans, apes, monkeys, like
together.
It categorized them.
Yeah, that's probably what I'm to say it from. So
classified them, like I said.
But hold on, because I'm not going. You're not entirely like wrong, because I believe Linnaeus took it a step further and then tried to
promote it worldwide.
Like try to rank humans within that category.
Exactly.
Based off of color or whatever.
And the monkeys was called Troglodyta
I don't want to miss this part.
Hold on. But I will say, so science is also observational, right? So this actually served as a foundation for later verified science that linked us with like apes, monkeys as being related ancestrally. So it's now I do believe in science, and so it's not, even though it started out and a lot of it was some of it wasn't founded on evidence, or it didn't follow the appropriate methodology. A lot of this has been tested, and some of it has survived. So I do want to I'm not saying that it's not the inception, but I feel like the
Mendel,
inception,
sis.
yeah.
Like
Wait,
Mendel.
hold on. Wait. You don't get to keep going because I was cut
Go
off.
ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. My bad.
So I said the way I debate, I let them I just hold them to what they say. So now the answers try to save you. I just let you say what you said. You taught me. You're my teacher, and I said I will let him just teach. And I don't think nobody's convinced that you are a qualified teacher on that topic. Yeah, nothing sounded like so. Now let me talk about what I'll talk about. What I actually going in on, like on the fly, like I get right to it. Ain't no back and forth. You ain't gotta keep saying, "Hey, where's the science?"
Well, you gotta admit you were wrong. That it didn't start with Darwin first.
Hey, bro, I didn't say Darwin. I said Darwin's
time.
I'm saying
you were wrong.
Time. Okay, hey, dude, look, my guy, you said you were my teacher. I'm off the freestyle with it, so I gave you my that was my opinion. I said around Darwin's time, 1850. I gave my opinion. I never said I'm a teacher of that. I never said I taught. Now I do talk about some things that I say that's my stuff, right? But that ain't one of them. That's your thing. Yeah. You said you're the teacher of scientific racism. You said that. You said you taught me. So I was like, all right, well, let's hear it. And nothing you said just now made me believe you taught me, and I don't believe somebody else believe you were a teacher on that topic. That's all I'm gonna say. Go ahead.
All right. Well, I mean, that's all I gotta do is pull up the videos from 2020. Y'all can pretend and play all you want. That's all I gotta do is pull up the presentation where I said all this shit in 2020.
Hold on. So I will say that I feel like, because I had never heard of these people, and I did think it was earlier than 1856, because I know that there are books where they see, to me, whenever you have naked Black people and you are picking apart their anatomy, that's a part of scientific racism.
That's 9 years before the Emancipation Proclamation, sis. Come on, man. Let's get serious with it.
Yeah, so to me, and this was going on so I knew that time period was wrong, but actually I had never heard of these other people, and so I do feel like he knows a lot more than probably most do, about the inception.
I lit this community up, and they just now figuring out genetics. They didn't know nothing about, they wasn't talking about none of that. None of that.
I want to keep muting you, but you said some things earlier.
Yeah, right.
That it's well, hold on. I want to be clear, because he keeps saying things that's highly offensive. He's saying he's somebody's teacher, and then he keeps saying what people don't know. We ain't know eugenics. He keeps saying what people. Now I don't know why he keeps saying that, but that's really disrespectful. He's pretending that people ain't know stuff until he taught us. Remember, not just mention it. There's some things that he just say.
No, I do agree. Y'all been talking about evolution and all. So I mean, I feel like y'all.
Let me just go in for a second. Let me go in for a second, because I want to defend his claims that I let slide. That he keeps saying it. So now I'm like, all right, dude, that's okay. So he keeps making claims that I don't do. Right? I just, if I'm a teacher, I just teach. I don't start saying what somebody didn't know unless I can clearly prove you didn't know it. Like, you would be on my live stream, I just go right to it and say, hey, look, like with revenue, I say, hey, look, you said this, you didn't know it. But I'm not just going to say things that somebody didn't know that I can't prove. And he keeps doing that. Eugenics, like, you ain't know what eugenics was, my guy. So now, what he would do is this. He would say something in a circle that we're not talking about that. So, of course, if we're talking about basketball and you mention a soccer player, you're the first to mention a soccer player in a conversation of basketball. You did that. You got it. Because that don't apply. So he will say something in a subject that doesn't apply. So technically he's the first to bring that soccer play up in a conversation of basketball. Right, you're the first to do that. So now, but he doesn't go in. He usually misrepresented. So what we'll do is we'll look into it to see how does it apply with basketball, and then come to find out he's a soccer player. So yeah, so now we read up on a guy to realize, or better yet, football. So we're like, yo, now he a football player, but he not football NFL. He's a soccer player, Messi, whatever his name is, and he's very good. Okay, so I looked him up. You said the name. You were wrong. He's not an NFL football player. He's a soccer football player. But I looked him up. He's pretty good. Thank you for even mentioning him. But you didn't teach nobody. We looked him up and we did the research behind that. You didn't teach nobody. You mentioned his name in a topic that didn't apply. Now, you and Chief X, you guys argue school to prison pipeline, correct?
Yeah, and Amber. I mean.
Wait. Bro,
it was not just me.
Hey, wait, no. Hey, bro, I'm saying you guys debated that. You and Chief X. I fell asleep. But you guys and Chief X, I know for a fact, you guys debated school to prison pipeline. Okay. So watch this. So now, at that point, I never really looked into school and prison pipeline before. I heard the terminology, and I thought it was a certain thing, but I never looked it up. That was y'all debate. I didn't debate that. Y'all did. Okay. When I actually looked it up, the next day when I woke up, it turned out y'all both was wrong. So let me guess, you're a teacher of that too. Yes?
No. Chief brought up the school to prison pipeline.
No, but y'all debated. Okay, listen what I'm saying though.
Yeah, Chief
you guys
said it first.
Debated. I don't matter, bro. Okay, you can say something right now to me. If I debated, I committed to I know something about it. Because I'm debating. Right. You don't debate stuff. The thought of a debate, you don't debate something you're unaware of, right? Or uninformed. But you guys debated that. But and look, part of
it's a
y'all
conversation, brother. It was a conversation, brother. It wasn't a debate. Chief ran from debating me.
Hey, bro, y'all debated that, my guy. I know for a fact you guys debated that, and you kept bringing up how you kicked his butt. I'm like, yo, both y'all were wrong.
Okay.
But I would say
trying to get a gotcha moment because I beat him up on the scientific racism.
Yeah, there's not a gotcha.
But you got to check this out though.
But why y'all always gotta say y'all beat somebody up? All the male ego is
I didn't
so
say none of that.
exhausting.
You gotta stop saying y'all. Only one guy who's saying to everybody teacher, and
Well,
he's
no,
doing that.
First of all, hold on. You didn't say it in this conversation, but you gotta admit that you do say it frequently.
Say what?
Now, don't do that. That you beat somebody up or.
Okay, yeah, but it's actually. But hold on, it's actually confirmed by that person. Like I don't just say things and just I beat him up and that's my opinion. But he said he beat me up. The only time that I go back and forth, me and DJ Focus. But guess what? I put our debate through ChatGPT and the other AI. They said I kicked his ass. So I don't. So it's not Suburban. Hold on. I got it. Y'all gonna get it in a second. I'm gonna go on mute unless I just had the whole thing in a second, like I normally do. But I just want to say, there's AI now. You can tell AI to judge a debate based on the debate rules, logical fallacies. Okay, so I went back. Yes, Amber, I'm swerving. I went back. I'm that petty. And I put my debates in word, because I'm going to be biased, you're going to be biased, they're going to say. I ran through AI, said I smoked them. So it ain't just me, and it gave reasons why I smoked them. So this ain't my opinion no more. This is an AI saying the same thing. It's saying landslide, not even close. And I showed it live, I can do it again. So our discussion we did before, we could run them all through AI today and actually judge who won the debate. So now I was going to say with the Chief X thing, Scooter Prison Pipeline, that I said you won. Now, I said both of y'all, I said this way back then. I said both of y'all wasn't technically right all the way, but I said if you judge a debate based on what I had, I told you then, I said now, I said you won. I said Chief X totally misrepresented what Scooter Prison Pipeline. He was totally wrong, 100%. He didn't know what it was at all. And I was surprised when I read it. So that's all I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say like, you did debate, it was a debate. But sometimes you will debate something where you're not the most informed on, and then you won't count that for your teaching. It's like I will admit when somebody taught me something or shared some information, because there's some things you did say, like Scooter Prison Pipeline. You said that when y'all debated, and you said he said it, so I'm gonna give him the credit now, so not you. But when y'all talked about that, I looked into it, and I was like, oh, that's what it is. So y'all conversation piqued my interest to. Now I know exactly what it is now. You know what I mean? So yeah, sometimes you do say something that piqued my interest, but I usually do the research and
you
find
always
out
do,
like
brother. You always do.
Yeah, but I'm saying but nobody really taught me those things. I had to go back and do the research. And same thing, I might say something, you guys look it up and you guys got the research. I don't say, hey, I taught you that. I would say I introduced it. I won't say I taught you. That's all. So a lot of things you did introduce to us. I wouldn't say you taught it.
Okay.
All right. So
I appreciate
let
that.
Suburban go, Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. You said some things that I had to, you introduced. It wasn't on my mind, and I like even Carl Linnaeus and Blumenbach. Like you told me that first. Even Walter Plecker. Like then I looked into it. Like, oh, all right, there's something here. You
I
did. So
appreciate
yeah,
you,
it's some
brother.
things that you do. Revenue, same thing. Revenue said some things, and I'm like, yeah, I give him credit. Like, yeah, you said this and that, and I looked into it, and yeah, this is good information. Now I apply it to my bag. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I always, I ain't gonna deny you what you brought, but
So
let
that's why I say
Suburban go, and I'm gonna go on mute.
we had the shows that we had years ago was way ahead of anything that these cats was talking about, brother. And like I said, you've always been that way, and I'm that way. I'm gonna do my research, and and that's the people I like being around. The people, because you'll go to a room and you'll tell them something, they won't look it up. They just gonna believe whatever the person channel, whose channel it is. They're just gonna believe what he says. You see what I'm saying? Because there's too many people out here following instead of doing their own due diligence, brother. So I'll get, like I said, and I know, we disagree, but we stand firm on a lot of things too. So, I mean, I don't never look down on you. You know what I'm saying? And I hope you don't look down on me. I'm not trying to be anything. I don't ask for money. You know what I'm saying? I tell everybody I love them, and I mean it. Because the only reason why I'm out here doing this is just to try to, some of the lives in the community and abroad, I'm just trying to check them and give some people other things to look at. Like you say, introducing things to people, maybe not teaching them, because like you say, you can go do your own research after you hear, and you pick out what you interested in, and you go back and look it up. That's what you're supposed to do, and that's one of the main things that I say. Do your own research. Don't believe what I say. Do your own research.
So look, y'all been talking. I've been doing just that. So let's get on Blumenbach. Says, now this is Google AI, right? Says his taxonomical work inadvertently laid the empirical foundation for 19th century.
Well, hold on, brother. Wait a minute. Now remember taxonomy. You said taxonomical.
I know. Let me finish. I know what it is. While he was a staunch advocate for human equality and the unity of the human species, his legacy is deeply paradoxical. So what and then they go on to say, he expanded upon the work of Carl Linnaeus, and then he came. Listen,
taxonomy. That's where taxonomy comes from. Carl Linnaeus.
Exactly. Okay. So now he developed the races, right?
Mm-hmm.
Caucasian, Mongolian, Malayan, Ethiopian, and American. Now here's where it was a little bit off. It says, unlike the proponents of scientific racism who followed him, Blumenbach fiercely opposed racial discrimination. His core positions included monogenism. He insisted that all human beings belonged to a single species and shared a common origin, opposing the pro-slavery theory of polygenism. He had, hold on, we're not done. It said that despite his progressive intentions, Blumenbach taxonomy was quickly weaponized. In the 1800s, colonists, slave owners, and scientists hijacked his 5-group structure. They stripped away his belief in human equality and replaced it with a rigid hierarchical ladder. By standardizing skull measurements, which is craniometry, subsequent generations of scientists erroneously claimed that skull shape dictated intelligence, civility, and moral worth, giving a false veneer of scientific legitimacy to slavery and global imperialism. So he didn't create scientific racism. He created the foundation in which other people took it and ran with it. So I'm done. That's it.
I appreciate that refinement. So essentially, he created.
Hold on. Let me get this. You got to let me get this.
Okay.
Now, you take and create, you weaponize the term race because the word existed. So you weaponize the term race, and then you put the whites on top and the blacks on the bottom. Then you create craniometry, right? And you say that humanity started off white because the skulls are white. That's his science. Okay, so you're putting the whites on top, blacks on bottom, and then you're trying to give that superiority agenda. That is.
That was something.
I didn't cut you off. I didn't cut.
Well,
Wait a minute. Hold on. Listen. Let me finish. You're promoting that superiority narrative that started with Carl Linnaeus when he classified us through taxonomy and created the monkey. The anthropomorpha changed to primate. That word changed to primate. So when you're talking primate, that comes from him too. All right, we come from primates. That's what they say in the evolution theory. But anyway,
well,
like I said, just let me finish. When you're dealing with someone who is talking like that, and that is promoting the same narrative, and the only thing that is evolving is the lie. It started with Carl Linnaeus, went to Blumenbach, then to Malthus, and then to Darwin. So you're saying that this man was good and all this stuff, but he created, and he also was talking about races. He said the Georgian, the northern, basically, them and the northern Europeans were the good stock. Now, the Alpine region right below it, they were called monkeys. And then around the Mediterranean, they definitely was called monkeys and stuff, all that. So their superiority in the north was what they were promoting. That's the narrative. That's the same narrative that Darwin was promoting. The superiority of the white class, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed theory.
All right, we're aware of that. We're aware of that. But
if I may, because I feel like I'm neutral here. I ain't trying to prove a point or anything. But I just want to say, IBM, I was rolling with you, right? Like, because I feel like you brought some great information out, but I think Suburban Swerving was just refining so that there can be clarity in the framing of what their work actually supported and what it didn't support. And so hold on, IBM. Hold on,
Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead, my bad.
Because I think, and I'm gonna say mistake, okay? And I want you to hear me out. I think the mistake that you're making is you're superimposing something onto their work that they never actually made based off of what the outcome ended up being. So like, let's say if I don't know anything, right? And again, science is observational. If I don't know anything about, and I'm trying to learn, I'm trying to figure it out, I'm going to try to deduce things from what I can see and what I can observe, which is how they came up with the classifications that we were potentially related. Hey, we walk on 2 feet, they walk on 2 feet. You understand? Like, so that's how the categories get developed. So then if you're looking at a skull and you say, okay, the skull is white, and you're using deductive reasoning with no real way to test your theory,
right.
you
no
may
science.
say,
no science.
But it is science. It's just not.
No, it's no real science behind your ideology.
Well, here's the thing.
Because hold on, wait a minute. Let me stop you.
IBM,
Let me stop you. One second.
No. IBM.
Okay.
If you could just listen, because there has to be a starting point, right? Like, we have to build and learn through like trial and error what is scientific and what's not. And we have to learn that you have to validate things. You can't just come up with a theory and just say it works. You have to test it, right? But that's something we had to learn over time. So what I'm saying is early science is not going to look like the science today because we've refined the process. We refined the scientific process. So back then it looked like, okay, well, the skull is white, we're white. So we must have started at this point and then evolved into that.
That's what
I'm not saying, I'm not saying it's correct, but I'm saying
you said it correct.
Yeah, but when I'm saying, I'm not saying that their ideology was correct or that that it was rooted in verifiable evidence. What I'm saying is for the tools that they were equipped with at the time, they were using the best that they had to try to make sense of the world around them. Then people, and because again, you got to remember, just because we start putting names to these things, as far as mental health conditions, they existed even when the name didn't, right? So then you got people that are psychopaths, predators, narcissists, and they're looking for something to elevate them over other things. So then you get the perversion of something that started out as just a theory and that's harmless, so to speak, and you find people that attach their nefarious or malicious intent to it, and it's corrupted into something that it wasn't intended to be. Now, that's not the
Exactly.
fault of the person that started the evaluation, but that's what it has morphed into over
It,
time because of bad actors.
it
Do
says
you
right
understand what
here.
I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah,
It says
it
it
does, and
also
that's
says
why I
that.
said, hold on, brother, and that's why I said that the only thing is evolving is the lie. Because yes, they added to, just like I said with Mendel, they took Mendel's theory of dominant and recessive and just flipped it over. You see, that's your origins of genetics. That's the real origins. I can give you other names, Antoine Lavoisier. Like I said, these are true scientists who is working for, the betterment of science. Now, these other guys is just making up stuff because if there's no real science behind it, and you're putting it down like it's a fact, and we're putting it into schools and saying it's a scientific discipline, huh? It's like I said, this is systemic. And that narrative, you know what I'm saying? That narrative gets pushed down into Darwin. And then he flips it around. Like you said, he says, there's different races, And then it goes to Galton, who puts it into to action through the Negro Project and, the classifications, like you said, downplaying us, calling us morons, idiots, imbeciles. Remember I showed that chart? What, in 2020, 21? He's breaking it down. So this lie is being promoted, regardless of whether the man's intentions was good or not. This lie started with Linnaeus, went through Blumenbach, went to Malthus, who was the population control, and most people don't even know about him. Just like I said in my first. Hold on, I'm not finished.
Bro,
I'm not finished.
saying Blumenbach. You gotta.
Yeah, and I'm gonna keep saying it.
I'm looking at right here.
Because race comes from him, son. The term race and the weaponizing of the term race comes from him. He lied and said, "No, listen. You gonna listen because see, like I said, I let Amber talk in my spot. She talked when I was supposed to critique what you said to me. Now it's my turn. And like I said,
I just want to address
he created the term. He
the
weaponized
ancestors. Hello.
He got.
I'm saying, don't.
He weaponized the term race. And listen, science. Now, since y'all want to be so scientifical, let's get into some science then. Science says all humanity comes from Africa. Lucy got some explaining to do too, because Lucy can't make another human with just being by herself. She has to have somebody else. So I guess Luca was there with her. But anyway, like I said, and then secondly, science will also agree with me, I'm sure, that if you start off humanity with white people, the only thing you would have on this planet is white people, because when white people mate, the only thing you're going to get is another white person. But when black people mate with anything, you're going to add color to that thing. Even if they mate with themselves, you can still have that albino and that light-skinned child. So don't play with me, yo.
We understand that, and I think
no, you don't. Obviously, because you coming in arguing an argument that I have beat and everybody else up on and taught this whole community about.
And I ain't arguing, and I ain't
IBM.
There are certain things that when you set a narrative, there's certain things that you gotta honor, right? Can we say that? It's certain things you gotta honor. Okay, so are we, because out of emotion, are we going to sit here and falsely
accuse? No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that, brother.
And that's
I don't want to do
that. And that's all I'm saying. So now I understand what you're saying. I get what you're saying about Blumenbach. All I'm saying is that according to the research that I've done, and I've looked Blumenbach up in the past, right?
Mm-hmm.
He was more so of fluid boundaries, right? He didn't think that that races were. He thought it was hard to tell the difference between them. So he wasn't with that. He didn't even push that narrative. The guys that came after him pushed that narrative. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
And that's the evolution of that lie, brother. You see what I'm saying? I agree with. Because but they still around today because we still use craniometry. Phrenology came right after that, right?
Agreed. I agree with all that.
I forget who that was. I forget his name. But yeah, phrenology came, a couple years after craniometry. You know what I'm saying? We still use that. We still use that. Hold on. We still use that classification from Linnaeus that we are lazy, lustful, and cunning, brother. All of these things, and the only thing that is evolving is the lie that's being told that went to Darwin, because Malthus was right before him, and see, Malthus was about the population control, right? And he was saying that we should just stop feeding the poor, we should just get rid of them, because they're just going to be a burden on us in the future. And then that was one of Darwin's teachers, brother. And then Darwin takes on that narrative. But the term race comes down, the classification system came down, and now it's Darwin. And then Darwin takes it and flips it and flops it and does his thing. And then here comes his first cousin with eugenics, and puts it into action, brother. It's just the evolution of the lie. That's all it is. Because all that shit's lies.
So we get that. That's understood, and I don't think anybody's really arguing with you. I don't think anybody's disagreeing with you with that. I really don't. I don't even think that. I don't even think that's a thing. No one's fighting that.
I appreciate you.
And nobody fighting that. I mean, hell, we've been saying that. We've been talking that for years. Hell, it even goes back to anthropology, and you start talking about Gutenberg and the printing press. When you start talking about all these different Egyptologists as they was lying about it. Come on, man, we know this.
Yeah, the Greeks, yeah.
We know about this. So like even the whole foundation of scientific racism comes from the New Adam theory. That's biblical.
Okay, yeah. And remember I said earlier some of these guys were religious.
Right, so they used the religion. This was to support their religious claims. And the religious claims gives validity to their existence.
Yep, and we got to get on timeline. See, remember that's around the time the Papal Bulls was being created. It's like from 1300 to about 1800. You see, I'm sorry for cussing. The last Papal Bull was I forget. It was a dude here in America, like 2015. I'm sorry. That's a Margaret Sanger Award. But the Papal Bulls, that's during the time of the Spanish Inquisition too, brother. So, that's like all these things, you got to put them on a timeline. We talk about the history of this thing, and you got to add that to the mix too. Because the first time the term race was used in the way we use it today was after the first Papal Bull in 1452. I think that there's three of them, right, that go right along with the transatlantic slave trade and justifies it, right? And in 1452, that was the first Papal Bull. But then in 1453, Gomez de Zazora, Zazora, Zurara, had a book. It was called The Discovery and Conquest of Guinea, right? And that was in 1453. And he was the first one to use the term African race in the way that we use it today. So like I said, and then it keeps getting promoted from there. The Catholic Church saying that, the black people or the brown people or the colored people did have souls and they were of the devil, and we needed their help. You know what I'm saying? And see, so it goes back, like you said, So
that's the curse of Ham. That goes back to the curse of Ham.
Oh yeah, they tried to use that, but Ham was never cursed. That's a damn lie.
Well, Ham was
it was Canaan. It was cursed. Well, Ham wasn't cursed. The Bible says that Noah, and it wasn't God that cursed him. It was Noah. But you're right. I'm not even gonna get into the Bible.
Well,
you're exactly right because they added. Hold on, Amber. Shit. the ancestors. Look, they added that to this scientific racism and used that as an excuse too, brother. You're exactly right.
That.
Let's just go there. You're exactly right. Yep.
So if you look at all of this whole ideology, it supports the biblical existence of the Caucasian. That's where it came from. Johannes Gutenberg printing press in 1500.
Yeah. Well, Blumenbach was one who created the term Caucasian too. You got to remember that. That was Johann Friedrich Blumenbach, the man who created race, the man who created phrenology.
So to me, I don't really, we don't give that credence in that way, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We don't even give it credence in that way. We study science from observation and experience and a reason standpoint. Okay, you feel me?
Yeah.
Because we already know that the books are tampered with. We know religion is tampered with, so we have to look at it from an
King James put his name on that thing. King James put his name on that thing. You know what I'm saying? Come on, yo. We know. You know what I'm saying? But
but you speak about King James. That ain't even the only one. You know how many Bibles?
Oh yeah, Constantine, Marcion. To name a few.
Even to today, they printing books and they're patenting them and getting
translations come by the millions, brother. By the millions.
I just want to interject just slightly. I know Unbiased ain't around, but I just want to remind us that he don't want to really get too deep into religious on this channel.
My whole point in saying that, and you're right, but my whole point in saying that is that those things don't really have a place in what we're dealing with. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that when you're talking about politics and you're talking about social structure, you got to leave that shit out, because
leave it at the door, like Malcolm X said. Leave it at the door.
You got people who believe all kind of shit.
Absolutely.
Right.
As a community, we have to be able to find a common ground. So if you can go to many different countries. You can go to Jerusalem right now. You got Muslims, you got Arabs, you got Christians, all living there. You can go to Syria. Christians live in Syria, but they still conduct themselves accordingly. You understand what I'm saying? So just because we got different ideologies don't mean that what we talking about has to transcend the ideology.
Right. Shouldn't even be a part of the conversation, And it's intertwined when you're dealing with this, and that's the only reason why I go back to the Fat Bulls. It's not about the religion. It's about the advancement of this narrative, and so that's what all that was about. You know what I'm saying? And I understand, like you say, brother. You guys. I'm just coming off the top of my head. I ain't got no papers in front of me. I'm just regurgitating the things that I've said over the years. You know what I'm saying? And I appreciate you coming in. Like you said, doing what you did, adding a little, because I'm like you said, I might have downed the man's name more than, but at the same time, these ideologies come from him, and and it's just a part of the narrative, because race wouldn't be around. Well, I couldn't say that. Somebody else might have.
I ain't gonna say come from, but they diverge.
Yeah, they all down the line just get, and that's why the only thing that's evolving is the line, y'all. Like they said, four-legged mammal ran into the ocean, jumped into the water, and became a whale. Okay, now the probabilities and things that would have to happen. And they said it was in 7 million years that this happened, y'all. This is the whale evolution, okay? And that's just like dropping a Volkswagen into the ocean and then hoping and praying that it becomes a submarine in 7 million years. It's not going to happen. And none of that stuff that they're saying happened. It's a lie. But, I'm
trying not to, because again, we trying to steer clear of religion, but is just as improbable, if not more improbable, as a God appearing out of nowhere and creating everything.
Well, I'm not
Like,
saying that. I wasn't talking about religion. I'm just telling you
well,
that
what I'm saying,
the whale
you're
evolution is seven.
challenging, you're
No,
challenging the.
there's not enough time for all that to happen. Darwin even says that it takes tens of millions of years for things like 100 million years for things to evolve from a wild animal and not tame animals. Okay, so this is Darwin talking. Now, if you're telling me that a four-legged mammal could jump in the ocean and become a whale, grow gills, grow a tail fluke, lose its legs, or legs become flippers and all this, and to be able to dive down thousands of feet in 7 million years. And then when we find skeletons of, show me Lucy. Lucy had shaved down hip bones to make it look like she could walk upright. Piltdown man had a human skull with a monkey's jaw attached to it, and they was trying to pass that off as science. If you Negroes don't stop playing with me, like I said, they're still lying to you. They're still promoting that white is right agenda. And we fall for it. Hook, line, and sinker. Go ahead, yo. You there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just not even gonna. You right, IBM. You right.
Now, when I tell you, Lucy had shaved down hip bones to make it look like she could walk upright, sis. This is science telling you this. How long did we hear about? Now they're debunking Lucy today. But when Lucy first come out, that was the thing. And you know what I always said? Lucy, you got some splaining to do. They found Lucy in a 70-yard area, but amongst all kinds of bones, right? They pieced the bones together that they wanted to piece together and made Lucy, and they only had half the skeleton. And then, like I said, Piltdown man.
Not a Build-A-Bitch.
Piltdown man had a human skull with a monkey's jaw added to it, yo. Do I need to say more? How long did you believe in Piltdown man?
Yeah, and I think personally, like you talk about the lies, but I think the lies are here as of recently are getting worse because of science, like the evolution of science and what we're actually able to prove nowadays is directly going against old theories. So, they're
trying to erase slavery and all that out of the schools. You know what I'm saying? All that, trying to Black history and trying to start at a certain point. You know what I mean? It feels good to them.
They've done that, but that's been done countless amounts of times. You know what I'm saying? I'm even seeing where
but they're more obvious with it today.
Morgan and
they're more obvious with it today. Yeah, Henry Ford was Henry Ford was the founder of the public schools.
Right. Him and J.P. Morgan was working to erase history from the. They was advocating working to.
And that's philanthropy. That's philanthropy, brother.
Yeah, for sure.
Putting your money in the foundations that come with
fake
the
philanthropy. Now, come on now.
Huh?
I said fake philanthropy.
Detrimental. Genocidal philanthropy. Let's get real with it.
I was like, then it ain't philanthropy.
He said when he created the public school system, he said, I don't want doctors and lawyers. I want workers because it was during the Industrial Revolution.
Mm-hmm.
So they're teaching you to be a good, subservient citizen. Go along to get along, and don't question master's authority, because you become an indentured servant as soon as you sign that application to work for him. Because the definition of indentured is to sign a contract with someone to work for them for a certain amount of time. So as soon as we fill out that job application, we indentured servants. And we debt slaves too. Big up credit and make it sound good, but ain't nothing good about owing somebody, borrowing it, and then having to pay 10, 15, 20 times more than what you paid, what you borrowed.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? People don't know how to use credit. You got to leverage your credit.
Yeah.
You got to leverage it. So if you're gonna use it, you need to be leveraged. Like for
use
instance,
it wisely, definitely.
Like for instance, if you got stocks and bonds, instead of selling your stocks and bonds, just take loans on it. That way you get to keep the shares, and you can pay the loan back with the dividend or with the money that you're making from the shares that you got to keep.
Yep.
That way it's tax-free money. Elon Musk just got $1 billion loan, and he don't got to pay it back. He just got to pay interest on it. If he default on the loan, they'll just take the shares.
Yeah, and that's taxpayers' money that they giving them.
Yeah.
Our money. You know.
Yep. So
we're debt slaves. We pay Israel. We pay for the wars. You know, it's a game.
Yeah, for sure. 100%. 100%.
But I'm gonna get off here. It's good talking to you, the ancestors, again, sis. I love you. You know that. And
yeah,
brother,
I love you too.
Brother, what's your name?
Suburban Swerving.
Suburban Swerving.
All right, I remember that. I appreciate you coming up and building with us too, brother. And you're a smart brother, you know what I mean? Keep on doing what you're doing. And if you catch me lying, make sure you come up and correct me, all right? Because I don't want to be a liar. That's the thing that I hate. I love my people, but I hate to lie.
Hey, steel sharper steel, man.
That's it. That's it, brother. That's it.
Right,
that's where it's at. And I love y'all. Keep y'all's head high, your grass low, and stop lying to my people. And I'll see y'all later. Peace.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right.
All right, sister. I'm gonna get out of here too. I'm at work.
All right. Peace out.
All right. Yeah, we will. You know, so I'm probably gonna be live early in the morning, super early, like 5:30ish type live. And yeah. So great convo. It went all over the place. You know, you invite IBM, it's definitely gonna go all over the place. We're gonna talk about science, religion, a whole bunch of crazy stuff.
And
yeah.
I will email you.
Okay.
Just so you can be abreast of, you know, what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
All right. Good talking to you. Yep. It's perfect timing. I think this was perfect timing for everybody because I'm actually, I listen to y'all on mute, laying down. So, you know, it's a matter of time before I was going to be all Z's.
All right.
All right. But appreciate y'all.
Okay. Bye-bye.
All right, have a good one. Bye. Where's the yeah, Suburban, thank you for pulling up, man. You definitely gave the correct context on Blue and Black. I knew it was something there. Like I said, that's not my little thing. I stay in my lane, and you came through in Jersey